In this epic saga, a knight, burning with ambition and courage, was preordained to fall upon the field of battle. He once held the conviction that a man like him, whose very essence and talent were forged and awakened in the crucible of war, could one day forge a peaceful existence in a new life. In that future, he envisioned finally building a family of his own, a connection for which his soul desperately cried out. Yet tragically, fate deemed it all to be nothing more than a fleeting illusion. The warrior, brought to his knees before us, is the legendary Argric of the Draenic Empire, the very hero at the center of our chronicle. His last adversary is a truly formidable knight, a man who bears the title Duke Thermion, an elite warrior, one of the 6 revered hexaclass knights from the rival Althean Empire. Even a warrior like Argric understands the impossible weight of the challenge he now faces, especially since he has already endured the overwhelming might of the Black Wave. After merely one day upon this war-torn ground, Duke Thermion expresses a morbid fascination, wondering how Argric dares to remain standing. He is fully aware that he confronts one of the 6 legendary hexaclass knights. The Duke even remarks what a waste it is to extinguish such a burgeoning talent, but Argric is a world away from any thought of surrender. With a defiant roar, he rises to his feet, swinging his blade once more. He proclaims with chilling certainty that his life began on the battlefield, and it is here that his life will meet its end. The 2 titans advance, their steps slow and deliberate. The immense aura radiating from them throws the very air into turmoil. Duke Thermion cannot resist observing that despite Argric's courageous facade, a profound shadow of regret still haunts his gaze. The Duke muses on how Argric, in another time, might have grown into a worthy and powerful rival. But then, he channels immense energy into his sword, and lunges directly toward our protagonist. He cries out a final wish, that in his next life, Argric may finally find release from all his worldly regrets. With that declaration, the Duke's blade descends. But before Argric's world fades to black, his final thoughts narrate that the great war between the Draconic and Althean empires had raged on for countless, bloody years. His own mother became a casualty of this brutal conflict. He was merely a newborn when she perished amidst the surrounding chaos, and thus he was cast adrift, an orphan in a world rife with ceaseless conflict. While other children knew the joy of toys and the comfort of books, he endured a harsh struggle, fighting for his kingdom just to survive. Upon reaching the tender age of 14, he was forced to take up the sword. He was then thrust onto his very first battlefield. He fought with a desperate ferocity, and in that crucible, his latent talents awakened. The mana core, nestled within his heart, began to surge, enhancing his senses and movements to a level beyond anything he could have previously conceived. He ascended rapidly through the knightly ranks, stunning all by mastering 3 mana cores, and ultimately achieving the legendary quad core state. His ultimate ambition of joining the 5 hexaclass knights of his empire was finally, tantalizingly close. The grand opportunity he had so desperately craved was at hand. He truly thought this final, great war would grant him peace from a life of endless struggle, so he charged into his last battle with valor. He was keenly aware of being on the precipice of attaining all he had ever yearned for in his life. That was the reality, until Duke Thermion descended upon the field. His suffocating presence alone sent legions scattering. Now, back in the present, that first devastating swing from the Duke obliterates Argric's sword into 1,000 worthless fragments, and with it, his dreams instantly crumble into dust before him. The following strike from the Duke's blade pierces his very heart. He thinks of his one simple wish to build a family, but he failed. The brutal stab wound sends him careening across the war zone, slamming violently into the blood-soaked earth. The sheer force of impact cracks the ground as he slides to a halt, a broken and bloody mess. As his consciousness begins to slip away, his entire world dissolves into absolute darkness. But then, the suffocating veil of darkness lifts. The very instant he opens his eyes again, the first sight he beholds is a husband and wife playfully trying to engage him. Or, more accurately, they are playing with their newborn infant. Argric's mind immediately begins to fracture. The moment he hears them refer to him as their child, his new father swiftly lifts him up, a massive grin plastered across his face. He calls him Dane, declaring with pride that he is destined to become a peerless spearman and follow the grand legacy of his father. His mother, a woman named Lily Sogress, promptly snatches him from her husband's grasp, firmly insisting that he will instead become a master assassin. The father, Arcane, and Sogress, and his wife begin to bicker over which path their son will ultimately walk. All the while, Argrik feels utterly bewildered and small amidst their squabbling. They are evidently journeying in a grand carriage, bound for their estate, and their passionate argument continues unabated for the entire trip. Lily proclaims that slipping through the shadows to eliminate one's targets and then vanishing without a trace is a far more elegant profession. But the father passionately argues that the spear represents the most beautiful and perfect of all martial arts. And so, this is the new chapter for our hero. Just when he was certain his story had ended on that bloody battlefield, he has been miraculously granted a second chance through reincarnation. But here lies the ultimate twist of fate. He is reborn within the Althean Empire, his former enemy's domain, as the youngest scion of a noble count. When their carriage finally halts its journey, as they pull into the sprawling mansion grounds, his new parents reach a temporary truce, concluding they will simply instruct him in both deadly arts. However, Lily is far from ready to concede. She playfully declares that their son is destined to be an assassin. Arcane simply laughs off her comment, retorting that Dane will, without question, become a spearman. The carriage driver simply shakes his head, announcing their arrival at the estate. Both parents seem somewhat startled that they have reached their destination so quickly. It appears they completely lost track of all time. While absorbed in their passionate bickering, the husband leaps gracefully from the carriage and chivalrously offers to assist his wife. He graciously extends a hand to her, and she appears somewhat flustered, asking him what the castle staff might think if they see this. He lets out a hearty chuckle, replying he is merely holding his own wife's hand, so why should their opinions matter in the slightest? With that, he escorts his beautiful wife from the carriage, leaving Argrik feeling profoundly uncomfortable, watching his new father act so utterly smitten. But soon, his feelings of awkwardness are completely washed away, as his eyes widen in pure awe at the sheer magnificence of the castle. Once they are finally settled within its grand walls, Lily fondly notes how elated Dane appears to be now that he is home. And truly, how could he not be ecstatic? With such an opulent home and parents of such immense wealth, perhaps his incredible talents will find it easier to flourish than he ever could have dreamed. 2 full months have drifted by since that momentous day. We now see Lily having a conversation with her son, who has just begun to make babbling noises. She is absolutely overjoyed that he is finally vocalizing, while our hero finds himself equally captivated, experiencing this babbling phase directly, a simple joy he never had the chance to witness. You see, chances to encounter young children were exceptionally rare. During his bleak existence wandering the battlefields, the very few children he did encounter were usually swathed in bandages, their tears flowing for a home they no longer had. Most were mourning parents who had been consumed by the destruction of war and vanished from their lives forever. So, in comparison, this new home feels like a bastion of prosperity and fortune. He feels a deep sense of relief, knowing he will never face starvation here. Abruptly, his father bursts into the room through the door, striding in with great enthusiasm, a massive spear clutched in his hand. He declares with immense pride that this magnificent weapon is a spear. It's quite clear that our young hero is not at all fond of his father's boisterous and energetic nature. He is finding it incredibly difficult to reconcile that this man is his father, the most powerful hexaclass spearman in the entire empire, the legendary figure known as Arcane. Despite his current demeanor, he doesn't resemble a war hero in the slightest. But he was indeed a celebrated war hero, hailed as the Blue Whirlwind. His wife, growing irritated, begins to push him away from the baby, demanding how he could possibly bring something so dangerously sharp into the child's room. The great warrior begins to wilt under her ferocious glare, and meekly explains he only wished to show the spear to Dane. But her eyes are now radiating a murderous aura. She reminds him with a cold tone, did she not tell him they would refrain from teaching their son any skills until he had reached a more suitable age? Well, it's hardly shocking that this mighty, grown man is trembling with fear when subjected to her piercing gaze. After all, his wife is the most skilled assassin in the entire empire. Meanwhile, she threatens that if he persists with this behavior, she will begin teaching their son the fundamentals of stealth assassination. While he is still just a young boy as well, he desperately argues that early education is the standard for all noble houses. Even the legendary magic family, the renowned House Teleport, places a magic staff next to a child from the very moment of their birth. But his wife's annoyance only intensifies, and she retorts, asking if that sharp spear now resembles a staff to him. Amidst this, our hero internally reflects and tells us the true reason his parents place so much emphasis on his future is because both of his older sisters chose professions that are entirely unrelated to the arts of spearfighting or the shadows of assassination. Noon arrives, and we find his two older sisters playfully interacting with their younger brother, pinching his cheeks until they look quite sore. One of his sisters, the vibrant Arabella, laughs, declaring he looks even more adorable with his cheeks puffed out. At the same time, our hero narrates details about Arabella, revealing that due to her immense innate talent for magic, she has pursued the path of a powerful mage since she was a small child. By the age of 12, she was already a formidable 3-chain class mage, and considering the highest attainable rank for a mage is 9 chains, this means she is a true prodigy who has long since surpassed the novice level. Arabella then eagerly asks her little brother if he would like to study the arcane arts with her. Later on, complaining that she has grown weary of studying alone each day and would be overjoyed to teach her beloved younger brother a few spells. While Arabella is a whirlwind of boundless energy, her sister, Claire, is her complete and total opposite. With a nervous and composed demeanor, she shyly offers to teach him the art of summoning, mentioning it's a very useful skill to have at his disposal. Much like Arabella, Claire is a girl of extraordinary talent, excelling in the art of summoning. She accomplished her first successful summoning at the mere age of 7, and is now capable of commanding 2 powerful summons simultaneously. Arabella then playfully urges Claire to touch his cheek, insisting that his skin is just unbelievably soft. But Claire seems hesitant, cautious about touching him, as if uncertain whether she is allowed to. Meanwhile, Dane puts on an act of being cute and affectionate, and reflects internally how he first believed Claire disliked him. He now understands it is more a feeling of jealousy, stemming from him now being the youngest of the family, and thus capturing everyone's undivided attention. Eventually, Claire cautiously extends her hand and softly touches his nose. She becomes instantly ecstatic, exclaiming how incredibly soft he truly is. She touches him once more, and vows to teach him all of her knowledge once he is older. Dane can't help but feel a little overwhelmed by it all, how every single one of them wishes to instill their own expertise into him. His father is a legendary hexaclass spearman. His mother is a peerless and deadly assassin, albeit a retired one, and his eldest sister is a prodigy of a mage. And then there's Claire, who is also a genius in the art of summoning. The noble house of Count Sogers is the epitome of a perfect family, the very ideal of a family he had always envisioned. He starts to question if there is any reason to pursue vengeance in this new life. Yes, his prior death was filled with regret, but that place was a brutal and unforgiving battlefield. It feels almost absurd to even consider seeking revenge against someone who defeated him in a fair and honorable duel. The entire family now gathers in the hall, embroiled in a passionate debate, each member trying to persuade the others that their own discipline would be the best fit for young Dane. Observing this chaotic yet heartwarming scene unfold among his family brings a genuine smile to Dane's infant face. This is exactly the type of family he had always yearned for, and he feels a profound gratitude for being born here. But as the argument begins to escalate, and each one of them starts to get visibly angered at the others, he begins to wonder if this truly is what a harmonious family is supposed to be like. We then are told about a unique tradition that exists within the House of Sogras, a ritual that is famously known as the choosing ceremony. You see, when a new child is born into this noble family and reaches their first year, a variety of symbolic objects are arranged on a table before them, and the people gather to try and divine the child's future path by seeing which specific object they choose to grab first. As an entire year has now passed in a flash, today is the day for the young Master Dane's turn. As he has now officially turned 1 year of age, he is about to select his destined class. The assembled guests murmur amongst themselves, commenting on how the young ladies became a mage and a powerful summoner, and they are all filled with anticipation, wondering what young Master Dane will select. They all decide to proceed to the grand ceremony hall to witness firsthand what path Dane will ultimately choose. Once the crowd of guests has filled the opulent great hall, we see that Dane is seated before 4 distinct and powerful items. Each of them is a symbol representing a different class. As the eager crowd encircles the ceremonial table where Dane is seated, his mother gently tells him he only needs to pick the one that he fancies most. However, Dane appears quite uncertain about which item he ought to choose. He casts a glance toward his expectant father, who is eagerly and hopefully awaiting for him to select the spear. His father is smirking with confidence, thinking to himself that little Dane will surely be captivated by the magnificence of the dragon tail spear. It is revealed that this particular spearhead is forged from the rare metal Dukran, and when mana is infused into its core, it becomes as deadly and weighty as the mana its wielder pours into it. On the other side, his mother feels a sense of joyful pride, all while thinking that Dane is far too handsome to become a shadowy assassin. Even so, she is completely certain he will ultimately choose her dagger. This particular dagger is no ordinary simple blade. It is a legendary weapon named Night Horn, crafted from ethereal or a mystical material that can contain all of the world's natural elements and hold a multitude of different deadly poisons. Just like her proud and hopeful parents, Dane's sister is utterly convinced that he will become a masterful mage, and that he is destined to pick the pouch to continue the family's magical legacy. This bag is also a rare and special subspace pouch, a powerful artifact that can only be wielded by mages or those born with magical aptitude. On the other hand, the quiet Claire, wearing her usual expression of gentle timidness, quietly hopes that Dane can become a summoner. The object placed before him is in fact a sacred summon sign, the essential and primary tool of a summoner. Summoners make use of this sign to be granted a code based upon their talent, which then allows them to call forth their powerful summons. But Dane is feeling utterly lost and conflicted about what his next move should be. This is because, unbelievably, he can hear the inner thoughts of his family members. At last, he lets out a quiet sigh and comes to his ultimate decision. He begins to crawl with purpose towards the various items, and the excitement of the crowd swells with palpable anticipation. As he gains momentum, his hopeful parents and devoted siblings are absolutely bursting with joy just to see him finally moving. They all cheer for him, each in their own unique way. His father encourages him to select something strong and durable, while his mother urges him to choose an item that is short and deadly sharp. As he draws nearer, a brilliant yellow light begins to emanate from all four of the items laid out upon the ceremonial table. Dane is completely baffled by what is transpiring, and his family is equally as bewildered by this phenomenon. Conversely, the gathered crowd smiles and grows even more excited, as well as completely stunned, when they comprehend that all four of the sacred items have just reacted, a miraculous event that has never been heard of before. They cannot help but acknowledge that the young master appears to be a once-in-a-generation genius. Meanwhile, Dane is just as dumbfounded by this entire incredible situation. He vividly recalls how he was a prodigious soldier on the battlefield, but in this new life, he senses that he is on an entirely different plane of existence. Young Arabella, filled with curiosity, asks her father what they should possibly do, since a situation like this has never occurred in their family's history. But both her powerful father and mother appear equally as lost. They come to the stunning realization that this means they must teach him all four disciplines. Naturally, this revelation sends a shockwave through the two other ladies, while Dane simply offers a wide, heartfelt smile in response. Time leaps forward, and we find ourselves within the family's training hall, where the sharp clang of clashing weapons can be heard. It is revealed to be none other than young Dane and his father, locked in combat. From the looks of it, our young hero has grown considerably since we last saw him, which was, in fact, only about 30 seconds ago. If my memory serves me correctly, Arcane flashes a proud, wide grin at his son, praising his excellent results, as Dane has flawlessly mastered the advanced technique he had taught him just before. The young boy respectfully thanks his father, and we learn that Dane has now reached the age of 7. As they share a moment of light-hearted laughter, a man suddenly materializes on the training grounds. Dane regards him with a look of pure curiosity, and we can see that the man is formally presenting a fine spear. It seems that Arcane was fully anticipating the arrival of this new spear, and he swiftly takes it and presents it to a wide-eyed Dane. He announces to him that this is his very special birthday present. He then explains that his original plan was to present it during the birthday celebration, but he wanted to give it to him before his mother's gift arrived. Arcane continues, explaining that he has been preparing this very spear for 2 long years, and that it was specially commissioned from a master craftsman located in the capital city. He then wishes him an early and joyous 7th birthday, and our young hero eagerly lets his old practice stick fall and accepts the magnificent spear from his father's hands. He exclaims that he will treasure it because it is just so incredibly cool. He is absolutely enamored with how the jet black handle and gleaming silver spearhead look when combined, and to top it all off, it is remarkably and unbelievably light. His father asks him if he likes it, and he enthusiastically responds that he absolutely loves it. In fact, he is so overcome with excitement that he begins to practice with it immediately. His father then poses a question, asking if he comprehends the fundamental difference between a sword and a spear. Dane expertly explains that with the spear's superior length, one can masterfully control the distance from their opponents, and because of its incredibly small point of impact, it possesses an extremely high efficiency for its attacks. His father nods in agreement, confirming that is correct, but he issues a warning. As he grows more powerful, it will prove to be much more difficult to wield than a common sword. He highlights the inherent weakness of all spears. To launch an effective attack, a minimum distance is required between you and your foe. But he advises him not to fret over this too much, as every single weapon possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. He goes on to explain that even the common sword, which is frequently hailed as the perfect weapon, can prove to be ineffective in a variety of situations. The son's eyes light up at this, and he says he will remember that important lesson. The father then begins to expertly spin the spear in his hand, and challenges his son to a friendly sparring match, to demonstrate something truly incredible. Dane's mind is absolutely reeling as he witnesses the immense power now radiating from his father. This marks the very first time he has ever witnessed the insane flow of power emanating from a true hexaclass spearman, and the magical energy his father is unleashing is simply overwhelming. After gathering his power, the father executes a swift and powerful thrust, and the very space around the spear's tip begins to ripple and distort. He explains that the reason for this spatial distortion is that he released his magical power at the very instant he thrusted the spear. This advanced technique leverages the unique property of the core, which concentrates immense magical power into a single point. The son casually mentions that he recalls hearing about this from his sister, and explains that humans are able to transcend their physical limitations as the number of their internal cores increases. This essentially means their ultimate potential can be pushed even further. He reflects internally on how in his past life he possessed a quad core, and all of this advanced knowledge he currently possesses is from his former life. Meanwhile, his father begins to beam with immense pride, thinking about how diligently his young son has been studying, and he reminds him that he himself now possesses 6 powerful mana cores. Of course, our young hero feigns an expression of shock, but secretly, he thinks to himself how if he had not met his end, he too could have attained the legendary power of 6 cores. Then, his father encourages him to give his new, magnificent spear a try. Dane appears to be slightly hesitant, but his father advises him to simply clear his mind, let go of his concerns, and thrust the spear with all his might. The son agrees, and as he firmly grips the new spear, he reflects on how in his previous life, he held no particular interest in spears. After discovering his innate and profound talent for swordsmanship, he had only ever wielded spears as a secondary weapon of choice. But now, the time has finally come for him to give it a proper attempt. After assuming his battle-ready stance, he closes his eyes and focuses his mind. Meanwhile, his father reflects on his son's impeccable and perfect form. He cannot suppress a smile that stretches from ear to ear because it had taken him 7 long years to fully master this very technique. But as his son is still so incredibly young, he wonders if he can even manage to execute it successfully at all. But the very instant Dane thrusts the spear forward, reality itself shatters, completely defying his father's expectations. He genuinely never anticipated this miraculous event could possibly happen. He completely loses his composure and begins to shout, demanding to know how his son possesses such profound knowledge. Once Dane has completed his perfect execution of the technique, the man rushes over to his son's side, laughing with pure joy and declaring he did an absolutely magnificent job. Dane explains that at the very moment he thrusted the spear, he focused his magical power into a single concentrated point, and then infused that energy into the spear's tip. The instant the magic power reached the spearhead, he severed its flow completely. His father is absolutely stunned upon hearing this, and asks if he has already formed a manticore within him. Dane calmly replies that he has. He explains that while he was perusing a book about creating manticores, he decided to give it an attempt, and miraculously he was able to succeed. But, of course, this is a complete fabrication. The actual truth is that he formed it while diligently practicing mana breathing. The father kneels down, bringing himself to eye level with his prodigious son. Unable to contain the immense pride swelling within him, he is now absolutely certain that one day, his son will grow to become a legendary warrior. Dane simply offers a knowing smile in response, while thinking to himself about all the incredible surprises he has yet to reveal in the future, surprises that are guaranteed to completely blow his father's mind. Meanwhile, the father wonders if his son will truly become a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner, all at the very same time. As darkness descends, it marks the official start of Dane's 7th birthday celebration. Esteemed guests are gathering within the grand castle, and the main hall is alive with beautiful music and the joyous sound of laughter. Every single guest is having an absolutely wonderful time. Duke Bout, the very same man who ended our hero's life in his past existence, is also a guest in attendance at the party. The moment he spots Arcane, he calls out to him to come and catch up. Arcane formally addresses him with his prestigious title of Duke, but Bout tells him to abandon the formalities and speak freely, just as they normally would. As we are well aware, Bout hails from the most powerful and influential house in the entire Althean Empire, and he is the head of the Great Thermian Duchy. Arcane quickly hurries over to his close friend, and whispers that a great many powerful people are watching them, so he must maintain the appearance of formal etiquette. The Duke tells him to act as he wishes, and then asks where his son is. At that moment, Arcane calls out for Dane, and instructs him to come and properly greet Duke Thermian. The very instant he hears the name Duke Thermian, Dane's mind is violently thrown back to his past life, to the final, fateful encounter he had with this very same man. Once our hero finally presents himself before the formidable Duke, he formally introduces himself as Dane Sagras and respectfully bows his head, stating that it is a profound honor to finally meet him. The Duke laughs, clearly impressed by the young boy's impeccable manners. He then turns to his father and asks if Dane is also training in the art of the spear, to which Arcane proudly confirms that he is, indeed. At that very moment, a small, young lady approaches Duke Bout from behind, and when Dane's eyes fall upon her, he is visibly taken aback for a fleeting moment. The young girl formally greets Count Sogers, promptly bowing her head to display her own perfect and proper etiquette. She then introduces herself by the name of Layla Thermian, the youngest and most beloved daughter of the Great Thermian Duchy. Following this formal introduction, the grand celebration continued onward. The guests reveled in the beautiful music and the enchanting evening, but the same could not be said for Arcane Sogras and Bout Thermian. This was because Baroness Thermian remained grievously ill, and despite Bout's exhaustive efforts to find a cure or a method to heal her, every single attempt had failed. Arcane prayed that this was all just a passing trial, and that his dear friend's wife would recover very soon. But Bout still grimly warned him that if he were to suddenly vanish, it would signify that his wife's condition had worsened, and he had used a teleportation scroll to instantly return to the capital. In any case, today's celebration was meant for Dane, who had, at some point, disappeared from the main hall. To Bout, he seemed like an exceptionally clever and sharp child, and he had wished to converse with him a little longer. Arcane had no idea where his son had gone off to either, and he then realized that Miss Layla had also vanished along with him. Locating the two children proved to be a surprisingly simple task. The two of them had decided to go for a quiet walk together, likely because they found the stuffy party just as tedious as many others did. But what the two of them were discussing was a complete mystery to their parents. In this private setting, Layla became quite chatty, and to be perfectly frank, She deeply disliked having to accompany her father to all of these noble gatherings, but on this particular occasion, she was truly happy that she had come along. Layla had heard many tales about how handsome Dane was supposed to be, but now, bathed in the soft moonlight, he looked even more striking, and she found that she genuinely liked this peaceful place. Dane was pleased to hear that she enjoyed it here. Unlike the bustling capital city, the Sogras family's territory was a serene and tranquil place. It was for this very reason that Layla envied him. Back at her own home, there was always some grand event taking place. Nobles arrived on a daily basis with official business and proposals for her father. On some occasions, even the imperial family themselves would pay a visit. And the most infuriating part of it all was that every time a guest arrived, she was required to don a formal dress and go out to greet them properly. That was something she absolutely despised. In place of all that formality, she would much rather wear something practical and simple and devote her entire day to practicing with her beloved sword. Dane was genuinely surprised that such a petite and seemingly delicate girl was dedicated to practicing with a sword and not the arcane arts of magic. He himself cherished his quiet and peaceful territory. It was certainly not as vibrant and chaotic as the capital, and this tranquility granted him a great deal of free time to practice with his spear, an activity which he had grown to absolutely love. Layla was initially taken aback that he was wielding a spear, but then she recalled his father's legendary nickname, and everything suddenly clicked into place for her. She had heard from her own father on numerous occasions just how unbelievably powerful the blue whirlwind was, and since Dane was training so diligently with his spear, it surely meant he also planned to join the prestigious academy. However, that was not the reason Dane was practicing with such dedication. Layla was genuinely surprised by this unexpected response. For her, training hard in order to enter the academy was the most obvious path. She had heard that merely gaining admission was an incredibly difficult feat. Well, Dane didn't possess a single doubt that he would be accepted, and he was only practicing so hard because he wished to be even more powerful. After he had successfully entered the academy, Layla could hardly believe his unshakable confidence. So she then asked him what he would do if he were to fail to gain admission. Well, even in that unlikely event, our hero was not planning to become disheartened and abandon his goals. Instead, he would simply make another attempt, and if even his second attempt were to prove unsuccessful, he would accept it as a sign that this was not his destined path. Layla simply could not comprehend such a casual attitude regarding one's future, so she asked him if he wasn't afraid of disappointing his family and his house. And of course, our hero was not the least bit concerned. When compared to the immense hardships he endured in his past life, this was a trivial matter. Layla, on the other hand, could only look upon him with envy. Her own noble house considers failure to be utterly unacceptable. He was still utterly astonished by how nobles fretted over such incredibly trivial matters. But for Layla, he held absolute certainty that she would achieve greatness. Upon hearing his words of encouragement, her entire face lit up with joy. She eagerly invited Dane to witness the might of her swordsmanship. Our hero was slightly taken aback by her sudden, intense fervor, but there was no way to deter her now. The chance to finally practice her sword skills had appeared on the horizon. Layla immediately demanded to know the location of the training ground, and Dane had no choice but to escort her, praying that no unfortunate incidents would occur there. Upon the training ground, Layla unleashed her full skill, executing a flurry of techniques like a truly seasoned duelist. To the untrained observer, her every motion might have looked utterly flawless, but our hero was leagues beyond any mere beginner. As he analyzed her movements, he was forced to concede that her transitions from offense to defense and back again flowed with remarkable smoothness, and the timing of each of her strikes was impeccable. However, there was one critical flaw. After a short while, her movements lost their rhythm and the seamless flow began to break. Gasping for breath after the intense exercise, a deeply satisfied Layla asked for his opinion of her swordsmanship. Initially, Dane was hesitant to be completely truthful and merely stated that her performance was fantastic and that he thoroughly enjoyed the demonstration. Layla was clearly delighted by this high praise, but Dane ultimately resolved to be honest with her. He observed that she still possessed significant room for improvement. For instance, after executing the third form, Layla was taking an extra half step that was unnecessary. This error then repeated itself with each subsequent form. These small, repeated extra half steps were causing her later sword forms to feel subtly misaligned. This sharp critique left Layla completely and utterly speechless. For a moment, it looked as if she was about to cry, and Dane started to feel that perhaps his criticism had been too harsh for her. He even began to apologize profusely for upsetting her, and went so far as to say that he might be mistaken, since it had been a long time since he'd seen a true swordsman. But his worries were for absolutely nothing. Layla swiftly regained her composure and tightened her grip on the sword. The realization of her error had just dawned on her. She immediately began to repeat the training movements once more, and this time they were executed to perfection. Dane's insightful advice was the exact final piece that she had been missing to achieve true perfection. Her joy and gratitude knew no bounds. She even threw her arms around Dane. Our hero attempted to resist her embrace, but his efforts were not very effective. Layla was simply captivated by his profound knowledge of swordsmanship. In a mere instant, he had identified the very mistake she had been making for so long, a flaw that all her previous instructors had failed to notice. She vowed that she would forever remember his valuable assistance. Finally, she released Dane from her grasp, having nearly crushed him in her enthusiastic embrace. But she then nearly took his head off with a careless swing of her sword. That young lady is in desperate need of a lesson in spatial awareness. Dane was completely caught off guard by the sudden and intense hug, but one couldn't exactly say he disliked it. Of course, their private moment was abruptly shattered by the shouts of servants, who were searching for them all over the estate. They had taken a long enough break from the banquet and had no intention of hiding, so they quickly made their way back to avoid being discovered on the training grounds. Upon their return, Dane was immediately the focus of everyone's attention, as his parents formally congratulated him on his 7th birthday and the miraculous awakening of his first manhwa, and naturally they bestowed upon him a grand present. It was a magnificent brooch bearing the family's crest, identical to the ones his beloved older sisters possessed. His mother instructed him to cherish this precious gift, for this very brooch would now act as undeniable proof of his status and honor. Following his parents, all of the esteemed guests joined in the congratulations. Dane had now, both officially and truly, earned the noble name of Sogers, and not a single person present doubted that he would mature into a fine man, just like his legendary father. Dane's parents were overcome with happiness, and so was young Dane himself. For this was the very first time in his 2 separate lives that he had ever received such warm and heartfelt congratulations from so many people. Suddenly, the entire grand hall began to violently shake. The guests erupted into screams and a state of panicked chaos, believing it was either a powerful earthquake or a hostile enemy invasion. Dane also began to feel a surge of alarm, but his father swiftly calmed him, assuring him there was no reason to be afraid. Arcane Sogers knew precisely what was about to unfold, even though he had desperately hoped that today would be a peaceful occasion. Apparently, his daughter had decided to ignore his wishes. Dane truly had no idea what was happening when bolts of raw lightning materialized near the hall's very ceiling, and in a brilliant flash, a swirling portal ripped open above the terrified guests. The bewilderment of the guests knew no end, as a small figure elegantly flew out from within that portal, a figure who seemingly laughed in the face of the laws of physics, and landed gracefully upon the floor without the slightest bit of trouble. It was none other than Dane's older sister, the magnificent Arabella, and according to her, she was not the least bit late for the party. The guests were still unable to lift their jaws from the polished floor, absolutely stunned that such a young lady could already command teleportation magic. Typically, to manifest even a minuscule gate, a mage had to attain a level of at least 5 chains. Dane felt no admiration for her display of immense power. Instead, he was simply annoyed by how loud and ostentatious she was being. But just as the guests began to regain their composure, a monstrous creature appeared in the sky above, a massive, terrifying wyvern, carrying a rider. It seemed that this time, Lady Claire was the one to terrify the guests. She was clearly in a foul mood, as she was only a single step too late to upstage her sister's grand entrance. As she descended, the guests all around her began to whisper about how they had heard she was a truly brilliant summoner, but no one had ever expected her to command a mighty wyvern at only 16. At last, they were both home once again, and together they stood before their proud parents and younger brother to wish a very happy birthday to their little favored brother, Dane. Following both of their spectacular entrances, Dane's sisters quickly thrust their respective presents towards him, as they wished their beloved little brother a joyous birthday. He sincerely thanked both Arabella and Claire for making the long journey home, despite being so busy with their important studies. The girls were simply thrilled to see their little brother open their gifts. Duke Arcane nearly shed a tear witnessing the preferential treatment his son was receiving. His daughters, after all, had only sent him a simple letter for his birthday. Dane carefully opened the box that Arabella had given him, and inside was a magnificent ring, transformed into a convenient dimensional pouch. She had designed the powerful artifact all by herself. The subspace magic utilized in its creation belonged to the highest possible chain. Arabella's own esteemed professor had applied the magic to the ring. It is a well-known fact just how incredibly difficult it is to imbue subspace magic into any object. Arabella then took the ring, and lovingly took her brother's hand to place it upon his finger. She must have dedicated a great deal of time to designing an artifact that was capable of containing an entire subspace. She had also applied Dane's unique genetic code to the ring, ensuring that no one else could ever use it except for her little brother. It was a truly one-of-a-kind creation. Mommy Lily closely inspected the ring, and noticed a small wave of mana pulsing around the artifact. This indicated that it was crafted using the highest grade of magic stones. Arabella then explained that all Dane needed to do was infuse a small amount of mana into the ring, and the subspace would be immediately established. It was far more convenient than any normal dimensional pouch. That simple fact alone made this an artifact of immeasurable value. As far as Dane could recall, these types of powerful tools were used exclusively by the immensely wealthy. On the battlefield, only the noble-born commanders and the highest-ranking magicians wielded such convenient and immense power. The ring would also grow in size as he became older, perfectly adapting to his body. Dane tried infusing his mana into the artifact, and a shimmering green portal materialized before everyone. Duke Arcane was absolutely stunned to see his son achieve it so effortlessly. Claire, Duke Bout, Thermion, and Layla were all flabbergasted by this radiant display of raw magic. Dane had successfully opened a subspace, even faster than Arabella had managed to do years prior. He was a prodigy. There was absolutely no doubt about it. It would be an absolutely groundbreaking achievement if he could successfully cultivate both a mana core and a powerful mage's circle at the very same time. Following this incredible display of magic, Claire approached her little brother and handed him her own gift. Dane gently opened the present while genuinely thanking his big sister. Within the wooden box lay a strange and peculiar-looking egg, resting gently upon a piece of soft, fine cloth. Confused, he picked up the egg and asked what it could possibly be. Claire panicked and warned him to be extremely careful with it, as it was by no means an ordinary egg. Everyone else in the family was also deeply curious as to what this odd gift was, but Claire chose to reveal its secret only to Dane. She whispered to him that it was a familiar. She had obtained it purely by accident while attempting to summon a Decaron. Claire herself has no idea what will eventually hatch from it, but everyone in the world understands just how precious a familiar can be. Dane tried to imagine what kind of creature this odd egg would grant him. He had certainly heard tales of familiars before. Unlike normal summons, they are a completely different class of entity. A familiar, once summoned, can remain permanently within the real world. Claire insisted that Dane must keep this egg a complete secret until it finally hatches at some point in the future. He solemnly promised that he would do so. All of this secretive whispering between the two greatly irritated Arabella, who was beginning to feel completely left out. As for Claire's instructions, Dane must remember to pour his mana into the egg once every morning, and once again in the evening, so it will recognize him as its master. Lily was just overjoyed that her little boy was receiving such unbelievably incredible gifts. It was a clear testament to how much her children cared for one another. With the gift-giving ceremony finally concluded, Duke Arcane cleared his throat loudly and reminded his daughters to at least greet their parents properly, seeing as they had just crashed the entire party. After informing them they probably wouldn't be able to attend, realizing they had not spoken a single word to their parents since arriving, the two girls awkwardly greeted their waiting father. Duke Arcane was a complete softie when it came to his beloved children, so he didn't truly mind. He was just ecstatic to see his girls once again. Since they had departed to pursue their chosen professions, the girls very rarely returned home anymore, so Duke Arcane was just relieved to see them looking healthy and well. Layla watched the Grease family being so lovingly loud and jovial with each other. From a distance, the little girl could not help but compare her own cold home situation to theirs. Dane noticed her staring intently at them and turned his head. He saw the sudden dip in her mood as she silently turned and walked away. He wondered to himself why she appeared so lonely and so sad, standing in the middle of a lively crowd of nobles. The grand banquet concluded, and the following day arrived. Duke Thermion had decided to stay the night and was now taking a stroll through the Sogur's territory. He could not help but reflect on how unbelievably talented Arabella Sogurs truly was. As was to be expected from the top mage at the entire academy, her talent in the mystical arts was completely unparalleled. The young woman would be the perfect match for Duke Thermion's own son, the academy's most skilled and powerful swordsman. If the houses of Sogurs and Thermion were to combine their might through a strategic marriage between those two prodigies, it would give rise to a new faction that could even rival the power of the imperial family itself. If that were to happen, absolutely no one would dare to interfere with both houses and their children. And so Duke Thermion resolved to bring up the important matter of an engagement between their two eldest children during today's planned conversation with Arcane. On his way to meet with the other Duke, Thermion caught the unmistakable sound of steel ringing nearby. The sound was emanating from the training grounds. Someone must be honing their martial techniques inside at this incredibly early hour of the morning. Of course, it was Dane, polishing his spear skills with the utmost concentration. He had grown quite deadly with the formidable weapon. With years of training under his father and his own insane work ethic, he had long ago become completely combat ready. Dane's level of focus was simply unparalleled. He moved with the sheer fluidity and sharpness of a veteran warrior, gliding across the imagined battlefield, while delivering a multitude of devastating killing blows. He pushed his speed to an even greater limit and kicked the overall intensity up to a higher gear. Finally, his arms became a blur as he unleashed countless spear stabs within a remarkably short amount of time. Curiosity got the better of Duke Thermion, and he ended up secretly observing the boys' training from a distance. He was more than pleasantly surprised by the youngest son of House Sogurs, who was going absolutely berserk in his training. With his own experienced and discerning eyes, he could clearly perceive how incredibly polished Dane's technique was. His precise movements and deep concentration did not seem like those of a mere 7-year-old child at all. Even his simplest stabs were refined to a truly terrifying degree. Everything was executed to such a high standard that even Spearman, who had spent years on the bloody battlefield, could still learn a great deal from him. When Dane finally completed his last brutal sequence, he was left huffing and puffing, gasping for air. Duke Thermion was thoroughly and completely impressed. From beginning to end, what he had just witnessed felt truly impossible. He had heard some rumors about the young Sogur's heir showing incredible talent, even dating back to when he was just a mere infant, but he had always dismissed them as nothing more than exaggerated hearsay. Now, he understood that those rumors were absolutely true. After a brief moment of rest, Dane resumed his intense practice. This time, he focused on his movement and precise footwork. As one of the most powerful swordsmen in the entire land, Duke Thermion could not help but notice that the young boy's stance and footwork bore a striking resemblance to that of a sword master. The Duke began to seriously consider that the boy might have also mastered swordsmanship to an incredibly high degree at such a tender young age. Finally, Dane sensed that someone was observing him from the doorway. He brandished his spear, fully prepared to strike, as he warned whoever was sneakily watching him to reveal themselves, instead of hiding in the shadows. Duke Thermion had become too engrossed and ended up being detected by a child. It was certainly not his proudest moment as a highly skilled warrior. The more he analyzed Dane's precise movements, the more strangely and unsettlingly familiar they felt. He was absolutely certain he had witnessed that exact footwork somewhere before. The Duke had no choice but to reveal himself and offer his apologies to Dane. for intruding on his private training session. He insisted that he was not attempting to do anything underhanded. Upon seeing that the intruder was the great Duke Thermion, Dane felt terrible for having spoken so disrespectfully. Even though he had inhabited his current body for 7 long years now, this man was still the one who had defeated and slain him in his previous life. Remembering his rigorous etiquette training, Dane Sogers formally and respectfully greeted the Duke. Duke Thermion confessed that he had been completely mesmerized by the sight of the Rising Star's early morning training regimen, and he apologized profusely one more time. The young boy held his ground, replying that he was forgiven. The Duke was amused by his audacity to speak as if they were equals. Now that he had a much closer look at young Dane, he noticed that the boy's body showed no signs of physical fatigue or trembling, despite such an incredibly intense training session. When he was that age, he hadn't even managed to form a manicore. The Duke pointed out Dane's exceptionally executed stabbing attack, observing that the boy had clearly inherited Arcane's immense talent with a spear. The spear itself was also a truly well-crafted weapon. Dane formally thanked the Duke for acknowledging his refined technique, and the old man smirked. Not only was this child a lethal soldier, but he also knew precisely what to say in any given situation. In stark comparison, his own son possessed neither such excellent skills nor impeccable manners. When he was only 7, this little detour made Duke Thermion begin to consider arranging a marriage between Layla and Dane as well. So he subtly interjected, mentioning that his daughter had also been training her swordsmanship. He suggested that since they were of a similar age, they should certainly look out for one another once they both entered the academy in the near future. Dane continued to respond with perfect politeness. The Duke admired the young man's incredible forthrightness. Finally, Duke Thermion excused himself from the training hall so as not to disturb Dane's training any further than he already had. But just before he departed from the hall, he still had one more burning question that he wanted to be answered. He wanted to know if the young boy had ever trained in the art of swordsmanship. Dane had made a critical mistake in front of the Duke. His old, ingrained habits must have resurfaced without him even realizing. Given Duke Thermion's incredibly discerning and experienced eyes, it was hardly surprising that he recognized those minuscule habits. In a single glance,
Dane answered
that he had only ever read some textbooks on basic swordsmanship, but had never once formally trained in the discipline. The Duke still found the situation to be quite strange. He sensed something akin to a raw, battlefield instinct within the young boy, but common sense would dictate that an inexperienced child couldn't possibly possess that kind of killer instinct. At last, the Duke ceased his questioning and bid him farewell, and Dane respectfully saw him off. Duke Thermion also extended a formal invitation for him to visit his estate if he ever happened to travel to the capital in the future. The legendary swordsman had developed a personal interest in Dane's prodigious talents. Dane wondered if the man still held any memory of him. Just the thought of defeating the very man who had ended his life before was already causing his blood to pump with excitement. If he could lay a solid foundation and prepare meticulously step by step, he was absolutely certain he could one day surpass the Great Duke. It became one of his ultimate goals to defeat the mighty Bout Thermion in this new life. Continuing with his rigorous training, Dane completely lost all track of time, and Ernan, his personal attendant, had to come and retrieve him. He was constantly observing the young boy from the shadows, always prepared to attend to his every single need. Sensing Hernan's incredibly faint presence, Dane surmised that this man could be talented enough to learn the arts of assassination and stealth. Today, everyone had been extremely busy preparing for the second grand banquet. Some of the esteemed nobles had already started to arrive at their destination. Gathering more than 30 noble families to arrive on the same exact date was proving to be quite difficult. As for Dane's sisters, they had already opened another teleportation gate and had returned to the academy together. It couldn't be helped, as they had their midterm exams approaching soon. For now, it was time for Dane to clean up and dress for the occasion too. He made a mental note to take a much closer look at the gifts his sisters had given him the previous night. Following his intense training session, Dane was attended to by servants and dressed in fine clothes. He entered the grand family hall with his mother and father and began to mingle with the various assembled nobles. Dane had to put his etiquette training into full practice for the entire night. As he schmoozed his way through high society, He was proudly paraded around as the celebrated birthday boy. Everyone's undivided attention was fixed solely upon him. Finally, he managed to slip out of the banquet hall for a moment to breathe. The life of a young noble was an exhausting one indeed. His schedule was even more packed than usual as the birthday boy, but at the very least, he could always find some solace by resting within their breathtakingly beautiful garden. The head gardener had worked tirelessly to cultivate this special place so beautifully. It was the kind of beauty that grants true peace. Dane gazed upon the flowers that were in full, vibrant bloom, exploding with their own unique and stunning colors as countless butterflies danced merrily around them. He recalled his oldest sister, Arabella, lecturing him about how flowers contain the most potent mana found in nature. Since he had a little bit of free time to kill, he figured he might as well attempt to analyze the mana within these flowers. Dane slowly closed his eyes. Without even opening his eyes, he began to truly grasp the complex concept his sister had explained to him. He started to keenly sense the mana residing in the flowers. He had been training in a multitude of different fields all at once, but had not yet seen any noticeable development in his magecraft or his summoning magic. He was having a difficult time choosing which specific fields to devote most of his time to. Possessing too many incredible talents could be quite troublesome. At times like this, our hero was literally suffering from his own success. After spending a few quiet minutes, completely immersed in the natural mana flowing through the garden, he finally managed to see the mana within the flowers. He could not believe that such a small and delicate thing could contain such a massive and rushing flow of potent mana. If one could somehow feel the flow of nature and make it their own, that principle could then settle within the body to form a magic circle. That is precisely what was happening at this very moment. It helped tremendously that his body's innate mana affinity had always been tremendous. He could now clearly perceive something that others could only faintly sense with their elusive sixth sense. Just one single trip to the garden had enhanced his perception of mana by an incredible amount. What he could only faintly see before had now become crystal clear. He was so tantalizingly close to grasping the inner workings of magic when he felt something vital shatter. Meanwhile, two arrogant noble children had also wandered into the garden, bored to tears by the idle chit-chat of the adults in the banquet hall. They were siblings. The older, red-haired one was simply bitter that no one was paying any attention to him, as everyone was constantly talking about the genius Soger's kid. He began to aggressively walk on top of the beautiful bed of flowers, callously destroying them in the process. The red-headed siblings had lost their way within the massive garden, and just so happened to see Dane standing there in a daze. They took one look at his clothes, and mistakenly concluded that Dane must be a common servant, and began to yell at him. He did not take kindly to this disrespectful, arrogant brat. The bastard had the audacity to order him to lead him and his brother to the exit. Dane saw what they were doing to the precious flowers, and yelled at them to immediately stop stomping on the plants. The red-haired brute had the nerve to feel offended for being yelled at. Dane demanded to know why they were ruining the delicate flower bed, instead of using the perfectly good garden paths. The red-haired brute saw that he was small and continued to act obnoxiously. Then came the inevitable flaunting of their family name, as all spoiled noble brats are prone to do. Dane didn't care though. To him, they appeared as nothing more than brutish vandals desecrating his peaceful garden. The red-haired brute did not like being labeled a brute, but he acted just like one, and grabbed Dane aggressively by the collar. He and his brother were the proud sons of Count Turin, and esteemed guests of the castle. Hearing the name of Count Turin triggered a distinct memory from Dane's previous life. That man was the very same noble he had once captured. After a shameful and humiliating defeat on the battlefield, he remembered Count Turin as an incredibly irritating noble, one of those truly insufferable bastards. Based on the repugnant behavior of the brute standing before him right now, the old saying, like father, like son, seemed absolutely perfect. The red-haired brute continued to flex his family's noble name, boasting that they were incredibly famous back in the capital. He even arrogantly bragged that his house could make Dane disappear, without leaving a single trace, so he had better watch his mouth. Dane knew plenty of complete dumbass just like this kid from his past life. He knew that mere words would not penetrate the red-haired brute's thick skull, which was completely filled with hot air. The boy raised his fist, swinging it wildly at Dane, still foolishly believing he was just roughing up a lowly, common servant. Dane had no intention of letting that happen, however. He responded by savagely bashing his head against the red-haired brute's nose, as hard as he possibly could. It was a devastating critical hit that nearly shattered the red-haired brute's sniffer. The little brother worriedly called out to his big brother, and rushed to check on the red-haired brute, who had slumped pathetically to the ground after being hit so hard. Wiping his nose, he saw blood and began to completely freak out, as if he had never once bled in his entire pampered life. When he saw the crimson staining his hand, the red-haired brute's blood began to boil, and he threatened to kill Dane. Finding this threat completely amusing, our boy stood his ground on business, and dared the brat to go ahead and try. The red-haired brute now wanted to repay the blood with more blood. His little brother possessed some sense, and tried desperately to stop his big brother, but the red-haired brute was far too arrogant to ever be stopped. The brute launched a wild punch forward, and Dane nonchalantly dodged it by leaping backward with ease. It was a complete and utter mismatch through and through. Dane was far too slippery and agile for a clumsy amateur. While he allowed the red-haired brute to tire himself out, he observed that the brat's footwork was incredibly sloppy, as if he had never even held a weapon in his entire life. Dane considered the possibility that the bastard might be a mage or a summoner. The desperate barrage of punches relentlessly continued. None of them even came close to touching a single strand of Dane's hair. The red-haired brute's nose continued to bleed profusely, as his already thin patience began to wear out. Dane continued to play with his opponent, utilizing his superior footwork, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Perhaps he could harness the flow of magic he had witnessed in the flower earlier, and incorporate his own powerful will into it. If he could succeed, he should be able to compress that immense force into a physical form. He might as well use this perfect opportunity to test it out in actual combat. The bastard's little brother watched from the sidelines, with his mouth hanging wide open in disbelief. Dane planted his feet firmly on the ground, and began to accumulate magical energy within his hands. He visualized a swirling ball of raw mana, and sent it hurtling directly toward the brat's stomach. The immense force was powerful enough to send the red-haired brute painfully crashing down onto the soft grass, making a complete mess of the concrete path on the way. He screamed in pure agony, his body and his fragile ego completely bruised. The little brother checked on his loser of a big brother, lying pathetically on the flower bed. Dane was far more concerned about the beautiful flower bed he had just ruined than the well-being of the pathetic bastard. But the red-haired brute was surprisingly tenacious. He still had enough gas left in the tank to struggle back to his feet. Seeing that Dane was capable of using magic, the red-haired brute demanded to know who Dane truly was. The little brother continued to try and discourage his big brother, but to no avail. His fragile pride was far too wounded to care about any potential fallout or trouble. The red-haired brute beckoned the mana from within his own body, and began to open some sort of insidious, swirling portal. Dane was surprised to witness this familiar and ominous sight. This type of powerful magic belonged exclusively to summoners. The mana swirled violently and coalesced together, until a translucent, ghostly wolf began to descend towards the ground. The wolf appeared bloodthirsty and predatory, with its menacing, snarling, and razor-sharp fangs. The red-haired brute laughed maniacally as he called out his summon's name, Genpo. He finally introduced himself properly as Dronzer, fully prepared to show Dane the dire consequences of messing with someone of his noble stature. Dane heard the brat order the wolf to tear him limb from limb, but he was completely unimpressed by the mere wolf summon. He certainly felt deeply lacking, as he had grown accustomed to seeing his sister, Claire, summoning truly fearsome beasts, like her mighty wyvern. Dronzer stood at a safe distance as Genpo lunged at the unmoving Dane. He simply looked the wolf directly in the eye and did not budge an inch. Genpo must have sensed that it would suffer a truly horrible fate if it dared to follow through with the ill-advised attack. So the wolf tucked its tail and did a complete 180-degree spin. Its entire aura visibly shifted, as if all of its aggression towards Dane had completely dissipated. The Turin brothers were completely and utterly dumbfounded. Dronzer's pride, his very own summon, had seemingly turned against him. Right now, the big puppy was behaving as though it was completely subservient to Dane. Dronzer screamed at his summon to rip Dane's throat out and end his life, but his desperate orders fell on completely deaf ears. In response, the puppy began to happily wag its tail towards Dane. Sensing no ill will whatsoever from the summoned beast, He had no earthly idea how this bizarre twist of fate came to be. Now that he considered it, even his sister Claire's powerful summons had always shown him affection. Why, even her mighty wyvern would sometimes playfully interact with him. At the time, he had simply attributed it to the fact that he shared blood with their master. But in an unprecedented situation like this, where absolutely no family connection existed, the summoned beast still behaved with such docile friendliness. This could only point to one conclusion: he possessed an unnaturally high favorability with all manner of summoned creatures. Or, Genpo's loyalty to its arrogant bastard of a summoner had simply hit rock bottom. Digran was completely unable to process what was transpiring. He had never once heard of a summon betraying its own master. Dane was simply dominating this conflict on every single front, and he continued to taunt Digran, daring him to make another move. The little brother was now practically begging his elder sibling to end this humiliating spectacle and just accept his defeat, but it was to no avail. Digran's pathetic pride still foolishly demanded that he fight on. But the little brother desperately needed this confrontation to be over. The poor child, caught in the crossfire of his brother's arrogance, had wet himself out of pure abject terror. The little brother cried, and Digran viciously cursed him for being an embarrassment. Dane then added more salt to their already wounded pride by helpfully pointing out the location of the bathhouse in the main castle's basement. Digran seized upon his little brother's accident as an excuse to make his escape. As if he had not already made a complete and utter fool of himself, he then ordered Dane to remain there in the garden. Dane could only stare at the pathetic, retreating loser with utter disgust. Digran didn't even bother to take his summon with him. Our hero remained in the tranquil garden, experimenting with his newly awakened understanding of mana. He decided to practice an intricate technique that Claire had taught him. Some time before, he located the faint, lingering link between that bastard, Digran, and Genpo. He severed that connection and meticulously overwrote the link with his own magical signature. In doing so, the wolf and he were now officially and permanently connected. A boy who had never even attempted a proper summoning ritual had just accomplished this incredibly intricate trick simply by leveraging his immense affinity with summoned beasts. Now, he had truly and officially succeeded as a summoner. Just as he was basking in the glory of his incredible success, Dane heard a horribly familiar and annoying voice seemingly searching for him. It was Digran Turin, the bratty little bastard. He had actually gone and called his daddy, snitching that he was bullied by some random kid in the garden, and was now pointing directly at Dane. The coward had plugged his nostrils to stop them from bleeding, all while whining to his father about being knocked around by Dane, and having the link with his summon severed. The imposing figure, Mage Turin, then strode forward. He introduced himself as the head of the great Turin Count family, one of the capital's most prominent noble houses. With a booming voice, he demanded if Dane had truly disfigured his son's face, and had then forcefully stolen his personal summon. Our hero was not about to back down in front of a pompous pig, so he stood his ground on business and owned up to what he did. He couldn't help but notice that Mage Turin looked considerably fatter now than when he'd captured the swine as a prisoner. This peaceful era was clearly treating him quite well, even though he was a complete and utter disgrace on the battlefield. Mage continued his arrogant posturing, as he asserted that he could not simply let this entire matter pass. Harming his children was an offense that he absolutely could not overlook. The pig persisted with his barrage of demanding and hostile questions, and finally demanded that the boy reveal his true identity. Our hero held his head high, and with perfect formality, introduced himself as Dane Sogers, the youngest son of the legendary Arcane Sogers, the undisputed lord of the south and the head of the great Sogers Count family. Our boy gave them that full epic Game of Thrones intro. This grand introduction completely stunned the trashy father and son duo. They had, without realizing it, offended the goddamn birthday boy himself. They had no idea they were messing with the famed and celebrated rising star of the south. The Duke is utterly bewildered by this completely unexpected encounter with the youngest son of the house of Sogers. Speaking of which, for great noble houses, he recalls being taken prisoner by that warrior Argrick and having no significant achievements during the Great War, leaving every great noble in the land laughing at his failure. But right now he sees this as a perfect opportunity to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He intends to ruin the name of Count Sogers, and then use that as a pretext to demand valuable mining rights. The nobles who once scorned him will soon be bowing before his might. With this scheme in mind, the big-brained fatty turns to our hero, asking if he is the birthday boy. Dane, my guy, just nods his head in response and confirms it without hesitation. The fatty is barely containing his immense frustration, because he most certainly did not come here to celebrate the birthday of some insignificant brat. He then points a finger at his worthless son, Digran, and demands how Dane plans to repay the humiliation he inflicted upon his son. Not only did Dane physically injure his son, who is an honored guest invited by Sogers, but he also stole their precious summon, which is an incredibly grave crime. The garbage son also chimes in, agreeing with his equally garbage father, informing Dane that this will be his very last day. The fatty then also issues a threat to our boy, stating that he will speak with Count Sogers personally, and hold him fully accountable for his son's actions. Dane simply acknowledges what the corpulent man is saying, and adds that before he goes to see his father, he demands that his son apologize to him first. Of course, the chubster starts absolutely fuming out of his mind, demanding to know what in the hell he is talking about, while his son grits his teeth in a fit of rage as well. But Dane makes it abundantly clear that while it is true that he struck his son and indeed harmed him, it was purely in self-defense against a direct threat to his life. Furthermore, he emphasizes that he did not steal their summon. Genpo chose to follow him of its own free will. The trashy son quickly pipes up again, proclaiming that there is no way Genpo would ever do that, and tells his father that Dane is obviously lying. It is then that the father takes a moment to deeply reflect. He recalls hearing that the second daughter of House Sogers is a prodigy of a summoner, so he's sure there is a good chance that girl instructed Dane on how to forcibly sever the link between a familiar and its master. The chubster continues to argue back and forth with our hero, while Dane can't help but feel that this is becoming such a drag. Eventually, Mage decides to calm himself down because after yapping for so long, his jaw is literally beginning to hurt. He tells Dane that he will not scold him any further and decides that they should go and see what Count Sogers has to say about the situation. And with the speak of the devil, the Count himself arrives upon the chaotic scene, accompanied by the great Duke Thermion. Of course, both the trashy son and his equally trashy father are absolutely flabbergasted to see Count Sogers appear, and what is even more mind-boggling for them is that Duke Thermion is here with him as well. As twilight descends, we see the red-headed boy giving his false testimony to the Count, claiming he simply got lost in the garden with his little brother, which is why he merely asked Dane to guide them out. He continues to yap and fabricate more of his story, while Dane stands behind him, completely nonchalant, thinking how his father is actually listening to this idiot's nonsense. I suppose that's not too surprising for him, given how deeply Count Sogers cares about his family and its pristine reputation. He is not the type to be biased towards any one side, even in conflicts involving outsiders. He can always distinguish right from wrong. After concluding his fabricated tale, the red-headed boy wraps up his story by stating that all of a sudden, Dane headbutted him and proceeded to use a weird technique to mock him. He falsely claims that to try and scare Dane off, he called upon his faithful summon, but Dane simply stole his summon from him and tried to attack back. Once Digran has finished his pathetic speech, Mage then steps forward, telling the Count that he only meant to give Dane a stern warning. However, he insists that stealing someone's personal summon is clearly wrong, and he simply cannot allow that particular part to slide. Finally, Count Sogers also raises his voice, letting Mage know that he will not rush to any judgment. After hearing only one side of this particular quarrel, he wants to first hear what Dane has to say, then assess the entire situation before reaching a final judgment. He also reassures the anxious Mage that if he is concerned about any potential biased judgments, then Duke Thermion will also provide his opinion on the matter. The Duke quickly smirks and states that if the matter is this important, then he can certainly handle it. Mage feels immense frustration as his face sweats profusely. He knows for a fact that he is about to get screwed. Getting Thermion involved will only complicate things for him even further, and he does not have a good feeling about it. Count Sogers gives the green light to his son to explain his side of the story, and Dane prepares himself claiming that what Mogard's son had stated was not entirely accurate, but that some parts of it were, in fact, true. He then explains that the flowers they had grown with such great care in their garden were being trampled upon as he pleased. So, he only told Mogard's son to get out of the flower bed, which enraged Mogard's son and instigated the entire fight. Of course, both the fatty and his son are absolutely awestruck. After hearing these brutal and undeniable truth bombs, the son even attempts to deny it by desperately calling Dane a liar. But the Count simply instructs Dane to continue his testimony. So, our hero further clarifies that when Mogard's son summoned Genpo, his direct command was to kill him. He also clarifies once again that he did not steal his summon. Rather, Genpo approached him first, sensing his immense goodwill. The Duke is utterly bewildered to witness how fluently this 7-year-old is, speaking with such incredible grace and a perfect choice of words. Dane, on the other hand, confirms yet again that he never stole anyone's personal summon. Mogard completely loses his composure, stomping his feet on the ground and calling it all complete nonsense. He passionately claims that it is impossible for a summon to submit to someone who is not even a proper summoner. He insists that Dane must have used some kind of shady technique to pull it off, but not surprisingly, Dane informs Mogard that he possesses an innate and powerful affinity with summons, and that a summon that is not close enough with its own master could very well submit to someone like him. As well, Mogard adamantly refuses to believe this claim, while our hero simply states that this is, in fact, the absolute truth. Mogard's face looks as if he's going through some serious constipation, and he just sputters that this kid is simply making things up. The Duke then astutely chimes in, suggesting that they should be able to prove it with a simple summoning. Count Sogers turns to his own son, asking him if he can indeed prove it, to which Dane confidently agrees. Meanwhile, Mogard shoots a menacing death glare at his own son for dragging him into this absolute hot mess, while the bratty son feels completely sure that he is about to be screwed over by his own father, as he has no idea what he will do if he fails to summon Genpo. Once the bratty son attempts to summon his creature, Genpo, he utterly and completely fails, prompting his father to yell at him, just as he had expected. On the other hand, Dane just lets out a confident smirk, thinking about how he has already completely severed the connection. So, of course, there is no possible way the boy could summon Genpo back. Dane then decides to demonstrate himself by summoning Genpo, but he adds that in order to accomplish this, he will require the sign that Mogard's son still possesses. The bratty son becomes enraged, questioning the sheer audacity of Dane demanding his personal sign. He yaps on with a lot of complete nonsense, but Count Sogers sharply cuts him off, reminding him that according to their own confident words, even if Dane were to use the sign, he shouldn't be able to summon Genpo at all. So there is absolutely no harm in simply trying. Mogard sweats, as he now has no other option but to hand over the sign. So he reluctantly instructs his bratty son, Digran, to hand it over to Dane. The red-headed boy nearly teeters on the very brink of tears, but his father just impatiently tells him to hurry it up. Once Dane has the sacred sign clutched in his hand, he starts his mojo, and he also reveals to us that, since the summon sign has the summoner's unique code name engraved upon it, no one else is usually capable of using it. However, Genpo, which Digran had summoned, was imbued with his own mana, so the summon sign is merely a vehicle, and Genpo has already forged a connection with him. As soon as he calls out Genpo's name, the monster appears and begins to affectionately lick his cheeks. The Count and the Duke are both in a state of absolute awe, while Mogard and Digran tremble after being exposed for their blatant lies. The Duke finds the entire event amazing, and wonders if Dane was not also supposed to be learning spearmanship. His proud father confirms this, but admits he is not entirely sure about his son's full abilities either. The Chubster, on the other hand, realizes he is completely screwed, as his entire grand plan has backfired. The Count then turns to face him, demanding if he now acknowledges that Dane was telling the absolute truth. The fatty quickly tries to play the situation cool, laughing it off awkwardly while admitting that they had perhaps mistaken Dane for stealing their precious summon. He also concedes that his son was not truly attempting to kill Dane, and he asks his bratty son if that is not correct. Digran trembles, but nods in agreement with his father, claiming he was only trying to scare Dane off. But our hero is absolutely furious, to see these two bastards trying to weasel their way out of accountability so easily, before the two senior nobles can render their final verdict upon the whole matter. A lady calmly strolls onto the scene, startling every single person present, especially Dane, who is wide-eyed with shock to see Layla arrive. The very moment she saunters onto the scene, she boldly claims that what Digran is saying is not the truth. Her father quickly asks what has brought her here, and she casually responds that she happened to overhear his voice while taking a leisurely walk. Before continuing with the tense conversation, she promptly greets the fatty and the esteemed Count Sogers. The fatty stutters in complete surprise as he attempts to reciprocate her formal gesture. Clearly, he is taken aback by this unexpected encounter with the Duke's own daughter. Count Sogers then quickly gets right to the point and asks her about her claim that Digran had been lying. She confidently confirms that this is true, saying that she had indeed overheard their entire conversation earlier during her walk. Digran starts to completely lose his cool at the terrifying thought of her having heard everything, because that is definitely not good news for his current predicament. She then proceeds to explain all of the juicy and damning details, and my guy can't help but smirk at this unexpected twist that has somehow turned in his favor. A short while later, the fatty tells his trashy son to hurry up and apologize properly to Count Sogers. The son quickly mumbles out that he was in the wrong, but the Count sternly tells him to apologize to Dane instead. Not him. The chubster quickly shoves his son forcefully towards Dane, telling him to apologize to the boy immediately. The bratty son looks extremely uncomfortable and hesitates for a moment before stuttering out a weak and half-hearted "Sorry, Dane." However, our hero is far from being satisfied. He can clearly tell that the apology is completely insincere. It is merely some obligatory, hollow gesture, because his blatant lie got exposed after a third-party witness stepped in. Dane doesn't really want to accept this pathetic, lame apology, but thinking back on all of his past experiences, he ultimately decides to be the bigger person in this situation. Instead of being needlessly stubborn, he decides to show some unexpected generosity. With that thought in mind, Dane accepts the bratty son's apology, and the kid's face immediately lights up with pure happiness. He eagerly thanks our hero for letting him slide. Meanwhile, the fatty of a father also lets out a huge sigh of relief, realizing just how close he was to losing absolutely everything. On the other hand, the Duke, who might just be Dane's future father-in-law, can't help but think how he already knew Dane was a truly special kid. After all, he could have easily been stubborn about the entire situation, considering that the opposing party was so clearly in the wrong from the very start. Finally, the Count makes it clear that since Dane has accepted the apology, there will be no further arguments regarding this particular incident. However, he emphasizes that he had no intention of simply letting this go, especially since Digran had attacked Dane with the intent to kill him. The fatty of a father starts sweating bullets after seeing the Count, so incredibly fired up about the whole situation. As he tries to speak up, the Count commands him to shut his yap and orders him to take his family and leave the castle immediately. This news shakes the fatty's entire world to its very core. If he is thrown out right now, his reputation will be completely shattered, and he is desperate to remain in the castle, no matter what it takes. He desperately grabs onto the Count's hand and begins to beg pathetically for his forgiveness, claiming that he will do anything that Sogers asks of him, but he just wants him to forgive him for this one single transgression. But the Count quickly yanks his hand away, making it crystal clear he has absolutely no use for the fatty. He informs him that soldiers will be arriving very shortly to officially escort him from the premises. With that, he starts to storm out of the scene with his son in tow, leaving the fatty behind, who is desperately begging for forgiveness. Sogers also tells Duke Thermion that it is time for them to go, and the Duke promptly calls for his little girl as they begin to walk away. As they stroll off, Dane turns his head back to look at them, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction that they are getting what they deserve. After all, they were the ones who started this whole entire mess, so it is only fair that they now reap what they have sown. In any case, he learned something very important today, which is that his father can be quite terrifying when he is in angry mode. Duke Thermion then asks him if it is true that he defeated that bratty son of Mogard's with a mana bullet, and Dane quickly confirms that he did. The Duke then can't help but point out just how talented Dane is, not only in the art of spear fighting, but also in the arts of summoning and magic. It is a truly outstanding feat, and he is absolutely certain that history has never seen such talent before. The proud father flashes a wide grin, saying that he is also incredibly proud to have such an exceptional son. Meanwhile, Dane is just happily soaking up all of the praise, while Layla is freaking out, struggling to believe what she is currently hearing. Duke Thermion then points out that while raw talent is one thing, Dane is also an incredibly calm individual. Most children tend to get agitated and flustered during fights, and they stubbornly insist that they are always in the right. But Dane doesn't behave like that at all. The Duke has absolutely no doubt that this boy will grow up to be a fine man. The father quickly gives Dane a gentle and affectionate pat on the head, saying that it is far too early to tell for sure. They will simply have to wait until he is all grown up to see how things ultimately turn out. He also points out that it is all thanks to Layla that the entire incident was resolved so peacefully. Without her crucial testimony, things could have turned really ugly. Once Duke Thermion hears this praise, he is quite surprised that Sogers holds such a positive view of his daughter, Layla. He does not allow this perfect opportunity to go to waste, and he tries to downplay her actual role in the entire incident. He suggests that if the Count acknowledges her so highly, then perhaps they should begin discussing their children's marriage. Of course, Sogers is startled to hear this suggestion, and he can see just how eager the Duke is to marry off his daughter. To expertly dodge the bullet, he quickly shifts the entire conversation, noting that the sun is already beginning to set, and it is almost time for the evening's grand banquet. With that, he quickly bolts from the scene, telling them that he will meet them later in the main hall. Thermion then also tells his daughter to take her time. In heading back with Dane, he then quickly starts to run after the Count, mentioning that he wishes to have a little chat with him, leaving the two young kids behind together. As they walk, Layla turns to our hero and asks him why the summon ignored its own summoner and chose to obey him instead. She claims she has seen famous summoners duel many times in the capital, but has never once witnessed anything like what happened today. Dane simply shrugs and admits he is not entirely sure either. It just kind of happened. Of course, Layla pouts, clearly annoyed to see that Dane is intentionally hiding the truth from her, even though she was the very one who helped him get out of that huge mess. But my guy remains completely nonchalant, and reminds her that he also helped her, bringing up the time when he assisted her with her flawed swordsmanship. Layla thinks back to that particular moment, and reluctantly agrees that he is indeed right. Finally, Dane decides that since they have each helped the other once, they can do so again in the future. He tells her that she is free to ask him for anything right now. The girl's face perks up with pure excitement as she exclaims that she wants to learn it from him right now. Dane is startled by her sudden impatience and wonders what could possibly be so urgent for her to learn. He asks her what it is that she wishes to learn, and she quickly tells him to teach her how to use a mana bullet. Dane asks her why she is so incredibly eager to learn the mana bullet, and Layla quickly responds that she wants to grow stronger and faster. She hopes to form at least 2 powerful mana cores before entering the academy. Dane wonders why she is in such a desperate rush, since she is still so young. He gets the answer to his confusion as soon as she reveals that she wants to grow up as quickly as possible in order to make her mother happy. Her mother loves her a great deal, and Layla is certain that becoming stronger would make her incredibly proud. Hearing her mention her beloved mother, Dane then recalls hearing the adults talk about Countess Thermion being bedridden with illness. With that in mind, I guess he has no other choice but to help her. Layla bursts into a happy little dance, and declares that she is ready to start her training tomorrow, though she would not mind at all starting her training from tonight, especially since she is not sure how long she is going to be staying here. In the Grand Mansion, Dane just shakes his head and tells her that she can begin her training whenever she wants. He assures her that once she understands the fundamental flow of magic, learning the mana bullet technique will not be too difficult for her. Layla then eagerly asks what he will want in return for teaching her. Dane falls completely silent, which makes it pretty clear that the request he has in his own mind will not be as simple as just showing someone how to use magic bullets. The scene then transitions back to the bustling banquet hall, where the guests are whispering and murmuring amongst themselves about that fat father, Turin. They have all heard that Count Turin was kicked out of the castle, and they are all wondering what he possibly could have done to deserve that. Some of the guests mentioned that Turin's eldest son had caused some kind of major incident by foolishly picking a fight with the young master, Dane, and ended up getting thoroughly taught a lesson. They all chuckle amongst themselves, highly amused at the very thought of the fat cat coming all the way here, only to be publicly humiliated and embarrassed. Word has also spread that the young Master Dane is an outstanding summoner. One guest wonders aloud if that means that the Soger's house will now be a prestigious house of summoners. However, another guest chimes in, saying that is not all. Young Master Dane is also capable of using powerful magic, which is something that they are having a very hard time believing. We then see this large, mustachioed man introducing himself to Dane as Baron Open. He asks our young hero if he happens to know anything about the Great Open Territory, located in the east. Dane humbly bows his head in a show of respect and replies that he has heard. The territory is famously known for its delicious grilled trout and beautiful sapphires. The man laughs heartily, while admitting that Dane is absolutely correct. He goes on to proudly say that the open houses, trout and sapphires are the very best on the entire continent. He then shoves his own daughter forward, saying that he had almost forgotten to introduce her. The young girl steps forward and introduces herself as Sylvia Open, and politely greets him. Dane is visibly startled to see her, and nervously reciprocates her gestures, giving his own name in return. I have absolutely no clue why he is so nervous around her, but it certainly looks like we are about to find out very soon. She dashes towards him with a mischievous look plastered on her face, and whispers that she has heard that he is the one who will be inheriting House Ogres in the future. Dane fumbles, giving out an unsure response, and Sylvia enthusiastically tells him to stop feigning his ignorance. She claims that she has heard he is talented in a great many ways, and she bluntly tells him that she will be under his care from now on, especially since there is a strong possibility they might become family in the near future. And there it is. Dane's nervousness around her now makes complete and total sense. This young girl is just far too direct, and she did not even hesitate for a single second. Right at that very moment, Layla joins the unfolding scene, while Sylvia is still in the middle of shaking hands with Dane. Not surprisingly, Sylvia is startled to see a potential rival appear, while Layla is practically throwing daggers towards our poor hero, with her sharp eyes, demanding to know who this strange lady is. Sylvia recognizes Layla immediately and greets her with a warm smile, introducing herself as the eldest daughter of the Baron Open. Layla attempts to reciprocate with a formal gesture, but the sheer anger on her face makes it clear that she is far from happy. Even though she claims it's nice to finally meet Sylvia, the two young ladies exchange forced smiles that are practically dripping with murderous killing intent. Watching them intently reminds Dane of a distant memory, and he can tell that both of these girls are absolutely ready to throw down. Eventually, Layla grabs his hand and states that she will be borrowing him for now, since they already had a prior appointment. She shoots him a menacing death glare as she asks if he remembers their plans. Of course, poor Dane has absolutely no clue what she is talking about, but he agrees to it anyway, apologizing to Sylvia and promising that they will talk again later. Sylvia forces a polite smile and tells him that they will definitely talk again later. As Layla leads Dane away, Sylvia can't help but feel intensely annoyed that this girl just took him right from her very hands. Layla, on the other hand, still has not simmered down in the slightest either. She is absolutely annoyed at the sheer audacity of that other girl trying to take Dane away from her. Dane finds himself startled under Layla's intense, piercing gaze. He can't help but lament that the darling daughter of the great duke, who holds the second most power in the capital after only the emperor, is no match for the young lady of the Eastern Baron. So it is really no surprise that Sylvia just gave up so easily. Once Dane and Layla are finally outside, she starts to grill him about his connection to the girl, Sylvia. She wonders if there is a chance that he might become engaged to her. But my guy quickly dismisses any such potential relationship, insisting that they were just formally greeting each other. Layla's face lights up at the thought, and even Dane can see her entire mood shift in an instant. After walking for just a short while, they finally arrive at the secret, hidden spot that only Dane knows about. He is completely confident that they will not be bothered by anyone here. As soon as they step inside this clandestine and hidden place, Layla's face lights up, and she begins doing a little happy dance, completely thrilled to see such a beautiful and secluded location. She is also immensely relieved that no one will know if they do anything here. Dane agrees with her, saying that she is absolutely right. This is an absolutely great place to conduct their training. But before they begin their practice session, He wonders if she has ever truly felt mana before. Layla admits that she has, but just a little bit, though it is not nearly enough to form a proper mana core. She mentions that she has tried to intake mana by breathing it in. Her explanation reminds Dane that she is not at the crucial emission stage yet. His senses were honed in the brutal crucible of the battlefield, so he's astounded a prestigious ducal house would teach such a raw, primal method. He resolves to begin with a more fundamental principle. He explains that the first gate to mastery is to perceive the mana she absorbs. Layla appears utterly bewildered by this concept, so Dane clarifies that to expel mana, to truly command it, she must first learn to control the torrent of power residing within her. The most crucial element of this is pure imagination. He commands her to shut out the world, to look inward, and to visualize the energy swirling deep within her very core. However, after several moments of intense concentration, she makes the attempt, but absolutely nothing transpires. Dane can tell from the expression on her face that she failed to fully grasp his instructions. Layla tries once more with all her might, but again, nothing happens. Growing frustrated, she cries out to Dane, demanding to know why it isn't working. Dane calmly reassures her that this is perfectly normal for a first attempt, and urges her to concentrate her focus once more. Meanwhile, Count Sogers is secretly observing the two young prodigies. He can't suppress the wave of pride, seeing his son already mentoring another, even though he himself is still so incredibly young. It truly solidifies his belief that Dane has matured immensely. Just then, Duke Thermion silently appears behind Sogers and asks him, "What in the world do you think you're doing here?" Sogers' heart nearly leaps out of his chest from the sudden question. But the Duke quickly tells him there's no need to be so startled, and then asks if he is watching the two young lovebirds, enjoying some precious, private time together. Count Sogers raises a confused eyebrow and demands what exactly he means by lovebirds, and besides, how did he even manage to find this secluded place? The Duke chuckles at the notion that the Count was actually attempting to hide from him here. He then reminds his old friend, Sogers, that he did a rather sloppy job of sneaking around, especially since his own wife is the Empire's most legendary assassin. Poor Sogers has no idea what to say after being caught red-handed, sneaking about, while the Duke playfully admonishes him, reminding him that if the castle's very own lord goes around peeping on others' affairs, people will undoubtedly speak ill of him. Naturally, the doting father becomes quite annoyed, and defensively states that he was simply following his son. The Duke lets out a chuckle upon hearing this, and can't resist, pointing out that he, too, was simply following his own daughter. It turns out both of these mighty fathers are hopeless. They now stand there side by side, behaving like a couple of curious teenagers, peering intently at their children's interactions, as if they were spying on young maidens outside a school gate. Meanwhile, back with the young prodigies, Dane activates his subspace storage ring, and the girl is completely captivated, amazed that he already possesses such a rare and powerful artifact. When Dane reveals that his eldest sister crafted it for him, and gifted it to him for his recent birthday, Layla begins to feel a pang of jealousy. Unlike him, her own older brothers stopped paying any attention to her the moment they departed for the academy. He then retrieves a large mirror from the dimensional storage, and the girl casually asks what they intend to do with it. He explains he brought it along just in case it might be helpful. It is far easier to visualize something while looking at a reflection, rather than relying on one's imagination alone. He instructs the curious girl to position herself before the mirror, so that she can have a complete view of her own form. The girl quickly gets into position in front of the mirror, and once again begins the magical breathing exercise. This time, Dane can tell that she is being absolutely serious. She takes in a deep, steadying breath, while both doting fathers silently crouch down on the ground, crouching low behind the foliage like common spies. The Duke can't help but observe that Layla seems to have taken a real liking to Dane. Sogers asks if that is truly the case, and the Duke explains that it is so. He says it's incredibly unusual for Layla to get along with someone so easily. Sogers wonders if that is really the truth, since she has always seemed like such a bright child. Duke Thermion falls silent for a moment before speaking again, saying that she is only bright on the outside, and he cannot say the same for what lies deep inside. He clarifies that after her brothers departed for the academy, her beloved mother became tragically bedridden, so they have not been able to be together like they were before. This tragic situation has made it very difficult for her to open up to others, and that is what has been happening. The Count points out that if he is already aware of all this, then why does he always act so cold and distant towards his daughter? Thermion is genuinely touched that the Count would notice such a thing, and admits that he is doing it intentionally. He explains that when he was raising his sons, he showered them with affection, and they grew up to be spoiled rotten. But Sogers firmly reminds him not to assume that Layla will end up in the same way. She would be deeply hurt if she ever found out. And now, it all makes sense why she asked Dane for help instead of her own father. Thermion then points a finger accusingly at his friend, teasing him about still being a nag just like in the old days. But the Count quickly retorts, asking when he ever did that, especially since everything he said is the absolute truth. The Duke then changes the subject entirely, asking when he intends to send his son to the capital city. He suggests that if he does decide to send him over, the ducal house will wholeheartedly open its grand doors and allow him to stay within the magnificent ducal castle. Sogers falls quiet and glances back towards his young son, and after witnessing him looking so happy, he simply states that he will do as Dane wishes. He is completely free to choose his own path, just like his older sisters. We also notice that Miss Sogers is watching both of the doting fathers, clearly embarrassed by how shamelessly they are peeking around. But eventually, a fond smile graces her lips, realizing that the immense love they have for their children holds a strange and powerful sway over them. She decides not to ruin the sweet moment and pretends she saw nothing. Back with the two young prodigies, Layla thanks Dane for his help and calls him a true genius. She confesses that although the world hails her as a prodigy, she feels like a complete novice standing in his immense shadow, while Dane nonchalantly glances around to confirm if both fathers have quietly departed. He assures her that this is merely the very beginning, and that she will undoubtedly grow much stronger as well. She then asks him if he plans on going to the academy, since it is the only place where all of the Empire's geniuses congregate. To that, he replies that he is not yet certain, and he is not yet convinced that he needs to go there, since he can become incredibly strong just by training on his own. The girl begins to chastise him for his narrow way of thinking, and reminds him that attending the academy solely for studying is not its only purpose. It is the gateway to forging his own noble faction, and it's the absolute best way to build connections from a very young age. Dane is amazed that she is actually quite sharp for a 7-year-old, and truly understands how the real world operates. He finally concedes to her argument, stating he is already aware of that, but he's just not particularly interested in attending the academy yet. There is a mountain of ancient tomes he hasn't yet read in the library, and he still has a great deal to learn from his powerful parents. Layla acknowledges that his point is true, but asks if he doesn't want to interact with other children his own age, especially since she heard that his older sisters are both currently attending the academy as well. It seems like Dane is running out of arguments against her persistence, so he tries to simply brush her off by saying that he is considering going sometime in the future if he ever feels like it. She then tells him to visit her family's house once. He finally decides to journey to the capital, and that is how they made a promise to meet again. Speaking of their next meeting, she remembers to ask him when he plans to make his request. Now that he has successfully taught her how to use mana bullets, he simply shakes his head and states that he will tell her when he journeys to the capital. This news completely shocks her, and she lets out a screeching roar of disbelief. She is probably just shocked that he is going to the capital after all. At last, the day of her departure finally arrives. As Layla's grand carriage begins to roll down the long road, Dane gazes at a stone-like object resting in his hand, an object that was given to him by his future father-in-law. The scene flashes back to that very moment, when the Duke presented him with this mysterious artifact. When Dane asks him what it is, the father-in-law replies that it is his birthday present, and that he hopes he will like it. He further reveals that the symbols of their great Thermion house are vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith, and the entire history of their house began with their great progenitor, who was a legendary blacksmith. Thanks to him, their house possesses the finest forge in the entire empire. In fact, it is the greatest forge on the whole continent. All of the legendary Thermion-made weapons that protect the empire were meticulously crafted within that very forge. Of course, our hero already knows all of this because according to his past knowledge, all of the rarest ores in the world can be found within that forge, and all sorts of mystical, powerful weapons and artifacts are created in the greatest forge on the entire continent. The father-in-law then reveals that If Dane ever presents this insignia at the Great Forge, they will create any weapon of his choosing for him. That's when we finally understand that this rock-like object is, in reality, an insignia, a certified token that proves the honor and skill of whoever holds it. Count Sogers is absolutely flabbergasted when he sees the Duke giving away such a priceless and rare insignia, something that even the imperial family itself desires. The Duke simply pats his future son-in-law on the head and tells him to grow well and always help his father. His potential wife waves a final, fond goodbye to him, and that is how they finally part ways. In the present moment, his mother crouches down beside him, and after seeing his dejected expression, she asks him if he is sad that they have now left. He admits that he is, saying that she was practically his very first friend. His mother reassures him that once he journeys to the capital, he will be able to meet her again, and will have become even more handsome, which will surely impress her greatly. Well, I suppose his mother is probably right, since he cannot remain here forever, and he will have a great many opportunities to see her again in the future, so he wishes her well until they finally meet again. Meanwhile, as the Duke travels within his opulent carriage, his mind remains completely occupied with thoughts of young Dane. He finds it incredibly strange that every time he looks at him, he is strongly reminded of that fallen warrior, Argrick, who displayed the raw ability of a triple-class warrior at such a young age. He is certain that if Argrick were somehow still alive, he could have become one of the legendary hexaclass knights of the powerful Draenic Empire. That is why he hopes to see young Dane again, once he has grown even stronger. A few days later, we see our hero sitting alone before the mysterious egg. He has been diligently feeding it his mana every morning and every evening, and is now wondering if it is still too early for it to finally hatch. This egg holds within it a mysterious and powerful familiar, and even if someone is not a true summoner, they can instill the egg with their own unique mana, and imprint themselves as the master long before it hatches. This would allow them to control a summon that usually only sticks around on a temporary basis. He knows that the quality of his mana must match that of his familiar, and there are probably many other tricky conditions that have not yet been properly fulfilled. He has heard tales that some of these eggs never hatch because their specific conditions are never truly met, so he desperately hopes that is not the case here. Even though he varies the flow and strength of his infused mana, there is still absolutely no reaction from it. After putting in a great deal of effort, he once again places the egg back in its box, thinking that he is just being far too greedy, by hoping he would succeed in a single attempt. Suddenly, the butler appears at the gate, asking Dane if he is now ready. At that very instant, the egg begins to react and starts to make noises. Dane quickly rushes back towards the mysterious egg, absolutely certain that he just heard something. The butler also bursts into the room, asking about the strange noise. Dane tells him to wait just a moment while he checks the egg first. However, once again, he finds himself completely disappointed. He realizes he was just excited over absolutely nothing, because he cannot feel anything different coming from it. The butler asks if the egg had shown a reaction, to which Dane replies no, saying that he must have just imagined. Once he finally arrives at the training hall, he decides to practice his swordsmanship first. After witnessing his absolutely perfect movements, the butler is both incredibly happy and excited. He claps his hands as he asks since when he had learned swordsmanship. Dane simply brushes the question off, saying he just wanted to swing the sword around for a little bit. The butler showers him with immense praise, calling him a prodigy who is even immensely talented with the sword. As he gazes upon the blade, Dane reflects on how learning to use a new weapon, like the mighty spear, was fun, but he had also longed to draw a sword. Sadly, he had not been able to hold a sword during all of that time, since his father always watched him so very closely. Thankfully, he is relieved that he has not lost his touch with it. The butler quickly dashes off to retrieve some snacks, and returns with an entire tray filled with delicious delicacies, telling Dane to munch on something before diving back into his grueling training regimen. Meanwhile, we zoom in on the powerful Count Sogers, who is staring out of a grand window, completely lost in his own thoughts. He's been feeling a bit worn out from throwing this banquet every single year, but at least he has learned through this banquet that a great many nobles are paying close attention to the South. Most of them are eager to forge a good and strong relationship with him, which is a nice change of pace ever since the Great War wrapped up. The South has been sitting quite pretty, with its wonderful warm climate, and all the luxurious resources that nobles simply cannot resist. So perhaps their interest should have been obvious from the very beginning. Still, even with all of this newfound interest, it pales in comparison to the attention that Dane is now receiving. You see, the conflict with the eldest son of Count Turin was something far beyond Sogers's wildest expectations. But Dane handled the entire situation with immense maturity. He calmly and logically laid out all of the facts in front of the adults, which was incredibly impressive. And he even confidently proved his own prodigious talent. He can't help but think that his son is just a bit too mature for his young age. Sometimes he wishes that Dane would act a little more like the other kids and just let loose a little bit. As the clock ticks closer to the training hour, he knows it is time for him to head to the training hall. He pulls out the legendary and powerful spear, Dragon Tail, and decides to have Dane swing it around a bit today. But as soon as he steps onto the grounds with the spear in hand, he freezes in place when he spots Dane swinging a sword instead. Now he is incredibly curious as to why he is using the sword. His mind flashes back, and he is convinced that Damn Duke must have said something to him. Otherwise, there is no possible way Dane would be wielding a sword. After all of that dedicated spear training, he just stands there silently, watching his son pull off all of these cool stunts with the sword. Seriously, Dane looks like he knows exactly what he is doing. The sheer strength he is displaying is something even seasoned, and veteran sword fighters would have a hard time matching. This makes his father wonder, since when did he manage to learn all of this? But one thing is for absolutely sure, that Dane is definitely and incredibly talented with a sword, too. He finally calls out to his beloved son, asking just when he learned all of those impressive moves. Well, it appears that Dane's long-held secret is finally out of the bag, so he decides that it is probably best to tell his dad the whole truth. He admits that he didn't actually learn any of it. Hearing this only leaves his father even more completely perplexed, leaving him to wonder if this is yet another hidden talent of his. He starts to think out loud about how Dane already knows spearmanship, magic, the art of assassination, summoning, and now swordsmanship as well. He adds that if he were anyone else, he would not believe that a child could show talent in all of these fields. Then he asks Dane if he is curious about the world beyond their castle walls. Dane looks a little bit confused, not really sure what his dad is trying to get at. His father then tells him that if he wishes to explore what's out there, then he should absolutely go for it. He genuinely believes that this country might be far too small for his son's vast and immense talent, and if he remains cooped up here, he will be the one who is truly missing out. Dane feels a sudden wave of sadness wash over him as he realizes his father has finally come to terms with the fact that he cannot hold on to him here forever. So he finally says that he would be glad to learn about the world outside. His dad smiles at this and quickly gets to the point, telling him that it is finally time to prepare his son to venture out into the real and dangerous world. He admits that it is a bit bittersweet to see his son go, but he knows that he must respect Dane's own desires. Then, he presents the legendary spear to him, saying he has brought something extra special for him today. It doesn't take long for Dane to realize exactly what it is, and his dad clears up any lingering doubts he might have by reminding him that this is the legendary Dragon Tail, the very same spear that reacted to him on his first birthday. He extends his hand, encouraging young Dane to take it. The very moment Dane picks up the mighty spear, it begins to react, and he can feel an incredible surge of raw power coursing violently through the ancient weapon. His dad lets out a chuckle, saying it is reacting far stronger now than when he was just 1 year old. And honestly, who could possibly blame him for feeling that? He then proudly informs his son that he plans to make him master the spear before he heads out, so he had better be ready for it. He promises Dane that one day, Dragon Tail will truly be his. But first, he must grow strong enough to wield it properly. With immense pride, Dane eagerly promises to work hard and to honor his father's teachings. Later on, back in the quiet of his room, Dane's mind is buzzing with a multitude of thoughts about the outside world. He has always been incredibly curious about it, even during those long and arduous days on the battlefield. As a common soldier, all he had ever truly known was war, setting up a new camp, meticulously cleaning his weapons, eating bland, tasteless food, and gearing up for the very next battle. The only escape was the war's conclusion or his own death upon the battlefield. And in truth, it felt as though those were his only two destinies. But now, with the incredible chance to live a normal life ahead of him, he can hardly begin to imagine what life outside the battlefield could possibly be like. Still, as the new Dane, He knows that he must embrace this golden opportunity. He has absolutely no clue how his prodigious talents will be utilized, how the outside world will ultimately accept him, or what he can achieve out there. But for the very first time, he now has the chance to travel, to explore, and to accomplish anything he truly sets his mind to. At first, all he ever wanted was to remain here and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to his father's insightful question, his entire mindset has shifted and he has finally made up his mind to venture out into the unknown. And he is feeling incredibly excited about the prospect. Just as he is deeply pondering all of this, his mother quietly pops into his room, which leaves him startled for just a brief moment. He asks her when she had entered his room, and this crazy assassin of a lady reminds him that he was so deep in thought that he didn't even hear her come to the door and knock. I can tell with absolute certainty that she is blatantly lying, given that she is an assassin and likely snuck into his room quietly. She then asks him if he is truly curious about the outside world, outside of the country, and he responds to her positively, saying his dad had mentioned it would be a complete waste of his talent to stay here. After thinking about it for a moment, he admits that he is curious about the outside world as well. He then starts to sincerely apologize to his dear mother, but she embraces him warmly, saying there is nothing at all to apologize for. He reminds her that his older sisters are not currently here, and he is worried about leaving for the outside world as well. The lady reassures him that she is perfectly fine with it, because she knows just how amazing his incredible talents truly are. She adds that even if he did not want to go, the vast outside world would eventually call out to him. She admits that it would be wonderful if he could stay longer with his mother, but the world will simply not allow him to do that. So she encourages him to go out and chase after what he truly wants to do. He promises that even if he does end up leaving home, he will return often to tell her everything he sees in the wide world. His mother thanks him and then says that it looks like she finally needs to teach him some things before sending him out into the dangerous and unforgiving world, just like his father is about to start teaching him. As he wonders aloud what kind of teaching she could possibly be talking about, his mother excitedly babbles on about teaching him everything related to the art of assassination. She goes on and on about all of the deadly skills and knowledge she possesses, and Dane can't help but think that this is going to lead to some seriously exhausting days ahead before he even sets one foot outside the castle walls. All in all, she tells him that she will be teaching him a ton of new things, and he assures her that he will do his absolute best to learn them all. As he looks at her, he can't help but think about how he will get special, private lessons from his mother, lessons that are completely filled with love. Many years have now passed, and the scene then transitions to the southern region of the mighty Althean Empire, the Sogur's County, a place renowned for its warm climate and abundant natural resources. This very place has become a true cornerstone of the entire empire, helping them to remain strong during the brutal war. Thanks to the magnanimous rule of Count Sogurs, it is a region that is filled with peace and genuine warmth. Finally, with the Great War having come to an end, the few small remaining rebel forces have all been captured, bringing about an era of lasting peace for every single person. On a bright and sunny day, people are buzzing with excited chatter about how the young Master Dane visited one of the local shops recently. They can't stop talking about how the shopkeeper's eldest daughter literally fainted when she laid eyes on him. The ladies gossip amongst themselves, saying that he is becoming more and more handsome with each passing day, and they wish they could catch a mere glimpse of his face at least once. There is even a rumor floating around that he is still currently single, which gives them a small glimmer of hope. But one friend quickly reminds them that he is only 14 years old and tells her friend to stop drooling over an underage boy. One of the ladies then mentions that there are other rumors, stating Dane doesn't seem like a 14-year-old at all. He is already as tall as the great Count Sogurs himself. Some even say that he could easily be mistaken for a 20-year-old man. Alright, enough of all the local gossip, and let's see for ourselves how our hero has grown. For that, we now transition to the outskirts of the Sogur's County, an area that is infused with ancient and powerful magic, known famously as the Forest of the Last Days. Here, Dane is currently on a special mission assigned by his mother, the legendary Lily Sogurs. We catch a brief glimpse of him holding a spear in one hand, and in the other, some kind of cloth, possibly a map or some other important item. I am not entirely sure. Whatever it may be, he has already managed to figure out his course. with just a mere 3 hours remaining before the sunset. He knows that he must escape from this forest before the sun goes down. He immediately begins his perilous journey, leaping through the dense forest with the agility of a master ninja. The most crucial part of this entire mission is not getting caught by his awaiting enemies. During this specific time, Dane must expertly dodge the various traps and nests set up by his mother and successfully escape from this dangerous forest, which is filled with all sorts of other unforeseen dangers. After leaping around for a considerable while, he finally lands silently back on the solid ground. He takes in a long, deep breath, soaking in the very air and the latent energy of his surroundings, holding it for a moment before slowly letting it all out again. Once he prioritizes his stealth and assimilates himself with his surroundings, he begins to notice a network of hidden traps revealing themselves. Right now, he spots these incredibly thin, nearly transparent strings that are crisscrossing throughout the entire area. He knows that all of these devious traps will activate the very instant he touches any of these strings. It is a very basic and simple mechanism, but that is also precisely what makes it the most dangerous. But thankfully for him, this one particular trap looks easy to disarm. A horde of rat-like monsters quickly pop up within the clearing, and as soon as they spot Dane standing there, they do not waste a single moment before lunging at him to attack. It turns out that this is an entire pack, and he definitely was not expecting them to show up here at all. What is even more concerning to him is that the entire pack is charging directly at him at a pretty scary speed before they hit the tripwires and trigger the deadly traps. He knows he needs to deal with them all very quickly, but then he suddenly hesitates, because touching one of the traps accidentally could be even more dangerous. Still, there is absolutely no time to waste and he needs to get out of here. He starts to dash away from the scene, and as soon as the rats finally trigger the traps, razor-sharp needles spring out from all directions, catching all of those unfortunate rats that had fallen for the setup. It seems as though luring the rats into the trap was a part of his plan all along, and he is relieved that they fell for it. This has saved him the trouble of having to deal with them all directly. But then, he spots one particular rat that is not yet dead. After closing the remaining distance, the monstrous creature leaps directly at him. Dane continued going toe-to-toe with the remaining Roosevelt beast. He struggled to keep up with the vermin's speed, as it almost matched his own. The overgrown rat slammed on the brakes and pivoted for another vicious attack. This time, it decided to use its long-range weapon, spitting out a bizarre and unknown substance from its gaping mouth. Dane carefully and quickly assessed the situation as the substance homed in on him. He did not have any idea what it was, but the vile substance certainly felt extremely dangerous. He spun his spear with masterful skill and effectively dispelled the attack. The young man gritted his teeth, as he knew he could not afford to waste any more of his precious time fighting this chunky and disgusting rat. Defending would only cost him more time, so it was finally time to turn the tables and unleash his own attack. A brilliant blue aura started to coalesce around his entire body as he completely locked in on his fleeing target. With a viciously swift and deadly chain of moves, Dane displayed his truly impressive Spearman technique. He moved his body with complete freedom in the air, while flawlessly tracking the desperate enemy's every position. This resulted in the Roosevelt's head being completely sliced in half, with a single clean cut. Dane did not even bother to look back at the bloody result of his attack. He just bolted out of there and continued on with his perilous mission. By the time the sun had set, he had finally reached the end point of the grueling trial. He was now thoroughly and completely exhausted, huffing and puffing for air as he tried his best not to vomit. At least he had finally managed to escape the treacherous forest and all its horrors. Suddenly, he felt a ferocious and powerful presence emerging from the woods, and he worried that his desperate struggle was not yet finished. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet and regretted letting his guard down to rest. Just as he was about to confront this new and mysterious presence, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was just his mother, Lily. She had intentionally leaked her immense presence to test how Dane would react, and he had passed with flying colors. Also, his total runtime, traversing the entire perilous forest, was 3 hours and 30 minutes, even faster than Lily's own personal record. She had been secretly watching him the entire time. A good mother can't just leave her precious child alone in such a dangerous place. After all, Lily knew better than anyone else just how incredibly talented her son truly was. But as a loving mother, it's a little bit different. And through this brutal trial that Dane had practically aced, Lily could not find a single solitary fault in his survival skills. lovingly, and declared that he might get scouted as a legendary assassin. At this incredible rate of his improvement, to commemorate his triumphant and successful run, Lily unsheathed her most prized possession as the Empire's greatest assassin, her personal dagger. She reckoned that the legendary weapon would suit her son better now. From this day forward, Dane would be the new owner of the Night Horn. Lily joyfully passed on the legendary weapon to her beloved boy, as she would no longer be using it in her retirement. The Night Horn was forged from the mysterious and rare ethereal ore that could absorb the very elements of any given object. If he so wished, he could even use it to store all the deadly poisons in the world. By doing so, he could mix and absorb any poison for his own deadly use. Dane sincerely thanked his mother for such a precious and meaningful inheritance, and he solemnly swore to treat the Night Horn with the utmost care. This also officially marked the end of his assassin training from his dear mom. Just as they were preparing to depart and head back to their home, the mother and son duo heard a horrifying, guttural scream coming from nearby. It seemed to have originated from the very depths of the dark forest. So, they decided that they must go and investigate. We then jump forward in time to a few days later, inside the formidable walls of the Sogers County Annex Tower. Within one of the opulent guest rooms, a man awoke, coughing and screaming in abject horror. He possessed long, flowing white hair and a matching beard, and he appeared to be utterly and completely confused. The mysterious old man desperately struggled to catch his breath. After being forcefully awoken from his deep slumber, he finally gazed around the lavish room and wondered where in the world he was. The very last thing that he could remember was foolishly consuming a mushroom in that damned, cursed forest. The door creaked open, and in walked Dane, carrying some fresh water. He calmly warned the old man not to move around too much, as he was still undergoing a detoxification process. Dane explained that the old man must have mistakenly eaten a poisonous and deadly red-nosed mushroom. Fortunately, Dane and Lily had found and rescued him just in the nick of time. The old man recalled seeing those deceptively innocent red-nosed mushrooms. He never thought that they would be so incredibly deadly. If Dane and Lily had arrived even a moment later, the old man would have been nothing more than a rotting corpse by now. Dane kindly handed the man a full cup of water, knowing just how incredibly parched he must be feeling. The young man carefully observed the strange and mysterious old head. He then spotted a belt that bore the insignia of the Nixian magic tower. In the old man's possession, he was definitely not just some ordinary common person. If it hadn't been for the Night Horn absorbing the poison that was raging in his body, the old man would have certainly perished. Now that the old head had finally calmed down a little, he asked Dane where exactly they were, and the young man honestly and directly stated that they were currently in the Sogers County's Grand Annex Tower. The old man must have become completely lost in the vast southern region. He had been poisoned by those accursed mushrooms and had wandered all the way south. Dane advised that he should take it easy for the time being, and simply wait for the Count to come and see him soon. The young man then also properly introduced himself as the youngest son of the great Count Sogers, Dane Sogres. The old head's eyes lit up with sudden interest, as he was very familiar with the name Arabella Sogers, the legendary genius who was being eyed by every single magic tower in the empire. Dane also clarified that they had found the old man deep within the forest, in the middle of a training session with his powerful mom. The old man nearly spat out the very water he was drinking. After hearing that crazy and accursed forest had given him hell. Even as a powerful 8-chain mage, he had completely lost his way, and the very flow of his mana had reversed while he was casting a spell, completely wrecking his entire body from the inside. The entire forest held an ancient and wild mana all over the place, and then there were all of those completely undetectable traps scattered throughout the area. The forest belonged to the great Sogers house. Naturally, it would be an incredibly dangerous place for any outsider, anyone who was not a member of the powerful family. Also, due to the overwhelming presence of this ancient magic, the natural flow of mana was completely different from that of modern mages. It was truly the absolute worst place for a modern mage to be. The old man finally came to the realization that he really would have died if it had not been for Dane, He also realized that the young boy before him might just be a once-in-a-generation talent if he was already strong enough to freely train within that hellish place. Dane had even managed to create the antidote that he urgently needed to escape his death. By his youthful looks, this young man appeared to be somewhere in his early teens. Despite his young age, he was capable of formulating a complex antidote that required extensive knowledge and incredibly precise production skills. The old man couldn't believe just how blessed the great Soger's family truly was. On top of two generational geniuses in the very fields of magic and summoning, even their youngest son seemed to be extraordinarily monstrous. If the continent were still embroiled in war, the House of Sogers could easily become the most powerful and influential noble house within the entire Althean Empire. The old man sincerely thanked Dane and admitted that he now owed the young man his very life. He was a bit taken aback by the kid's incredibly bold response, but he asserted that he always pays back the debts that he has incurred. First, he wanted to introduce himself to the boy properly. As it turns out, this old man was the legendary Sidrain Gauze, and not too long ago he was the head of the powerful Nixon Magic Tower. Sidrain took immense pride in his renowned name and his lofty stature. He invited Dane to ask for absolutely whatever he wanted. The young man simply smiled at Sidrain's less than humble brag. He knew that this old mage must be one of those people who can survive without a home by storing everything they own within a powerful subspace. Sidrain was thrown off by Dane's complete calmness after he introduced himself. Normally, people would be incredibly surprised or deeply humbled to be in the presence of a mage tower's great head, but the kid was completely unfazed. Trying to re-establish his high status, he once again urged Dane to ask for whatever he truly wanted, without holding back in the slightest. The young man paused for a brief second, seemingly contemplating his very next words. Sidrain smiled with the eager expectation of being able to flex his own reliability. But Dane simply asked for more time to think about his potential reward. He did not give Sidrain the immense satisfaction of feeling so powerful, with his completely indifferent and calm response, until the very end. Dane turned towards the door and wished the powerful mage a very speedy recovery, telling him that he should rest some more. When the young man finally departed from the guest room, Sidrain just sat there on the bed, absolutely flabbergasted by the nonchalant and unfazed kid. He was the very first person to ever treat the great Sidrain as if he were just some common, ordinary magician. Old Sidrain had been planning on taking his leave after staying for only a day or two, but that would no longer be the case now. He had just discovered an incredibly interesting kid here in the south, and he desperately wanted to know more about Dane. Dane casually explained to Ernan exactly who Sidrain was, and the attendant excitedly clarified that 8 chain mages are at the very top of the food chain. They are the elite of the absolute elite. That meant that an immensely influential figure was currently indebted to Dane. You see, magic towers function as completely independent territories on this vast continent, more akin to sovereign nations. That meant Sidrain was an incredibly powerful and influential person. Still, it remained a complete mystery why the head of a magic tower was wandering through the forest in the very first place. But that was no ordinary common forest. Most mages consider it to be a completely forbidden area, even dubbing it the Forest of the Last Days. Just from that ominous name alone, it is evident that it is not the type of place that ordinary people should ever take on. Dane gazed down at the sword in his hand and tasked his attendant Ernan with getting him a new one. The ones that he had been currently using had become far too lightweight and short for his growing and powerful body. Luckily, that the Count had brought back. By tomorrow, Dane could begin his training with a proper and formidable longsword. For now, he would just use this lightweight blade to wrap up his current training. Come to think of it, he still had the crest that Duke Thermion had given to him, too. A free and priceless coupon to forge whatever weapon he desired. It had been 7 long years since that fateful day. Looking back now, Dane remembers those bygone days quite fondly. If he ever happened to venture into the capital city, his very first stop would definitely be the Duke's vast and impressive territory. After his practice session, Dane ran into his father just outside the training hall. Dane had thought his dad had important matters to take care of outside the castle, but surprisingly, he had returned much earlier than expected. Things had wrapped up outside much earlier than he had anticipated, and the Count had to hurry back home to meet the head of the magic tower, who was currently recovering in one of their luxurious guest rooms. He was hoping that the great Sidrain Gauze could help his daughter, Arabella. She was going to need a very good master, after all.
Dane.
Had also considered having the head of the magic tower help his own sister, but he wasn't sure if the old man could handle that wild girl's temperament. He'd heard that Arabella had punched one of her seniors for being so annoying. In any case, Count Sogers praised his son for doing the absolute right thing, and for saving another person's precious life. Sure, he had just done what had to be done, but he still went out of his own way to do something that not just anyone could possibly do. Dane had truly grown up to be an amazing and impressive young man. As the many years continue to go by, it is getting more and more difficult for Count Sogers to even catch a mere glimpse of his own daughter's faces. Arabella had just finished her extended semester and was now in the process of choosing a magic tower to officially join, while Claire had been appointed as an assistant professor at the academy. It is the price one must pay for having such extraordinary children. Sure, Claire and Arabella were both outstanding in their own right, but the Count also held incredibly high expectations for his only son. He often wonders how the entire world would handle a man of so many talents. The Count had been eagerly looking forward to the day when his old rival, Bout Thermion, would finally see how much Dane had progressed. It had now been years since he was first reincarnated as the beloved son of the great Sogers house, but the very thought of crossing blades with the great Duke Thermion still fills him with an immense sense of determination. In any case, he also wonders how Layla is faring back in the capital city. Her last letter to him came perhaps a year ago. Dane is looking forward to seeing what she is now up to when he finally swings by the bustling capital a few days later. Sid Rain was complaining about going completely stir-crazy from simply staying in the guest room. He still had not yet fully recovered. The doctor had strongly advised him not to venture too far out and had forbidden him from using any of his magic. His dangerous magic reflux had not yet been fully purified, and the deadly poison that had seeped into his body had yet to be fully nullified. He would have to continue to rest and recover for a bit longer. Sid Rain didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. It had been a very long while since he was unable to use his magic, so this entire situation would be a nice change of pace. But he simply couldn't stand being cooped up in the room all day long, so he finally went out of the room. Even though he did not know his way around the massive annex, the doctor worries that the old man might just stir up some more trouble, and that he would be the one who would end up suffering. In the few short days that Sid Rain had stayed in the guest room, the housekeeper had already begun to spread rumors about the old bat. They say that all mages are either absolute geniuses or complete nutcases. Some of the local maids had even seen Sid Rain go up and down every single floor of the entire annex dozens and dozens of times. And now, he was just looking at the beautiful flowers in the garden for hours on end. The maids had heard that the old man was supposed to be an incredibly and powerful mage, but all they had seen was a crazy old nutcase. They now worry for their dear Lady Arabella. Sid Rain had been completely and utterly enamored by the beautifully and intricately crafted garden of the entire estate. He would never have even guessed that they were all arranged to possess such extraordinary and potent magic. Dane came up to find the old man. He had looked absolutely everywhere, only to find Sid Rain in the garden. Sid Rain wasn't too keen on being confined within a foreign place until his full and complete recovery, but everyone just wanted what was best for him. In any case, the surrounding area was certainly a fine place to rest and recover. He could now see why so many of the nobles come to the south. Once the vacation season finally starts, Dane truly loved the south, so it is a shame that he would have to leave soon. Curious, Sid Rain asked the young man where exactly he was going. Dane casually answered that he would be heading to the capital very soon. Sid Rain assumed that the kid must be going to attend the prestigious academy. Both of his older sisters were very prominent figures in that esteemed place. After all, while the daughters of the great Sogers house were famous for possessing sublime and incredible levels of talent, Sid Rain was far more curious about Dane's talents, so he imbued his mana into his own eyes and decided to take a look for himself. Inside the young man's body was a roaring wave of pure, raw power raging on. Sid Rain's eyes went wide with shock, as he had never seen mana so incredibly thick. The sheer density of the young boy's power was completely unheard of. If the geniuses in his age group could be considered a mere stream, then Dane was a truly raging and mighty rapid, clearing out everything that dared to stand in his formidable way. Normally, the sheer and overwhelming amount of magic in such a young body would be so unstable that it would be on the constant and dangerous brink of bursting out. But that was not the case here at all. Dane finally called out the old man for assessing his magic. Without his permission, he called the act incredibly rude. Sidrain awkwardly stopped his magical prodding and praised the young man for even noticing. He apologized and admitted that he might have been a bit thoughtless. Inside, Sidrain was still trying to make any sense of how Dane could possibly contain such an immense and wild power inside of him. In all his years of being a powerful archmage, the young man was a completely unique case. Confused by the old man's strange reaction to what he had just seen, Dane wondered what in the world was up. Sidrain was so focused on the sheer quantity and density of Dane's mana that he had only just now realized that the kid didn't even possess a magic circle. With his raging mana, a magic circle should be incredibly easy to form. The old man's face twisted in absolute horror when he realized what a travesty must have happened to this young man. Sidrain peered deep into Dane's heart and saw not one, but 2 mana cores. Of course, it was an unbelievable feat to have developed 2 mana cores at his young age, but the old mage looked absolutely furious that he had chosen that route. He reckoned that possessing such a crazy and intense density of mana and using it to just wield a simple spear was utter lunacy. Sidrain truly believed that Dane, using his precious mana to form cores instead of powerful magic circles, was nothing short of blasphemy. The young man had practically turned his back on the greatest and most profound talent that the powerful archmage had ever seen. Completely confused by the old man's sudden and angry rant, he asked if he could just simply use both the mana cores and the magic circles. That only served to infuriate the old fart even further. He held his head in his hands in utter frustration at the truly wasted potential. He doesn't even know where he should start explaining the immense gravity of the hole that Dane had just dug for himself. Sidrain then asked the young man if he knew the real reason why the lifespan of all magic swordsmen was so incredibly short. It is because they possess both powerful mana cores and magic circles simultaneously. However, those 2 opposing concepts constantly interfere with one another, and when they inevitably clash, immense problems arise. It had become an untold law of sorts throughout the lands. The mana that is compressed within the core would then be transmitted to the circle. So a circle that cannot possibly handle the raging power would burst into tiny pieces. Dane had a basic and fundamental grasp of the concept himself, but he never knew that it could possibly be that bad. Sidrain had now become incredibly grumpy, seeing the best talent in the entire world being squandered to train with a simple spear. Dane worriedly asked him if it would truly be impossible for him to pursue the path of magic without having a magic circle. Sidrain explained that while it was not entirely impossible, refining his mana without the aid of a circle in order to use spells that require extremely purified magic would be theoretically and practically improbable. Also, many others had tried to go down that same theoretical path, but all of the attempts that Sidrain had personally witnessed had ultimately ended in complete and utter failure. Nevertheless, this information did not discourage Dane from giving this path a shot. Although he had not yet properly tried it out before, he just instinctively felt like he could cast spells without the need for the refinement from a magic circle. Sidrain thought that the young boy was going absolutely mad. So Dane did not waste any more of his precious time and started to utilize the knowledge that he already knew in order to rearrange a magic code that he was already familiar with. After masterfully manipulating the ancient runes and the mana in the air, the entire process went incredibly smoothly. With the fully rearranged and completed magic code, he managed to produce a powerful fire spell that had a decent and powerful kick to its final explosion. All of the lingering doubts in his mind were completely erased as he made it work. It was only a basic one-chain level spell, but he had successfully managed to cast a spell without a magic core. Sidrain's mouth hung wide open in a state of utter shock. Common sense dictated that anyone without possessing a magic circle should not be capable of casting any kind of spells. In all his years of overseeing the great Nixon magic tower, he had never seen anything even remotely like it. Dane continued to modify the complex magic code, and he then created a powerful mana barrier around his entire body. He explained that his sister, Arabella, had discovered his high affinity for magic, and he wondered if that was the true reason that he could do such improbable things with the power of mana. That could very well be the case. but what he was doing was something way out of the theoretical realm. Sidrian Gauze has stood at the pinnacle of all mages for a very long time now. This was the very first time he had felt what the commoners felt, when in the face of the elites and their truly otherworldly capabilities, he was witnessing a real, world-shattering, and innate talent. Meanwhile, Dane was just incredibly amused that he had managed to make the spells work. The old Archmage's knees began to tremble with pure, raw excitement. Dane possessed an unparalleled level of mana, and an affinity and purer and denser energy than anyone else in the entire world. This kid is the real deal, a one-of-a-kind, legendary prodigy. Sidrain simply could not take it any longer. He immediately asked Dane if he would like to become his one and only personal disciple. The old man worked incredibly hard to convince Dane to learn his ancient teachings, truly believing that ignoring such an immense talent would be a massive disservice to the entire world. Dane was beginning to get tired of the old fart's sheer persistence when Sidrain asked if he knew how to use a 2-chain level magic spell. The young man had not yet been exposed to any 2-chain level magic codes, so he could not currently cast a higher level magic spell. Sidrain Gauze laughed out loud and bragged that if Dane went under his tutelage, he would be able to cast 8-chain level magic spells in absolutely no time. Still, Dane politely declined the generous and tempting invitation. Sidrain's patience was beginning to run incredibly thin. Suddenly, Count Sogers interjected himself and laughed at the newfound closeness between the Archmage and his own son. When he asked what the two of them were currently discussing, Dane honestly and directly answered that the old fart kept on trying to take him in as his personal disciple, even after he had refused him several different times. At least, Sidrain knew how to behave himself properly in front of the man of the house, as he praised Dane profusely for his immense potential to become a great mage in the very near future. He then emphasized that Dane has a much brighter future than anyone could ever possibly imagine, given that he could already use chain-level magic without possessing a magic circle. As a warrior, Count Sogers had a rough and general idea of how unbelievable that fact truly was. At this point, the Count had stopped being completely surprised by his boy's many inhuman feats. The young man had no basic and fundamental knowledge of spells, yet he could naturally and instinctively cast them. The Count also praised the former head of the Great Magic Tower for immediately seeing and recognizing Dane's immense talent. But even though the word talent would hardly suffice, Dane is a true genius, one who could actually succeed in becoming an unparalleled and legendary magic swordsman. Hearing that forbidden phrase, Count Arcane imagined his own son denouncing the noble spear, and instead taking up the common sword. His jolly and cheerful mood instantly shifted, and you could feel the raw anger in the air. The very title of magic swordsman just doesn't sit right with the great Arcane. Dane cringed at the fact that Sidrain had brought up a word that should never, ever be brought up in front of his powerful father. Failing to read the room, Sidrain continued to hammer in the immense possibility of Dane becoming a legendary magic swordsman. He even promised to take full and complete responsibility, and to make the young man into the Empire's most powerful and fearsome fighter. By the time he finally realized the Count's drastic mood swing, it was already far too late. Count Arcane screamed that his boy could not possibly become a magic swordsman. At the very top of his lungs, Sidrain argued that the sword and magic would be the perfect and ideal combination for a genius who was perfectly suited for both disciplines. Archon continued ranting that his boy would not become a magic swordsman. If anything, he will become a legendary magic spearman instead. Sidrain finally understood what the real issue was. Dane just tried to remain as quiet as he possibly could, as his father slowly calmed himself back down. Poor Sidrain had never before met a family as truly abnormal as the Sagrisis. You see, to a powerful mage, becoming a disciple carries an immense deal of meaning and weight. Mages, especially the incredibly powerful ones, normally raise their own powerful successors through the sacred act of something known as inheritance. It is a sacred tradition that is carried through from ancient times to modern times, even when universal magic education had long since been fully established. What Sidrain Gauze was truly looking for was not simply a new disciple, but a successor to his own life's work and the ones that had come before him. Given how an 8-chain level Archmage was still desperately trying to get him to accept the great invitation. Dane had now gained a great deal of confidence in his own immense talent and potential. He could feel a strange sense of an unknown feeling swirling within his body. Now that he had become familiar with the very basics of magic, he remembered a special gift that Arabella had left for him a few years ago. It was a powerful crystal ball. One that he could use if he wanted to see his beloved sister right now. Asking Arabella for her own opinion regarding the entire matter might prove to be beneficial for him. Dane dug up the ancient crystal ball and imbued his mana directly into it. He then called out to Arabella telepathically, who was currently studying deep within the Academy's massive library. When she finally recognized his familiar voice, she was incredibly surprised. Arabella immediately stopped what she was doing and beamed with pure joy that her little brother was finally contacting her. As was to be expected, even the great Arabella was completely shocked to hear that Dane had managed to use a one-chain level spell without even possessing a magic circle. She knew his mana affinity was abnormally high, but she had never expected it to be to this incredible extent. The circle only serves to purify and to circulate one's magical energy, so maybe Dane's own mana was already pure enough to be used in its raw form. In order to test out this theory, Arabella wanted to send a special mana stone to the transmission machine that was located in Dane's own room to properly inspect his mana's unique purity. It is a good thing for him that he had Arabella to help him out with important stuff like this. Right now, she is already an established 6th-chain level mage, and her immense help has been incredibly and reassuring for him. Arabella reckoned that since Dane could already use chain-level magic, attracting a great deal of attention at the Academy would be completely inevitable. But that is the very last thing that he wants right now. Cannot be completely avoided, though. Great talent always draws the unwanted attention of the masses, but Arabella assured her dear little brother that she would utterly and completely destroy anyone who would dare to bully Dane. Speaking of all those bullies, Dane asked his sister about the news of her breaking the nose of one of her seniors, the second son of the powerful dual duchy. Just thinking about that slimy and pathetic bastard gets Arabella all riled up. Realizing that she was taking this important call in a very public space, she tried to calm herself back down. Anyway, with enough precious time, she theorized that Dane's immense mana purity would continue to steadily increase. It is one of the many possibilities that they could look into. Unfortunately, their important discussion had to be cut short, as Arabella was urgently needed by one of the Academy's professors. They then said their goodbyes, and she promised that she would send the aforementioned mana stone over. The fact that Dane might be forging a brand new path that had never before existed had finally and completely sunk into him. With the truly extraordinary purity of his very own mana, he jokingly wondered if he had a powerful dragon's heart beating within his chest, or something like that. Meanwhile, Sidrain was still stuck within the annex for his ongoing recovery. He had used a small bit of his mana to inspect Dane, and it had worsened his magic reflux. He might just have to stay here for a little bit longer. If only the kid would just accept his very generous offer, he could have the most illustrious and powerful legacy among all mages. He then wondered just what he could possibly do to entice the young man to join his side. If Dane wasn't even interested in learning 8-chain level magic, then maybe he should offer some grand and priceless magical artifact, or pass on a sacred inheritance that was refined through multiple generations. But if he offered up his precious treasures up front, Sidrain could potentially get scammed, and he would have absolutely nothing left. As he was desperately racking his brain for any new ideas, Dane suddenly knocked upon his door. Sidrain wondered if the kid had come over here to sincerely apologize, or maybe he had even changed his mind regarding his generous offer. Dane had come to find the old bat, because he now had something important that he wanted to say. Sidrain immediately assumed that the young man had finally reconsidered the idea of becoming his powerful disciple. But Dane quickly and firmly shut that nonsense right down. It's not like he had no interest in magic at all. Sidrain then asked if he perhaps already had a master or something like that, and that's the reason why he kept refusing him. But that's not the case for him either. Thinking that he was just being played with, Sidrain then asked the young man what he wanted to talk about. Simple, actually. Dane didn't yet know the rearrangement code for 2-chain level magic. Learning from his sister would be quite difficult, as she is so far away. In the end, the very best method would be to learn from under Sidrain, a literal and powerful archmage. The old bat still owes him for the rescue, so refusing his reasonable request offhand won't be possible for him. Dane admitted to the old man that he does not want to only walk the singular path of a mage. He's not just going to become a mere magic spearman either. He wanted to become a magic spearman, assassin summoner. As far as Sidrain knows, something as utterly crazy as that doesn't even exist. Hell, Dane would even add swordsman to that long and ridiculous title too. The sheer absurdity of the young man's grand aspirations thoroughly frustrated the great Sidrain. In order to achieve that mouthful of a title, Dane had to firmly draw the line and refuse to become the old Magic Tower head's official disciple. Based on the young man's sheer determination, Sidrain could now see that Dane was already set firmly in his own way. Then a brilliant idea came to his mind. The old mage stood up and then asked if Dane would be at all interested in a letter of recommendation. Since he was aiming to enter the prestigious academy, getting a formal letter of recommendation from the former head of the great Nixian Magic Tower would be a truly massive boost to his overall reputation. Dane thought about this briefly and reckoned that it was not a bad offer by any means whatsoever, so he accepted the generous letter of recommendation. And while they were currently at it, he wanted to make just one more simple request. Sidrain quietly laughed to himself, thinking that the young man had finally come around to his way of thinking. He can finally start to secure his firm grip on this unparalleled genius. Seeing as the old man was now feeling quite generous, Dane then asked if he could learn the rearrangement code for 2-chain level magic. That won't be a big deal for someone as powerful as Sidrain. He knew the rearrangement code for every single 2-chain magic in existence. After all, Dane was still just a youth. Bestowing upon him a letter of recommendation for the great academy and some 2-chain magic codes was hardly a significant price to pay. Although he was not yet in his peak physical condition, Sidrain could commence their important lessons immediately. A slight, triumphant smile crept onto Dane's face. He had just reeled in a massive catch. He then extended his hand and declared that, with everything now on the table, they could consider Sidrain's immense debt for being saved as paid in full. The old bat had said it himself. Since he owed Dane a great and profound deal of gratitude, he could ask for absolutely anything. So here he was now asking for exactly what he wanted. Sidrain did not appreciate being played in this manner. He genuinely believed he was finally getting a powerful disciple. But Dane's answer to his generous invitation remained unchanged. It was a big, resounding no. The old bat had been tricked by a 14-year-old child, refusing to simply back down. Sidrain insisted that the young man had just asked for two separate things, when he only owed Dane for a single good deed. The young man, however, begged to differ. First, he had saved the unconscious old man from the treacherous forest. Second, he had nullified the deadly poison that was rampaging through Sidrain's body. He could have also added the fact that he was forced to carry the unconscious old man all the way back to the distant annex, but he would generously consider that a simple bonus. Sidrain was left with no more possible rebuttals. He had been thoroughly and logically defeated. He wondered how such a daring and audacious child could possibly exist in this world. Finally, Sidrain and Dane set up their private lessons within the training hall. The old man had, at this point, partially accepted that he might not get Dane as an official and sworn disciple, but he could at least continue to curry favor with the prodigal kid, just in case he happened to change his mind in the future. Sidrain simply could not bear to let such a magnificent talent go to waste. The grand lecture finally commenced. They would have to work around the fact that Dane was using chain-level magic. Without possessing a magic circle, the young man would have to pay close attention, as the rearrangement code for 2-chain magic is infinitely more complicated than that of a mere 1-chain. There are countless aspiring and hopeful mages who cannot even manage to break through to this difficult stage and end up giving up entirely. Dane locked in his focus, incredibly glad that he had such an accomplished and powerful instructor. Sidrain saw the undeniable sparkle in the young kid's eyes and made sure that he would not go easy on Dane. He still had his pristine reputation as an archmage to uphold. After all, Two-chain codes are on an entirely different and higher level because the caster must calculate the precise amount of mana themselves, as well as the magic density in the surrounding atmosphere. And even the state of one's body plays a truly vital role, all at the exact same time. Magic's incredibly complicated nature is the reason most people give up on entirely. Sid Rain provided the complex and intricate definition, fully expecting Dane to ask him for a much simpler explanation. When he asked the young man if he needed any further clarifications, Dane simply smiled and gestured for him to continue. Learning not only the rearrangement of these powerful magic codes, but also gaining information he had no idea about was truly eye-opening. To ensure that he had truly grasped the complex principle, Sid Rain asked him to discuss the rearrangement laws of all magic. According to the young man's perfect notes, the very first law of magic was coexistence. Magical power can exist within the physical world, and it can interact with other powerful sources of mana. Through the principle of coexistence, mages can utilize their own power and the ambient magic power in their environment to activate their magic. The second powerful law is that of conservation. If one's magic power can collect enough of a particular elemental material, it can then exhibit different attributes through this principle of conservation. Not only does Dane possess a deep understanding of magic's true nature, but he is also adding his own unique interpretations to it. Most people would find the complex theory of magic incredibly boring, but that was not the case for this young man at all. He possessed the raw talent, the tools, and a deep hunger for knowledge. How could such a completely perfect mage candidate even exist? Continuing on with his lecture, Sid Rain explained that all magic codes become exponentially and incredibly more complicated every single time that the chain level increases. Rather than just discussing the complex theory, it would be much easier to actually demonstrate. Sid Rain adeptly summoned a mere sliver of his own immense mana and created a simple grid of magic to demonstrate a one-chain magic cast, using only the most simplistic of rules. However, the complexity rises sharply from the two-chain level and onwards. He transformed the sliver of mana into a swirling and chaotic mess of runes and raw power, showing the rearrangement code for two-chain magic. Dane concentrated intently on the brilliant and complex display and focused on just how incredibly complicated the knots were. Sid Rain manipulated his powerful code and formed the two-chain fire magic. Fire arrow. When it comes to all magic codes, using them repeatedly and with great focus is the key to achieving mastery. The old man then reckoned that Dane was finally beginning to recognize how complex magic can truly be. According to his own personal estimation, most people would take at least a full year to jump from one-chain to two-chain level codes, no matter how truly brilliant anyone is. The human mind can only possibly understand a small portion of the code at once. Sid Rain noted that he would be able to observe Dane's progress for about a week, as he would slowly drip-feed him the technique of mastering two-chain codes. But Dane wanted to give it a shot. Already, Sid Rain didn't see any harm in letting him try, fully expecting the young boy to fail miserably. But when Dane began to call the mana out from his own body to create the very first and most basic code, he felt as though he was witnessing a true master at work. The young man locked in his focus and used his hands to expertly manipulate the pure mana swirling in the air. He ultimately formed the very same grid that Sid Rain had just demonstrated as the primary and basic form of one-chain level codes. He drew the lines at a set length and width with truly fearsome accuracy. The old man was thoroughly and completely impressed. Dane could have simply stopped there, and he would have been considered an indisputable and legendary genius. But where is the fun in doing that? He went even further and deconstructed the entire mana grid to slowly form a swirling, chaotic mess of mana in the air. Sid Rain was absolutely stunned to see a perfect and flawless replication of the rearrangement code for two-chain magic that he had just demonstrated to him only once. When he asked how he had managed to do it so incredibly fast, he simply answered that he had just copied it through pure observation and the memorization of all the rules and patterns. He had pictured every single factor in his mind while forming the magic code, and it had come surprisingly and naturally easy to him. Sid Rain just kept getting wowed, time and time again. Even though he, as a magic genius, had taken a while to get to two-chain, a young boy without a magic circle had easily made it in just a few short minutes. As if he were trying to give the old man a sudden heart attack, Dane then declared that he would try to use the fire arrow spell as well. He made the mana and the ancient runes move all around his body at impeccable speeds. Finally, he had managed to rearrange the entire code in the perfect order to manifest multiple powerful fire arrows. Sid Rain looked upon the perfectly and flawlessly crafted fire arrows, completely refusing to believe what his eyes were seeing. Seeing what this incredible boy was truly capable of was making the old man spiral into a deep existential crisis. If only he had possessed Dane's immense talent when he was growing up, he would have long since attained his lifelong dream of achieving 9 chain. Dane was now freely controlling all of the fire arrows, making them fly all around the entire training hall as the old archmage desperately tried to compose himself. Even Dane himself was surprised that everything had come so naturally to him. In a single solitary go, one thing was now absolutely certain: the entire world would completely flip out when they saw a mage without a circle performing such magical miracles. Sid Rain knew that Dane's incredible talent would need to be kept hidden before all sorts of people tried to approach him with their own impure and selfish intentions. Also, he was still not giving up on making the kid his personal disciple. Since Dane had picked up the first and most basic code so incredibly easily, they could just simply keep going and learn even more powerful codes. Sid Rain reckoned that he might have to be very careful about what he included in Dane's official letter of recommendation to the Academy. At the end of the long and eventful day, Dane lay in his bed, reflecting on his very first magic lesson. He resolved himself to properly learn both the theory and the practice. Thinking about his previous and harsh life, he had been forced into an existence where he did not even have the mere option to learn about magic. In those desperate circumstances, where he didn't even know when he would finally die in battle, trying to make time to learn magic was a luxury that he could not possibly afford. He had his hands completely full with just swinging his sword and trying to survive on the battlefield while doing so. Up until a certain and specific point, magic had always prioritized theoretical learning over practical spellcasting. But in this new life, he had all the time, the resources, and the raw talent to look forward to learning a lot more things. Dane could now combine the theory he had learned from his sister, Arabella, and the incredible talent that he was born with. And now, he could even show an explosive level of growth if given just simple guidance. Since he was now being taught by a former and powerful tower master, he found himself looking forward to what kind of magic he would learn in the following and coming days. Half a month later, Dane came to his beloved father with a new request: to make something that was called a magic reagent. Since they did not have the necessary materials, he would need to journey outside of their vast territory. His father was a little bit startled by his son's incredible progress. Sid Rain quickly backed Dane up, assuring Count Sogers that Dane was completely ready for a reagent, now that he had already mastered 4 separate rearrangement codes. Usually, for even the greatest of geniuses, it should take a month to learn just 1 code. Count Sogers also understood that magic reagents were incredibly hard to come by. Dane had only learned about them while he was reading books in the family's magic, an ancient library. Sid Rain had long since accepted the fact that the kid was just simply built different. He was even elated that Dane was interested in something as seemingly boring as magic reagents. Finally, the Count agreed to the proposed plan, believing that this would be a great and valuable experience for his young son. Since he was now going to be going outside, Dane would be able to see their vast and beautiful territory for himself as well. He smiled and sincerely thanked his father for trusting him enough to venture out. Dane then set off on a short but important journey to the outer regions of the expansive Sogers territory. Alongside him were the powerful Sid Rain and the loyal Herman. Even on the very outskirts, the people of Sogers County still looked at and spoke about him with deep and utter veneration. Dane returned their welcoming and warm sentiments with true kindness and a gentle smile. Throughout this entire journey, Sid Rain gauged that Count Sogers must be a truly kind lord to all of his subjects, based on how incredibly happy all the people were. The South really does have a great deal to offer. They have delicious and exotic snacks, great and pleasant weather, and good and kind people too. It is a sight that is extremely rare to ever see in the bustling capital city. That is precisely why Dane loved this particular territory so much. Their small but important caravan had been traveling around the outskirts for a while now, trying to reach the local magic supply shop. Dane had never been to the shop before, so he called upon the loyal Herman to lead the way. The three of them sped up and quickly reached their final destination. The shopkeeper of the local magic shop was completely shocked to see the famous young Master Dane enter her humble little business. She complimented him on his beautiful silver hair and his stunning emerald eyes, and Dane politely thanked her. Not many people from the surrounding thieves come to her shop to buy magic supplies lately. Fortunately for her, she's been getting by thanks to a lot of foreigners who are interested in the art of magic. The shopkeeper also immediately recognized the great Sidrain, the former and powerful lord of the magic tower, and expressed how incredibly grateful she was to have him in her humble shop. The old man was in a very good mood now that someone had finally recognized him. She invited the powerful duo to browse her various wares freely, and told them to call her if they needed any help with anything at all. Since it was Dane's very first time in a proper magic shop, Sidrain urged him to look around as much as he possibly wanted. While the old man spoke to the shopkeeper, with just a cursory glance, Dane could already see a great many cool and interesting things on display. They had powerful potions, precious gems, enchanted charms, and everything else magical, though he found it a little strange that he was feeling some sort of unusual déjà vu. Moreover, he discovered that simply touching the wares showed him their innate magic reaction. He just chalked it all up to his high affinity and continued on browsing. Suddenly, a faint and mysterious ringing sound echoed within his very ears, seemingly demanding his immediate and full attention. He could feel a particularly strong and powerful reaction from one side of the shop. Just as he approached that particular section, the owner informed him that everything on that side of the shop was just simple decorative items. Sidrain then called Dane over to take a look at some potion ingredients. Together, the old man had already picked out a few of the raw materials, such as the rare moonroot, which could be used in at least 50 different potions. The owner assured both of them that all of her ingredients were personally processed by her to the very highest of quality. Meanwhile, Dane was too mystified by the strange and persistent ringing. As he walked deeper into the large pile of various decorations, he felt a strange and powerful energy calling out directly to him. He turned his head to see a piece of stone that was emitting pure, raw mana. It must also have been the true source of the mysterious ringing sound. Dane hurriedly and quickly approached the strange and powerful stone, as though his very body was now moving on its own accord. Herman, seeing his young master behaving so oddly, ran over to him with a great deal of concern. His young master was simply staring intently at a plain-looking rock, one that was stuck into the wall as mere decoration. Dane was not entirely sure what was happening, but the stone was undoubtedly calling out to him. He then took it out of the wall and held it firmly within his hands. Just as he had suspected, imbuing the strange stone with more of his magic made the reaction even stronger. There was a strong possibility that this object was uniquely reacting to his magic. Meanwhile, old Sidrain was still picking up various raw ingredients, left and right. Dane went over to him and asked the store owner what the whole story was behind this mysterious stone that he had just plucked right out of the wall. As the owner had stated to him earlier, it was just a simple piece of decoration. But what kind of mere decoration has a magic reaction that is stronger than absolutely anything else in the entire shop? Sidrain asked if the owner had been cheated with the rock or something similar, and she admitted that a few years back, a mysterious peddler had given her a large package as his payment. When she had excitedly opened it, she found the plain and simple stone resting inside. She had held on to her hope and had a local mage appraise the mysterious stone, but it was then confirmed to be just an ordinary and worthless rock. Based on Dane's current interaction with the object, it was clearly not just a normal and ordinary rock. The owner urged the young master to focus his attention on her other products and a few of her special and rare magical artifacts, instead of wasting all of his time on a simple rock. She tried to sell him a lot of her valuable magical artifacts of all kinds, but Dane was still completely transfixed by the strange stone in his hand. It was the only thing in the shop that he truly wanted. She then showed him a powerful name scroll card, one that can automatically read and store all different kinds of information, to then be cataloged. In the end, Dane bought the powerful scroll card and the seemingly useless stone. He was absolutely certain this was not an object he could just simply leave behind. Even the great Sidrain was completely confused about what was going on in the young man's mysterious mind. On the long ride back, The old bat curiously asked if Dane had an interest in decorative and fine art, or if he truly believed there was something special about the stone. When he explained that the slab was reacting directly to his magic, Sidrain decided to keep an open mind about it. Although he himself didn't see anything special about it, his immense curiosity was definitely now piqued. Since there were too many people out on the busy streets, the small caravan hurried back to the safety of the castle. Sidrain then set up an invaluable and ancient experimentation tool to help Dane figure out what this mysterious stone truly was. He was completely confident that he could appraise the stone accurately. Still, a local mage had already appraised it and had found nothing remarkable. Sidrain arrogantly declared that no other mage appraiser was better than his own special tool. He had put all of his vast funds into this state-of-the-art device. For these very appraisals, he was completely confident that it could analyze anything placed on top of it. Both of them were pretty eager to see what was up with this seemingly ordinary and mundane slab of stone. Sidrain placed the mysterious object upon the platform and then tasked Dane with imbuing his own magic into the mysterious slab in order to stimulate a powerful reaction. When Dane did just that, the stone immediately began to radiate a richly and incredibly dense amount of magical power. It lit up brightly in the middle of the powerful appraisal tool, its immense radiance swirling and forming something incredibly complex. Sidrain carefully monitored the powerful explosion of pure light, keeping his keen eyes fixated on the mysterious stone slab. Seeing that his tool had managed to bring out the mystery from inside the stone, Sidrain could finally hold his head up high once again. After being thoroughly humbled by the kid so many different times, the mana coming from the strange slab danced all around the room, forming ancient and powerful runes in the very air. Dane immediately understood exactly what they were looking at, as he had been learning about these things with Sidrain for many weeks now. Inside the stone was a powerful and hidden magic code, but the old bat declared that it wasn't just any ordinary magic code. It was truly amazing. Floating all around them was a code whose very structure, arrangement, and complex intricacies had never before been seen. Could be as complex as a 6-chain or even a 7-chain level code. So the magical stone had a hidden and powerful code sealed inside, and Dane's own magic seemed to hold the very key to unlocking it. The stone only ever responded to his own unique mana. Sure, they had managed to bring the hidden code out, but decoding what it was, and why it only ever reacted to Dane's magic, was an entirely different and monumental challenge. Even Sidrain, who was incredibly well-versed in all of the magical arts, was completely unfamiliar with this particular and unique type of magic. Yet, his pride as a mage made him completely determined to crack this code. If he could only succeed, they might just uncover what made Dane's magic so incredibly unique. While Dane and Sidrain were working hard to decode the ancient magic, in the vast Soger's training ground, Arabella was busy doing her own important research back in her personal academy laboratory. Her lab was completely filled with neatly arranged and ancient books and powerful artifacts from her many and various studies. Arabella had stored her little brother's unique mana signature within a magic stone and had confirmed that there was indeed something highly unusual about Dane's immense power. His magic possessed a truly distinct and unique characteristic, one that did not match any currently known form of magic. She had run numerous different tests and studied countless research papers, yet she still could not pinpoint which magical field this strange anomaly belonged to. She had tried absolutely everything. Magic reagents, ancient magic gates, magic engineering, and still nothing at all had yielded an answer for her. But she was completely convinced that the truth was out there, hiding somewhere. Then, she suddenly remembered hearing about a long-lost and forgotten field of magic, one that had completely disappeared from the entire magical world. Perhaps Dane's mysterious magic was somehow related to this forgotten field. Arabella began to rummage through her massive mountains of books and literature, trying desperately to remember where she had stored that particular old tome. It was a book that had discussed the arts of alchemy and divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and a very primitive form of the magic code. While she was excitedly searching, another dusty and ancient tome fell down from one of the shelves. She picked it up, noticing that it was an incredibly ancient magic book. Come to think of it, she had once studied the long-gone and magical kingdom of Arcana, a powerful civilization that was said to have existed over 2,000 years ago, and had inherited the ancient magic from a much earlier and more powerful age. It was said to have practiced forms of powerful magic that no longer existed. Arabella then laughed to herself, shaking off the idea. Ancient magic had vanished from the world a long, long time ago. There was no possible way that Dane's mysterious magic could be connected to such a relic of the distant past. But at this particular point, she had absolutely nothing left to lose. So she decided that she would try something truly unconventional. She carefully placed the magic crystal, the one containing Dane's mana, into her magical typewriter, and then she referenced the ancient and forgotten magic book. After a few short moments of intense and deep concentration, Arabella's eyes shot open in a state of utter shock. The crystal was reacting to it. She quickly wrote down the mana's unique properties, her mind now racing, as she wondered if Dane's magic could be somehow linked to alchemy, divination, or something else that was entirely and completely different. Arabella would have been fine with any possible result, as long as it did not lead her beloved brother towards the dark art of necromancy. When she had finally finished analyzing all of the new findings, she felt as though she had been suddenly and violently struck by lightning. All that she could say was, "What in the world are these strange findings?" Back in the expansive Soger's training ground, Dane and Sidrain were still working incredibly hard, trying their best to elicit more reactions from the mysterious stone. After some time had passed, Sidrain had finally managed to break the seal on the slab. And inside the slab there was something else entirely. The old man carefully extended his hand and pulled out the strange object. It was a simple-looking accessory, a silver bracelet that was emitting a dense magical power. To the completely untrained eye, it looked just like any other ordinary bracelet you could find in a common marketplace. Sidrain had initially thought that there might be something special about the bracelet's very material, but it seemed to be completely mundane. Given that the stone had only responded to Dane's unique mana, Sidrain suspected that the same would also hold true for this strange bracelet. Dane then slipped the mysterious bracelet onto his own wrist. It dangled there loosely at first, seemingly being far too big for him. But then came the powerful reaction. The bracelet lit up brightly, resonating with the magic that was inside Dane's body. As they had both expected, it only responded to him. Dane began to see strange and powerful characters emerging from the bracelet, glowing with a faint but powerful light. Sidrain leaned in for a much closer look, while Dane anxiously asked if the old mage could possibly decipher the strange symbols. To Dane's great surprise, Sidrain's face lit up with a broad and knowing smile. The characters were, in fact, ancient runes, characters that no one in the entire current world could possibly read. By ancient, Sidrain meant the language of the long-lost and powerful Arcana kingdom. Dane only knew a little bit about the ancient Arcana from what his sister, Arabella, had told him when they were just young children. She had described it to him as a time when magic ruled over every single aspect of life. But then, suddenly and very mysteriously, that entire era of magical prosperity had suddenly come to an end, leaving behind only a few scant relics and forgotten legends. And now, this strange and powerful line of magic code, which had been sealed inside a common stone, had now been added to the ancient puzzle. Sidrain knew that Dane's magic was incredibly special, but he had never imagined that it would be linked to the ancient and powerful Arcana kingdom. This incredible revelation only intensified Sidrain's desire to have Dane as his powerful apprentice. After all, the Forest of the Last Days, which had completely defeated even the great Sidrain, was rumored to be imbued with the remnants of Arcana's disruptive and chaotic magic. Dane's strange and powerful connection to this ancient power now made complete sense. Unfortunately for them, all they had at the present moment were those few short lines of indecipherable and ancient runes. Sidrain urged Dane to take his time and to dig deeper into this great mystery, but he also warned him to keep it a complete secret for now. Suddenly, their moment of quiet and intense study was completely shattered. A terrifying sound suddenly echoed across the vast Soger's territory, causing both of their eyes to widen in a state of great distress. Something utterly horrifying was now approaching them. The familiar and chilling sound of the alarm catches them both off guard, and it doesn't take the old man long at all to realize that this must be the official alarm for a large monster attack. Well, that is more than enough to get him completely fired up, because now that his entire body is almost completely and fully healed, he is now itching to flex his old and powerful muscles and get the blood pumping. Plus, This is a great and wonderful chance to repay the Sogurs for their kind hospitality. The excited old coot quickly tells Dane not to just stand there motionless, and to grab a spear or some other kind of weapon. But Dane just simply stands there with little to no expression on his face. He silently reaches inside his coat and pulls out a small, mysterious pendant. Sidrain raises an eyebrow and asks about the strange thing he is holding, and why the terrifying monster alarm sound is coming directly from it. Dane then breaks the news to this very excited old man, that the sound has absolutely nothing to do with any monsters. It actually means that his eldest sister is currently trying to contact him. The old man's glorious excitement deflates like a punctured balloon as the surprising realization finally sinks in, and he grumbles at Dane for not having mentioned it to him any sooner. Dane just simply laughs and awkwardly reminds the old man that it really goes without saying, as there is no reason for any monsters to be in this particular area. With that matter finally cleared up, Dane decides to respond to his sister's urgent call, while the old man stands there with a very disappointed look upon his face. As Dane finally connects, his sister immediately asks him why he took so long to finally respond. He simply apologizes to her and asks her about the reason behind her call. She starts to spill some juicy and important details about his magic code, but she quickly cuts herself off from speaking, asking if there is someone else next to him at the moment. The mere mention of the term magic code was more than enough for Dane to realize that she has actually figured out that his magic is, in fact, ancient magic. The old man then overhears this entire conversation and lets out a screeching and terrified yell of complete disbelief, demanding to know how in the world she had possibly found that out. As they talk further, he also explains his own side of the strange story, that when he and Sidrain were busy analyzing some mysterious stones, they had also figured out that his magic belongs to the ancient magic kingdom. They had realized this because that mysterious stone only reacts to his magic, which was a total and complete giveaway for them. The old man, on the other hand, grits his teeth in a state of utter and complete frustration. The very fact that she figured all of this out just from analyzing his magic is completely and utterly insane. He already knew that she was a genius, but her talent now seems to be much greater than he had ever imagined. Arabella then asks her brother if anyone else currently knows about his powerful secret. Dane responds to her with a quick and simple no. She then breathes a long sigh of immense relief and tells both Dane and Sidrain to keep it a complete secret, because if his powerful secret ever gets out, he will not be able to handle all of the dire consequences. She then apologizes to the great Sidrain for not introducing herself first, before diving headfirst into the very important conversation. The old man just simply laughs it all off, saying that he already knows a great deal about her from speaking with Dane. As for keeping Dane's powerful magic a complete and total secret, he assures her that he will not let a single living soul know about it. If this important information ever leaks out, not only would Dane be in immense and grave trouble, but the whole entire house of Sogurs would be caught up in the huge aftermath. Arabella gives the old man props for getting the gist of the whole situation right away, which is, of course, to be expected of the wise and powerful Sidrain. The old man then asks her if this important exchange is being recorded, to which she replies no, saying that the very moment this conversation ends, it will be deleted from existence immediately. Well, that is some very good news indeed. At least they do not have to worry about anything important getting leaked. The old man then reveals that he also plans on returning to the Great Magic Tower to further investigate this entire mysterious matter, insisting that as a true mage, he is simply doing it out of a deep sense of duty. So there is absolutely no need for her to feel indebted to him. Speaking of the Great Magic Tower, the old man reveals that he heard she was looking for a new tower to join, and he asks if she has decided which one she desires to go with. Arabella quickly realizes he is subtly hinting at her joining his very own tower, so she cleverly tries to sidestep his pointed question, saying she is not currently considering the Great Nixon Magic Tower because it does not specialize in the particular field she is interested in. Of course, this leaves the old man feeling quite annoyed once again. He had already been wondering where Dane's immense cleverness had come from, and it now looks like it was inherited directly from his powerful sister. He doesn't dare to voice his growing frustration, though. Instead, he just simply laughs it all off, saying that she doesn't have to join their powerful magic tower after all. Meanwhile, Dane feels a bit concerned while watching this old man, especially since his sister was so incredibly straightforward with her words. Anyhow, she decides to wrap up the entire conversation by telling him that they can talk about all of the important details at a later time. After exchanging their formal greetings, she promptly cuts off the magical connection. Sidrain comments on how his sister has become quite an impressive and powerful person, to which Dane simply agrees. He mentions that the artifact right in front of them was also made by her. He adds that this compact crystal ball is currently very trendy among young mages. The old man smiles and admits that it is indeed quite impressive, but we can also see the sheer frustration written all over his face, as he says he does not need such an item for himself. He explains that when one finally reaches the 8th chain, wasting precious time talking to other people is not something mages ever do. Dane can sense exactly why the old man is saying all of this. The fact that this old coot doesn't want a trendy item like that only hints at the sad fact that he doesn't have any friends. Later, Dane spills everything to his parents about the ancient magic, and his mother looks quite concerned to hear all of this news. But his father reassures them that if anyone ever dares to target Dane, they will make them pay a heavy price. His mother readily agrees, saying that she will not hold back when it comes to the safety of her son. Once again, Dane feels a bit uncomfortable with their intense and over-the-top protective instincts, but he has to admit that there is nothing safer than being looked after by the two of them. Sogers then states that if what Dane had said is actually true, does that mean their very lineage holds within it latent ancient magic? His wife acknowledges this possibility, and also wants to know if any of their many ancestors had possessed. She resolves to check on her own side of the family first. The entire matter is quite intriguing indeed, and Dane can't help but wonder what could possibly be unearthed if both sides of his family dug into this. Though it is not really that important to him, it still makes him incredibly curious anyhow. His mother reminds him that he has already surpassed his known limits in so many different and amazing ways. If he continues to stay here, it might just hinder his future growth. So he should consider slowly making his way towards the capital city. The mere mention of the capital startles him for a moment, and his parents further remind him that he needs to be at least 14 years of age to even enter the prestigious academy. Now that he is at that age, he should not waste any more of his precious time. Sogers makes it very clear that he had wanted to keep Dane here for another year or two before finally sending him off. But it doesn't look like there is anything left for him to possibly learn here. His mother reassuringly places her gentle hand over his and tells him that he can leave whenever he truly wants to. She emphasizes that the important decision is entirely his to make. Dane is very surprised to see all of this, because he was not expecting them to have already come to terms with the simple fact that he needs to leave this place. His father is completely confident that his son will make him incredibly proud and encourages him to go and indulge in his immense talents to his very heart's content. Dane smiles widely at this, saying that he understands what they are both saying to him, and he promises to prepare for entering the prestigious academy. The happy family of three smiles as the final decision is made, and by now Dane is also completely hyped up to finally transition to the next important level in his new life. Later, Dane fills Sidrain in on his decision to leave the Grand Mansion. The old man asks if this is truly his own choice to finally leave, and Dane confirms that it is, though he does admit it is a bit sooner than he had originally planned. The old man then also expresses his full support for Dane's decision, saying that having his immense talent restricted here would be a total waste of his potential. He also gives Dane a valuable word of advice, not to reveal too much about his incredible talents all at once to other people. While the Academy does indeed welcome great talent, not everyone there thinks in that very same way, and there are people there who might get incredibly jealous. Dane is already well aware of all of this, though, because his sister, Arabella, had already warned him all about it, and she mentioned some outrageous situations that she had encountered herself. The old man further states that it is hard for mediocre people to truly thrive in the academy, given the intense atmosphere there. But he assures Dane that the great House Thermion is not one of them. Speaking of the powerful House Thermion, Dane quickly remembers the young Layla, and the important promise he had made to visit her once he got to the capital. He knows that if he does not go and visit her, she would be greatly and deeply disappointed in him. He also recalls the priceless crest that Duke Thermion had given to him, so he plans to think about what kind of weapon he truly wants before he finally heads there. The old man then reminds him that there are 3 full months until he enters the academy, so he should plan to depart from here within the next 2 months. Dane acknowledges this and then returns the important question, asking the old man about his own future plans. Sidrian replies that he is going to return to the Great Magic Tower because he has something very important that he needs to take care of. He expresses his immense gratitude to Dane for helping him to resolve his boredom, and as a generous gesture of his goodwill, he wants to be able to return the favor by letting Dane know about any clues regarding this ancient and mysterious magic. Dane is quite grateful to hear all of this. The old man then points out that now that Dane has only a short amount of time left here, the lesson should be the major and primary concern for him. Sidrain wants to accelerate the entire learning process, to finish all the lessons well before his time is up, but he sternly warns Dane that the powerful third chain is considerably more difficult to master than the second chain. Dane promises to study hard in order to reach that difficult level. Dane then says that he has prepared a special gift for the old man. Sidrain perks up at this, clearly and intensely curious about what the gift might be. Dane promptly pulls out a small, ornate box and tells the old man that he received this just yesterday from his sister using her powerful teleportation magic. He explains that it is a very hot item among the young people right now, and that this particular and rare model is a new and compact crystal ball that has not yet even been released to the public. He adds that Arabella herself developed this new product, and he had to pull some major strings to get it as a special favor. The old man quickly picks up the beautiful stone, and he looks absolutely thrilled to have it for himself. He compliments how incredibly pretty the beautiful stone looks, although he claims that he doesn't really need something like this. He still says that he will graciously accept the thoughtful gift Dane has prepared. No matter how much the old man tries to deny it, the look upon his face makes it abundantly clear that he is totally and completely thrilled to have this product for himself.
Dane
Then spends his time explaining to the old man how to use the new crystal, just like any other teenager would teach their grandmother. As night descends and he gets back into the comfort of his own room, he reflects on how he has a lot of things to do in the little 2 months that he has left. He reveals to us that his main and primary interest now lies in summoning, so he decides to make it his ultimate goal to officially take all of the classes in the art of summoning, get himself issued a new and powerful summoning sign, and have a chance to take the difficult qualification exam. Since his sister, Claire, is an assistant professor there, he is hopeful that he might see her often when he is attending his classes. Speaking of the art of summoning, he then remembers that he had nearly forgotten to imbue magic into his familiar, so he promptly grabs the mysterious egg and transfers some of his magic into it. You see, for 7 long and straight years, Dane has diligently imbued his magic into the egg every single morning and night, but there is still no sign of a response. However, since the magic that he is imbuing is not going anywhere else, and is being completely absorbed by the powerful familiar, he is completely sure that the egg will indeed hatch someday. The next scene then transitions to the prestigious academy, where a group of students are chatting about the upcoming enrollment exams, which come in the difficult form of 2 separate tests. One is a common and general exam, while the second is a specialization exam. The common exam is a type of difficult preparation exam, one that is focused on insights into the great empire's culture, its history, and much more. But Dane should have no problem at all with. Arabella then fills her brother in on all of the important details through the crystal, and reassures him that doing well on this particular exam is very important, since it will reflect heavily on his overall admission score. After that, there is the intense specialization exam. As its name would suggest, you have to pick a specific major and then take a test, and the content of the test is completely up to the presiding professor. But Arabella is completely confident that this part of it will be a piece of cake for him, too. Dane then remembers that Arabella had passed that test pretty easily herself, and she just smiles widely, saying, "Yep, It was a total piece of cake for me. She then reveals that once he finally picks his major, he cannot possibly change it, so he must choose carefully from the very start. She then mentions that she would really appreciate it if he chose magic. As Dane swings his mighty sword on the desolate training grounds, he can't help but crack an incredibly awkward smile at how she still has not given up on trying to persuade him to join her on the path of the magic program. To brush her off once again, he simply tells her that he will think about it. He then asks if there is really no other way to possibly change his major after enrolling, just like she had previously mentioned. Arabella explains to him that is usually how it all works. The only real and viable option is to graduate and then simply come back, though he can still take some classes from all of the other majors. But once he has reached his third and final year, they usually do not allow non-majors to take any of the upper-level classes for a completely different major. In other words, he has got only one single shot to pick a major. She also explains that for someone as incredibly talented as him, there is an autonomous and independent major system. Dane is pretty fascinated to hear about all of this and asks her how it is different from all of the regular majors. His sister casually tells him that unless he plans on failing, she would advise him against applying to it there, because no one has ever managed to successfully pass that exam so far. But it seems as though Dane has already set his sights upon, and the way that he pauses for a brief moment tells his sister that he is actually considering something incredibly daring. But he quickly assures her that he is not going to do anything so reckless, and with that, he decides that he will contact her again at a later time. Once the important call has ended, Arabella wonders if she is perhaps being too pushy about him joining the magic program. Still, she thinks that it is the best possible choice he has got. Just then, a student approaches her to say that the professor is currently looking for her. Later, we see that Sidrain has prepared a strong recommendation letter for Dane, just like he had previously promised. And Dane is really happy to see that he had actually written it for him. The old man feels proud as he tells young Dane that he had put extra thought and great care into crafting the recommendation letter. He did not just write the usual and generic common lines. Instead, he made sure that it looked truly impressive, and that the words he used truly reflected Dane's many strengths and his immense potential. For Sidrain, it was a completely sincere effort to show his support for Dane, something that he does not always do, especially to this great extent. So he advises Dane that he should feel somewhat greatly honored. Dane quickly smiles widely and promises Sidrain that he will live up to his very high expectations. But the old man grumbles a little bit, annoyed that it would have been so much better if Dane had simply agreed to become his one and only disciple. He then says that their current relationship is technically that of a disciple and his powerful master, but he is not sure if Dane will ever acknowledge him as a true and proper master. Well, it seems as though the old man might just have a point, because the awkward and pained smile that Dane gives shows that he really does not want to think of him in that particular way anyway. The old man asks if Dane has finished all of his important preparations, to which Dane confirms that there is not much else he needs to take with him. He mentions that the Academy dormitories are already equipped with everything that they will need. Sidrain does agree that the facilities there are truly great. However, he then adds that only a select and powerful few have a monopoly over them. And with all that being said, there is no possible way that Dane would lose to those arrogant and spoiled nobles. Dane laughs awkwardly because, from what he has heard, the prestigious academy has become a bit of a gathering place for all the thugs of the noble houses. Sidrain warns him to keep one very important thing in his mind. That place is where numerous other kids will bare their sharp fangs if they ever think that he is looking down upon them. Dane reflects on all of this and realizes that it is just like the brutal law of the battlefield, something that he is quite familiar with. He assures the old man that he will keep all of that in his mind. Sidrain then gives him his permission to contact him whenever he needs anything. Now that he has got that brand new and compact crystal, he had better make very good use of it. Hearing all of this, Dane figures out that Sidrain must be leaving very soon, to which the old man quickly and happily agrees, and he is quite surprised that Dane could guess it so correctly. He reminds Dane that it would be quite troublesome for him to stay here, since his own father has offered him a new position as a mage advisor. But that is something for him to think about at a later time, when he truly has absolutely nothing else to do with his time. Sidrain is completely sure that Dane will understand the entire situation, especially since there is a lot that now needs to be done. At the Great Magic Tower, it doesn't take long at all for Dane to realize that he must be talking about his research into the ancient magic. The old man then thanks Dane profusely, and our hero returns the very same gesture. He thanks the old coot for all of the time he has invested in a kid like him. They both share a genuine smile, looking forward to seeing each other once again. And the old coot can't wait to see just how much Dane is going to grow in the very near future. With that, the old man begins to slowly walk away, telling Dane not to come out and to see him off, as it would be a little bit awkward for them. Dane wishes him a very safe and pleasant trip, but he can't help feeling a little bit sad on the inside. He has grown quite close to this eccentric old man. The very next day, Dane's father asks him if he is now going to leave, now that the great Sidrain has safely departed from their home. Dane confirms that he has now finished all of his own preparations. His father then remarks to his wife that with their son leaving them as well, the grand castle will now feel very empty. But his wife quickly reassures him not to feel too sad about it all. On the contrary, she is relieved that Dane is finally and truly setting off. Her one main concern is that she doesn't want him to face any major difficulties on his important journey to the prestigious academy. Her husband then assures her that, since Dane will be using the powerful teleport gate that Arabella had arranged, absolutely nothing should go wrong for him. The doting mother smiles and admits that she is just simply worrying over nothing after all. In any case, she feels incredibly proud of herself for raising their children so well, especially when compared to all of the other noble houses, where the children are busy fighting each other bitterly over their succession. The father comments that the day will soon come for the Soger's house as well, and that they will have to make a difficult decision. But he truly believes that no matter which one of the siblings steps up, any one of them would be suitable for the grand succession. Right at that very moment, Dane walks into the room, and his parents greet him ever so pleasantly. His father asks him if he is now ready to leave for good, while his mother asks him if he is taking the night horn and the special mark that she had given to him. Dane smiles back at both of them with a very bright and happy smile, confirming to them that he has them both with him. His mother then reminds him to take the special mark to the place she had told him about before and to show it to all of them whenever he thinks that he needs help getting out of any trouble. Dane acknowledges this, saying that he will surely keep it in his mind, though he is curious about who those mysterious people are, and he wonders if they are her former deadly colleagues, or perhaps her friends, to which his mother replies that they are indeed some of her very closest colleagues. She mentions that it has been quite a while since she had last seen them, but she is completely sure that they would be more than willing to help him. As soon as Count Sogers hears the hushed conversation between the mother and her son, his entire face tenses up. He looks almost as if he is going through some serious and painful constipation. He is worried that if Dane decides to follow his mother's strange advice, he might end up on the dangerous path of a full-fledged and deadly assassin. So he quickly speaks up, telling his son to go and find Duke Thermion. As soon as he finally arrives in the great and bustling capital, the Duke will surely help him until he successfully enters the academy. At this, Dane's doting and loving mother begins to shed some tears, feeling sorrowful to see how much her son has grown up and is now finally leaving. Her husband gently reminds her that there is no need at all for any tears and suggests that she send him off with warm smiles and good wishes instead. Meanwhile, Dane steals his formidable courage. Even though he had planned on leaving, he had always felt a little bit reluctant to do so, but now it is finally the time for him to set off. Herman then escorts him to the powerful teleportation gate, while his proud father watches him from a high-up window. We also see a very shady figure who is working under Count Sogers' command. The Count tells his man, Gilad, to tail Dane as carefully as he possibly can, and to make sure that he reaches the teleport gate completely safely. Gilad acknowledges the important order and then gets to moving. Meanwhile, in another separate room of the Grand Castle, Dane's doting mother has also summoned her own powerful familiar, a creature known simply as Shadow. As to be expected, she gives him the very same command that Sogers had given to his man, which is to ensure that Dane teleports completely and totally safely. Shadow takes the important order and immediately sets off on his mission. Once Dane finally arrives at the massive portal site, Herman is completely shocked to see the massive machine for the very first time, and it is absolutely huge. Dane also acknowledges how truly magnificent it is. The butler comments on how Lady Arabella seems like such an amazing person, to which Dane completely agrees, saying that he can now see why it took her a whole entire year to build this. Excitedly, the loyal butler asks if just stepping onto the platform will automatically activate the teleportation. Dane confirms this with a resounding yes. He marvels at just how much effort she must have poured into it, because teleportation magic is not like any of the other kinds. It requires a precise arrangement of a great many different codes, and the magic has to be continuously imbued into it while the entire code is being rearranged before the casting can finally become a possibility. The gate that Arabella installed is a truly perfect device, where all of the teleportation conditions have already been fully met. Herman then wishes him the best of luck and tells him to take care of himself. Dane reciprocates the kind gesture and starts to walk towards the awaiting portal. As soon as he finally steps inside, he decides to pour his magic into the gate in order to activate it, just as his dear sister had suggested to him. Once he does this, the gate opens wide, and an arcane, blue energy completely engulfs him. As the teleportation finally takes place, the scene transitions to a bustling and chaotic street where everyone is going about their normal and everyday lives. In the middle of it all, we see our hero upon his majestic horse. A big and excited smile spreads all across his face as he realizes that this is the entrance to the capital city of Artinia. As he makes his way slowly through the massive crowd, an unfamiliar voice suddenly calls out directly to him, stating that he has been waiting for him to arrive. The man who stands before him appears to be a powerful knight, and he promptly introduces himself to him as Loic Asmar, the captain of the first corps of knights for the powerful House Thermion. Seeing the captain of the knights personally come out to greet him is a little bit overwhelming for young Dane. He had never expected this to possibly happen. The knight then states that he and his powerful entourage will escort Dane from this very point onward. At that precise moment, he turns his head around and orders his waiting knights to secure the entire route, and the soldiers acknowledge the orders without a single shred of any doubt. As they walk, Dane is glad to be in Loic Asmar's capable care, and the knight feels honored to be able to escort him. Dane begins to feel a strange and unfamiliar sensation in his very chest. He never thought he would be entering the very heart of the Aetion Empire, the place he had once hated so very much. And here he is now as the most promising person to boot. As they move deeper and deeper into the town, Dane hears the peddlers trying to sell all of their various goods, and he is quite surprised to see that this particular place actually has absolutely everything. He had not expected the capital city to be this incredibly bustling. The knight then reveals that they are now finally walking through the great House Thermion's estate. This perks Dane up, and as he looks straight ahead, he is absolutely flabbergasted by the sheer magnificence of the entire place. However, he cannot shake the unsettling feeling that something is very off, as if someone is currently watching him. This makes him wonder if he is just simply imagining things. As Dane finally approaches the grand entrance, the household servants warmly welcome him inside, leaving him completely and utterly astonished. They are standing in a completely flawless lineup. Their etiquette and adherence to their assigned roles is perfect and so natural. It is quite a stark contrast to what he is used to in the southern region. Once Dane finally comes face to face with the great Duke Thermion, he promptly greets the head of the powerful house and plops down onto the ground to properly pay his respects. Thermion accepts the formal greeting warmly and then invites him inside, eager to hear all of the juicy details about his long and tiring journey. Once they are inside, Thermion comments on how much Dane has changed since the last time that he saw him 7 long years ago. He is sure that even other kids, 1 or 2 years older than Dane himself, would not be able to compare to the immense risks and powerful aura he has. And he is certain that Count Sogers must be a truly proud father. He further states that while this place might not be able to measure up to Count Sogers's many castles, he tells Dane to enjoy his stay here until the Academy's important entrance exam. He also promises to assign a personal servant to Dane, one who would fulfill any and every wish that he so desires. Dane thanks him and then promptly asks about young Layla, wondering what she has been up to and how she is currently doing. Thermion says that she is doing good, for the most part, but then asks if Dane has had any recent disagreements with her. Dane inquires about what he could possibly mean by that, and Thermion explains that these days, whenever Dane's name happens to come up in conversation, Layla always seems to be a little bit unpleasant. Dane quickly states that he does not remember having any kind of disagreements with the young Layla. Thermion takes this information into account, and then assumes that it might just be due to the immense pressure she is feeling from the entrance exam. But he is confident that someone as talented as Layla will easily pass. Meanwhile, Dane wonders what could have possibly caused her to act so strangely, and he thinks that maybe it is just a simple phase related to puberty. Thermion then decides to give Dane some time to himself to rest, suggesting that they can catch up with each other at a later time. But he hints that Dane should be very gentle with her. Dane, of course, does not understand what that is supposed to possibly mean, but Thermion quickly assures him that he will find out soon enough. Once the servant has escorted Dane to his assigned guest room, he looks around the room and thinks about how he will be staying here for a full week, until the great and looming entrance exam. However, he notices that the room is a bit too extravagant for a simple guest room. He simply throws his bag down and then decides to unpack his things before finding the impressive training grounds. At that very moment, we catch a brief glimpse of Our Lady entering the room completely uninvited, and she decides that she will take him to the training ground herself. As soon as this familiar voice falls into Dane's ears, it doesn't take Dane long at all to recognize who is standing behind him, and as soon as he turns completely around, he sees the lovely Layla. She looks as though she has grown a lot since the last time that he saw her, and her growth in some particular areas is definitely quite noticeable. She looks annoyed and asks him why he took so long to finally get here, clearly frustrated that he had made her wait for all of these long days. Dane can't help but to burst into pure happiness when he sees her, and he jumps right in, asking her how she has been all this time. Layla shoots back that she has been doing super and incredibly well, but before he can dive into a nice and pleasant catch-up session, he has to deal with her immense and fiery fury. She is absolutely livid that he did not write her any kind of letter for such a long time, even though he had promised her that he would. She then asks him why he did not even bother to write her a single letter in recent years, or at the very least, let her know when he was finally arriving. Dane, looking a little bit clueless and lost, admits that he had completely forgotten to fill her in, and apologizes for it. Of course, Layla is not at all satisfied with his half-hearted apology. He tries to remind her that at least he had actually shown up, just like he had promised. He explains that he was super busy getting ready to come to the capital, and he had kind of forgotten about everything else. He then pleads with her to let him off the hook just this one single time. Not surprisingly, she pouts at him like a very stubborn and angry wife, and Dane can clearly see the immense annoyance etched all across her pretty face. He then asks if there is anything that he can possibly do to make it up to her. He apologizes to her again, and promises to do absolutely whatever she asks. Layla raises an eyebrow, asking him if he is for real with that offer. Dane just gives her a very awkward and pained smile, and decides to simply agree to whatever she ends up saying, in order to deflect some of her immense and fiery anger. Finally, he asks her what he could possibly do to make it all up to her. She thinks about it for a moment, and then suggests they have a little spar. Dane is completely startled by this very unexpected request. It was definitely not something that he ever saw coming, but he decides to go along with it anyway. Meanwhile, Layla snickers to herself, clearly feeling incredibly proud of herself for this idea. She then asks if he is completely sure that he will not regret it, because she is way stronger now, and she is not that whiny little kid who used to learn how to release her mana from him back then. Dane is taken aback by her newfound and immense confidence. It really makes him think that she must have grown a lot over the past 7 long years to feel so incredibly self-assured. Speaking of her great improvements, he then remembers that she had mentioned winning a competition in one of her letters. Layla is very surprised that he remembers that, and she explains that she won the Great Dantur Cup, which is hosted by the prestigious royal family. As far as he can recall, it was a tournament for young kids under the age of 15. She confirms this fact, saying that the competition was incredibly fierce, and if he had participated, she is completely sure that they would have made it to the finals together. He reassures her that they can totally make up for that missed opportunity right now. She then asks if he is completely sure that he wants to spar, since the all-important entrance exam is now very near, and if he were to get hurt, it might be quite troublesome for him. Dane simply shrugs it off, saying that she does not have to worry about that. But still, though, in his own mind, he wonders why they would be getting hurt in the very first place. With that settled, she decides to have their sparring match tomorrow, since it is already much too late for it to happen today. When the next day finally arrives, We find them both outside, ready and prepared for their spar. She asks him if he has a proper weapon for their practice, because she definitely does not want to hear that. He is still using a bladed and dangerous weapon. He reminds her that it is just going to be a very light match, so it is completely normal to use their practice weapons. After all, no matter how much she has trained as a fearsome warrior, she cannot handle every single situation. He then asks her, what would she do if she ended up getting seriously hurt while they were sparring? She confidently tells him not to worry about that because they have the very best healer in the entire empire.
Dane probes deeper.
What if catastrophe strikes before a healer can even make a move? For a beat, Layla falters, scrambling to formulate a proper response. He lectures that to wield a true blade in combat, one's spirit must be forged and ready for the consequences. She wonders why he's turning this into a grand ordeal. After all, it was meant to be nothing more than a light spar. Finally, she caves, begrudgingly agreeing to the use of practice arms. With a command, she instructs a servant to bring forth the training weapons. As the attendant rushes to fetch them, Dane gazes upon her, feeling a sense of genuine satisfaction at her unyielding confidence. Just as the whispers foretold, her ascension to the level of her brothers was no longer a distant dream. Both of them were renowned active knights. It was even whispered that the legendary House Thermion was on the verge of welcoming its first-ever female matriarch. Dane ponders if the moment he taught her to unleash mana was the catalyst that sparked this incredible evolution. It seems this very thought was true. As we peer into the depths of Layla's mind, we see a profound sense of gratitude directed towards him. His tutelage allowed her to master the arcane arts of magic, far surpassing the pace of her peers. She has already manifested 2 mana cores, a feat of prodigy. This day was a moment she had long yearned for. And should victory be hers, she secretly wonders if Dane would feel crushed by defeat. At last, the servant returns with the requested armaments. Once Dane grips the shaft of the blunted practice spear, he gives it a few powerful testing swings, sending a surge of adrenaline through his very veins. Afterward, he assumes his stance, asking if she is prepared for what's to come. Layla affirms her readiness, falling into her own battle posture, a dull training sword gripped firmly in her hand. She recalls her triumph against the spear wielder back. In the Dronzer Cup, that opponent was hardly a challenge. The spear, being a weapon of significant range, loses all of its deadly potency once the gap is closed. With this strategy in mind, she launches herself at Dane in a reckless assault. But before Layla's blade could even graze his clothes, Dane vanishes like a phantom, leaving her utterly stunned. Before she can even process his disappearance, she feels the cold tap of his spear against her back. The spar was concluded before it had truly begun. She spins around in disbelief, demanding, "Since when did you get behind me?" Dane coldly reminds her that she should count her blessings, that these were merely practice weapons. Had their blades been real, her life would have been forfeit in that instant. Layla vehemently denies her loss, refusing to accept it. She was certain her sword had already found its mark. Dane offers her a second chance, a rematch, but he warns her that the same simplistic approach will not fool him again. She must now tread with extreme caution. Layla attempts to compose herself, her mind racing. She inwardly rationalizes that her instant defeat was merely a result of her own nervousness, a consequence of not facing him for so long. This time, she swears, she will unleash her full power. It is then that Layla's eyes catch her father, standing upon the balcony, observing the entire confrontation unfold. Dane also spies the Duke's presence, and is taken aback that he came simply to witness his daughter's burgeoning power. With his own 2 eyes, he can easily decipher the doting father's true motives. Following her victory at the Dronzer Cup, he must have grown concerned for his daughter, who had been pushing herself to her limits. But Dane is certain this duel will quell the Duke's fears once he witnesses her true, untamed potential. Layla feels a surge of fighting spirit ignited by her father's watchful gaze. She is now desperate to prove her worth, to pour every ounce of her being into this final clash. Dane nods, accepting her challenge, and tells her to unleash everything she has. As the second bout ignites, the flurry of attacks between the 2 combatants reaches a blinding velocity. This time, Layla is truly holding nothing back. But despite her ferocious onslaught, Dane coolly states that she still has a long way to go, goading her to push beyond her current limits. The Duke cannot suppress a slight smirk, a wave of pride washing over him for his daughter. He is pleased to see that in this exchange, they appear to be on perfectly even footing thus far. But he finds himself captivated, wondering how this duel will conclude. But then, abruptly the atmosphere shifts. A bizarre and menacing aura begins to bleed into the air. He notices the confident, almost playful smirk Dane wore just moments ago has completely evaporated. In its place is a grim visage that transforms him into a true warrior, a veteran prepared for a life-or-death battle. It appears the Duke is suffering a flashback from the battlefield because every aspect of the boy before him seems eerily familiar. As their duel rages, Layla summons all her strength to overwhelm Dane, but it is painfully obvious she is utterly outclassed. Her next desperate lunge leaves her completely exposed, and Dane, with flawless precision, trips her up, though ensuring her fall is not a damaging one. Duke Thermion. He seems far from pleased watching his daughter be so thoroughly defeated. He turns to his loyal knight, Asmar, asking if he believes Layla's recent arrogance will finally be curbed. But Asmar wisely states that the Duke already perceives the truth. Thus, he feels his own commentary is entirely unnecessary. Thermion concedes, stating he knows this better than anyone. He had seen the warning signs even before the Dronzer cut. But after her stunning victory, her personality shifted entirely. Meanwhile, the merciless bout continues. As the Duke explains, he had considered delivering a stern lecture to her himself, but decided it was far better for her to learn this lesson firsthand. Asmar voices his complete agreement with this philosophy. Thermion then poses another question to his trusted knight. He asks how many mana cores he estimates Dane possesses. Given Dane's prodigious talent, the knight hazards a guess of at least 3. But Thermion immediately refutes this assessment. He believes it's likely 2, with only the slimmest chance of being 3. Asmar, intrigued, asks for the logic behind his Duke's deduction. In reply, Thermion instructs his knight to observe more closely. What is crushing Layla is not Dane's spearmanship or his superior agility. It's his brilliant tactical mind, a level of combat experience Layla has never encountered. We then zoom in on Layla's internal struggle, who is completely mystified as to how Dane is flawlessly countering every single move she makes. To illuminate the matter for her, Dane points out that her unrefined, sluggish motions make it laughably easy for him to foresee her next move. Her entire offense is far too predictable, granting him absolute battlefield control. Meanwhile, Thermion turns back to Asmar, asking if he cannot see the aura of a battle-hardened veteran within Dane. The knight instantly concurs with his lord, but admits his own curiosity as to how Dane, at his young age, could have possibly acquired this depth of combat experience. Thermion admits he is just as perplexed. He then muses on how Layla's greatest leap in skill came 7 years prior, after their return from the Southern Inspection Campaign. Encountering Dane back then left a permanent mark upon her, and he is certain that this fateful meeting will be no different. Asmar affirms this, confessing he is also astounded by this boy. The young lady may hold the title of Dronzer Cup champion, but she is outclassed by Dane by an astronomical margin. It surely seems as if Count Sogras must have subjected him to hellish training. However, Duke Thermion does not subscribe to this theory. To the contrary, he believes Sogras is not the type to push someone with such brutal methods. And furthermore, Dane himself does not appear to be someone who would even require such training. In the first place, Asmar isn't entirely grasping where the Duke is heading with this, so Thermion spells it out for him plainly. He declares that this boy is no common talent. He is an individual blessed with overwhelming, innate ability, a true once-in-a-generation genius. He further posits that Dane likely avoided participating in the Dronzer Cup for the simple reason that he had no interest, while Asmar externally agrees with his lord's bold assessment. Internally, he finds the entire notion absolutely preposterous. The Dronzer, the cup, is a glorious prize that every youth in the Empire dreams of seizing. Why on earth would Dane not be interested in it? Thermion continues, driving his point home to his knight, that no one of Dane's generation possesses skills even close to his level. Just as the Duke utters these words, his daughter collapses to her knees, completely drained of stamina. Watching her, Thermion muses that these crushing defeats might be the perfect medicine to bring a dose of humility to her inflated ego. He hopes that Layla finally recognizes her own deficiencies. From this humbling sparring session, if she can finally cast aside her arrogance and dedicate herself to truly mastering the sword, she will undoubtedly and completely eclipse her brothers. Now, we shift focus to Layla's own perspective. She is facing a relentless chain of humiliating defeats. The crushing realization finally dawns on her that Dane is not merely a formidable adversary. He exists on an entirely different plane of existence. She was always aware their innate talents were different, but to witness firsthand that the chasm between them is this vast is a reality-shattering revelation for her. Seeing her complete and utter exhaustion, Dane decides to declare the session concluded for the day. It seems Dane was simply executing what Duke Thermion had wished for, playing his part to remind Layla that she is not yet the strongest. As they depart, she is visibly seething and unleashes her frustration on him, demanding to know how in the world he trained to become so powerful. In response, Dane nonchalantly replies that he merely practiced with diligence. What a savage. His indifferent answer completely infuriates Layla, who cannot contain her overwhelming sense of frustration. She believes he's deliberately belittling all the blood, sweat, and tears she's poured into her own arduous training, as if he were implying she hasn't toiled just as hard as Dane ever has. The savage retorts once more, telling Layla she simply needs to train harder. With that final, cutting remark, he turns to depart. But Layla is not one to simply accept defeat. She declares with fiery resolve that she will not lose their next battle. Dane, already anticipating their next explosive confrontation, offers no reply and leaves her to stew in their complex dynamic. To Layla, Dane is the one person her age whom she holds in true admiration. But in the very same breath, he is also the one rival she is desperate to one day surpass. She yearns to prove she's not just some child awaiting his lessons. And yet, regardless of how intensely she strives, he always seems to be another dimension ahead of her. Still, she vows to herself to wait and see. Next time, victory will be hers. A few days have passed, and we discover that the Imperial Academy's entrance examination is far more than a simple test. It is a grand, empire-wide festival. Prodigious talents from every corner of the vast empire descend upon the capital, bringing their entire households and entourages. The result is a tide of thousands of people flooding the capital city at once. This year, an astonishing 6,000 applicants have registered for the exam. There were no stringent requirements besides paying the entrance fee, making it a challenge open to all. However, the competition was absolutely brutal. Nearly two-thirds of the hopefuls were eliminated in the very first test. Now, with the initial culling completed, over 2,000 applicants have survived. Preparing for the next grueling trial, the infamous specialization examination. Deep within the academy halls, the highest echelons have gathered to discuss the unprecedented surge of applicants. Over 2,000 students survived the first trial. Things were about to become incredibly chaotic. One of them questions how many will ultimately be accepted, and a woman responds with unshakable confidence, 200 at the absolute most. They all begin to speculate about the caliber of students who will make the cut. The man orchestrating the conversation is Professor Denevo, the distinguished dean of the magic department. The woman who spoke with such certainty is Ingrid, dean of the formidable spearmanship department. Denevo asks when the scores from the initial test will be unveiled, confessing his intense curiosity about who secured the top rank. Someone casually speculates that the highest scorer in swordsmanship will surely be the young lady from the legendary House Thermion. After all, she is the reigning champion of the Dronzer Cup, and nobody dares to question the peerless manner in which Duke Thermion has raised his offspring. The debate continues with the dean of the summoning department, Delphine, a sharp-witted woman with piercing eyes behind glasses, and the professor seated beside her is Estrenade, the dean of the revered swordsmanship department. While everyone tosses around their predictions about who will emerge as the number one student, Denevo remains silent. Then he cuts through the noise, rebuking them all for their baseless and wild assumptions. He produces a single letter that immediately commands the room's attention. When asked to identify it, Denevo reveals it's a letter of recommendation from the legendary Cedrain, and it even bears the Nixon Magic Tower's sacred seal, imbued with mana. A wave of collective shock washes over everyone. In all his years, Cedrain has finally put his name behind someone he deems worthy. The chamber is thick with absolute disbelief. Even so, some of them insist there is no possible way this unknown individual could outshine the champion of the Dronzer Cup. Denevo, however, is not yet finished. He reminds everyone that said Rain, a man famous for never once taking on a disciple, has personally submitted a letter of recommendation. Not only that, but the child in question is merely 14 years of age, and has already achieved the rank of a 3-chain mage. By now, the entire room is desperate to know the identity of this prodigy. Denevo lets the tension hang in the air before finally revealing the name. Dane Sogers, of House Sogers. The entire room is plunged into a stunned, deafening silence. What makes this revelation even more mind-boggling is the fact that 2 other geniuses from House Sogers are already enrolled at the Academy, and now there will be a third. They know with absolute certainty this will capture the attention of the entire empire. Esternod recalls that the noble house of Sogers is world-renowned for its unparalleled mastery of the spear, but a recommendation from a mage of Cedrane's stature is illogical. It seems House Sogers is about to become famous for its arcane prowess. Lady Ingrid echoes the same bewildering thoughts. She had presumed he would apply for the spearmanship program, so this revelation is a truly shocking development. Denevo, on the other hand, is ecstatic to see him join the magic department alongside his sister, the talented Arabella, who is already there. He will be a monumental addition to elevate the department's prestige. After all, the Imperial Academy is most famous for its mages. Abruptly, a woman bursts into the meeting hall to declare that the official test results are in. A system window materializes, displaying the finalized results. Reveals that the swordsmanship department has accepted 1,367 students, the magic department 227, and the summoning department a mere 152. The number for the swordsmanship program is absolutely staggering, especially when put against the other specialized departments, leaving all the deans present completely speechless. Esternod wears a smug expression, delighted by the massive number of applicants joining his ranks. He is utterly convinced that our protagonist must be among them. Every professor frantically scans the lists of names, desperate to see which department Dane ultimately chose. But to the utter shock of everyone, his name is conspicuously absent from all the department lists. An elder professor in the room asks the messenger if there are any applicants who have yet to be listed. The messenger lady swiftly confirms there is a single application for the autonomous major. The very mention of the autonomous major makes everyone look as if they have just swallowed poison. Then, the messenger drops another earth-shattering bombshell. Apparently, Dane Sogers achieved the highest score in the initial test, out of all 6,000 applicants. Once more, this news leaves everyone utterly stunned, and one of them shrieks in pure, unadulterated disbelief at the top of his lungs. Later, we reunite with Dane. A full month has already passed since his arrival at the Academy. The time has simply vanished. It feels as though his intense duel with Layla happened only yesterday. And yet, here they stood, having already conquered the first test and now awaiting the final results. Thankfully, the examination was not overly difficult. It is then that Layla comes storming towards him, eagerly sharing the results, the crucial information that has consumed her thoughts. She cannot wait to discover how he ranked among the others. Well, we already know he achieved the number 1 spot, which is hardly a surprise for the audience. But this is a massive blow to Layla's pride, she who considers herself Dane's ultimate rival. She cannot mask her utter frustration as she realizes she's been defeated again. Dane, on the contrary, feels a deep, immense satisfaction watching her face fall in defeat yet again. After all, he is dead set on humbling this arrogant cat, who believes she has a divine right to the top student position. Layla, still absolutely fuming, demands to know how he managed to prepare so flawlessly. Dane answers that he concentrated on past exam materials that his sister had graciously sent him. He adds that even with those, it remained a significant challenge, especially the military science portion. Still, Dane possessed a secret advantage, especially since military science is a subject he has personally mastered on the brutal battlefields of his previous incarnation. Layla, however, cannot fathom why 14-year-olds are being tested on the arts of war, complex strategy, and high-level military politics. Dane just pours salt on her fresh wounds by nonchalantly remarking that he found it quite enjoyable. This statement completely incenses Layla, provoking an even more theatrical reaction. She glares daggers at him, questioning if he's taken a blow to the head. As far as she understands military science, fine arts, music, and even the ancient history of the Draenic Empire are all subjects a 14-year-old should be completely ignorant of. But Dane, in his typical savage fashion, fires back a retort. He reminds her that this is precisely his field of expertise. After all, he's learned a great many things from surviving on the front lines. Layla then interrogates Dane about his choice for the second test. To her astonishment, he states he chose option 3. The mere mention of 3 catches her completely off balance, because it can only mean he has applied for the legendary autonomous major. With every new, shocking revelation about Dane, her agitation intensifies. She demands to know what other talents he's concealing. Beyond his mastery of spearmanship and summoning magic, Dane just offers a cryptic smile and deflects her question, but vows to reveal the truth to her in due time. Frustrated, she insists he tell her at this very moment, and asks why on earth he would select the autonomous major. No matter how she analyzes the situation, she simply cannot comprehend the logic behind his choice. Dane responds with chilling calm, saying it's because he wishes to study them all. Layla immediately retorts that the pass rate for the autonomous major is practically 0. Dane remains completely unbothered and reveals that he heard students in the autonomous major can enroll in any class they desire until they graduate. Furthermore, they are not required to declare a specialized major, and can even conduct joint research with professors from every single department. Layla narrows her eyes and challenges him, asking if he truly believes people fail simply because they are unaware of these supposed perks. She then even accuses him of choosing this path because he desperately wants to avoid being in the same department as her. Dane calmly denies he has any such intentions, which only serves to provoke another furious outburst from her. She demands to know his strategy to pass this impossible test, and insists on learning what other secret powers he holds, beyond spearmanship and the art of summoning magic. Seeing how agitated and relentlessly persistent she is, Dane briefly weighs the option of revealing more to her. Honestly, I find her incredibly grating. I truly hope she could talk a little less. The scene shifts back to the Academy's inner sanctum, where we listen in as professors debate Dane's fate. It seems all the deans were forced to assemble in one location, because to pass the autonomous major's examination, the applicant must triumph in the exams of 3 separate departments. They are dumbfounded by the reality that Dane is truly intending to challenge the autonomous major. Spearmanship, magic, and summoning, each core discipline and circle of magic, are polar opposites, making it a near impossible feat to pass all 3 trials. Professor Delphine notes that, while some have managed to conquer 2 of the tests, for the autonomous major, most fail to even pass a single one. Denevo concurs, adding that it is far wiser to specialize. Focus on the spear for spearmanship or magic for mages. If it's magic, applying for a single focus major is the safer and far more intelligent path. 200 years have passed since the autonomous major was established, and almost no one has ever successfully conquered all of its trials. In a bygone era, when the major was first conceived, the standards were not nearly as unforgiving. Centuries ago, during the Empire's age of conquest, the Academy required every scrap of talent it could find. If an individual displayed even a spark of potential, regardless of the discipline, they were trained and deployed. But the present era is no longer the same. The requirements have grown progressively harsher over the centuries. Applicants now choose to become masters of a single skill, rather than being a jack of all trades and master of none. One of the professors then questions why this major still exists, especially since it's a department that no one ever applies to or passes. Denevo reminds them that it stands as a symbol, a mark of ultimate prestige, reserved for only the most elite talents in the Empire. Delphine notes that its importance has faded significantly. It has decayed to the point where it exists in name only. Denevo adds that he delved into the archives and made a startling discovery. In the last 1,000 years, only 2 individuals have ever passed. One dropped out, and the other was the former emperor himself. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid remarks that unless someone is a true prodigy, even attempting to pass the autonomous major is pure folly. Delphine then highlights the fact that, since Dane is the youngest son of the great war hero, Arcane School, he does not hail from a common household. She admits she eagerly awaits to see what he is capable of. The professors also consider the possibility that Dane might just be an incredibly arrogant youth. If they were to show him any leniency, there is a chance he might just pass. But with their esteemed positions as professors on the line, they cannot afford to conduct a half-hearted examination. Whatever the outcome, Dronzer is deeply intrigued. If Dane is a young upstart filled with so much bravado that he would dare challenge a sacred symbol of the Academy, he wants to witness this spectacle for himself. The fated moment has finally arrived, and we find ourselves at the location of the second examination. As Dane stands before the assembled body of professors, he introduces himself clearly by name and declares that he has applied to the Imperial Academy's autonomous major program. Dronzer challenges him, asking if he truly comprehends the immense gravity of applying to the autonomous major. Of course, Dane has done his research. He confidently declares that he is fully aware of the solemn duty to pass the exams for the 3 majors he has brazenly selected. Professor Ingrid then reminds him that it is not too late to withdraw. She holds a deep and genuine respect for Count Sogers, the Empire's most celebrated spearman, and does not wish to see the son of such a legendary figure fail and be forced to return home in utter disgrace. Dane acknowledges her concern, even offering his sincere gratitude for it. However, he then states with unshakable resolve that he arrived here with the full intention of giving it his absolute all. The professors had anticipated nothing less from him. After all, if Dane were the type of person to surrender, after hearing a few simple words of discouragement, he never would have applied for this challenge in the first place. With that understanding, Dronzer declares that the examination will comprise 3 distinct tests, each corresponding to the majors Dane has selected. If he fails even one, it will result in his immediate and automatic failure. Now that the daunting rules have been established, Dronzer gestures to the head of the summoning department, Professor Delphine, to commence the trial. She takes her place directly in front of Dane. As they stand face to face, Dane recalls Delphine's legendary reputation. As he has heard, she has reached the absolute apex among summoners in the Althean Empire and holds the astonishing record for conjuring 3 summons above the second rank simultaneously. The professor finally speaks, explaining that the summoning exam is quite simple. Dane will be required to satisfy her judgment in any way he sees fit, using his own summoning abilities. Hearing these terms, Dane is absolutely thrilled. He had anticipated the examination would be a freestyle showcase, unbound by rigid forms or preconceived standards, instead of demonstrating some flashy, ostentatious magic trick. As she might be anticipating, he asks if she would summon something for him. His request catches her completely off guard. She immediately demands to know what in the hell he is talking about. Even the other professors are completely bewildered. It is simply unimaginable that an applicant would command a professor to perform a summon for them. This also piques their intense curiosity about Dane's true intentions and his strategy, since he doesn't possess a summoning mark. Dronzer had presumed Dane would lecture on the complex theory of summoning, but he now speculates that Dane might be exploiting this chance to observe a true summon firsthand. Although Delphine despises this brat ordering her around, she is willing to grant his audacious request. However, she makes it abundantly clear this is not a sight he gets to witness often, so he had better keep his eyes wide open. With that, the professor begins to channel her summoning magic, and as the colossal magic circle takes form, everything around them begins to tremble from the immense pressure. Even the veteran professors are left completely awestruck when they finally behold the monstrous beast she has summoned, known as the Mad Summon Etherarch. One soul-shaking roar from this monstrosity is enough to make everyone present question their very existence. According to Dane, this creature is the most ferocious among all third-rank summons, and it is infamous for attacking anything it sees besides its own summoner. Dane honestly had not anticipated witnessing a spectacle of this magnitude, considering this is merely the entrance examination. But now it appears that things are about to get far more entertaining. Now that she has done exactly as he commanded, Delphine tells Dane to show her whatever it was he was plotting to do. The spectators of the test are also completely stunned, because even among the fearsome fourth-ranked beasts, Etherarch is known to be the most vicious. Even if a squad of dual-class knights attacked it simultaneously, they would struggle to bring it down. Even the esteemed Professor Ingrid has no clue why Delphine would summon something so overwhelmingly powerful. Meanwhile, Dane simply continues to stride forward towards the monster, which sends Delphine into a state of absolute panic. She urgently warns him to back away at once, because if he dares to get any closer, it is certain the beast will tear him apart. But Dane completely ignores her desperate warning, and after approaching dangerously close to the monster, he simply states, he's merely trying to demonstrate his capabilities as a summoner. Delphine acknowledges his intent, but she never instructed him that he had to leap into a raging inferno to prove his worth. But Dane simply extends his hand towards the beast, reassuring her that she has absolutely nothing to worry about. With one single, commanding gesture and a few silent words exchanged with the beast, this colossal monster, which once appeared so utterly terrifying, suddenly lowers its head in submission, behaving like a docile house pet, completely yielding to Dane's command. A revelation that shattered everyone's reality. All while Dane casually caresses the terrifying beast's head, as if it were some common, harmless stray cat. The monster's actual master, Delphine, can only react with the same stunned silence as everyone else. You see, there is no known method to tame the savage etherarch with such ease. It is then that her eyes perceive the impossible, a mana thread, now connecting directly to the etherarch. Although its color is faint, and it is not a complete subjugation, it has completely nullified etherarch's innate hostility. What they were witnessing was unfolding right before their very eyes, yet their minds still refused to believe it was real. Delphine wonders if Dane dissected her mana thread in a single instant, as he strode towards the etherarch, then replicated a near-identical thread to tether it to himself. Considering Dane lacks a summoning mark, this would be the most brilliant method for him to employ as a summoner. She finally realizes that this boy possesses an unimaginable talent, a level of genius that completely eclipsed the praise she herself had once received from her own masters. With such a God-given gift, she can only wonder at the glorious future that awaits him. At last she steps forward and informs Dane that this display is more than sufficient to judge his skills. She praises him for his unwavering courage, his ice-cold judgment, and his masterful fundamentals before officially declaring that he has passed. This is a truly mind-blowing sight for the other two professors, a rare spectacle they do not witness often. Later that evening, upon Dane's return to Duke Thermian's estate, he recounts the entire ordeal of his experience for Layla. She is absolutely dumbfounded to learn that the entire test concluded in just 20 minutes. As much as her pride despises admitting it, she begrudgingly concedes that with this monumental achievement, he is now the undisputed top student. But Dane is quick to remind her that she is the one who scored the #1 rank in the entire swordsmanship department. So by definition, she is also a top student. Of course, Layla refuses to claim that title for obvious reasons, and all she can manage is to sulk in her own frustration. Dane attempts to lift her spirits, reminding her that her own father even threw a lavish party to celebrate her successful admission. But Layla simply cannot overcome the fact that the chasm of talent between herself and Dane is impossibly, astronomically vast. To her, Dane feels less like a worthy rival, and more like facing down an inevitable cataclysmic storm. She eventually storms away without uttering another word. Later, Dane finds himself in the presence of Duke Thermian, who counsels him to let her be if she desires solitude. But Dane counters that allowing her to stew in misery might not be the most beneficial course of action for her. However, the wise Duke simply reassures him, stating that there is no cause for concern, as Layla will surely conquer this turmoil in due time. The Duke then skillfully pivots the conversation, asking if he has notified his father about his triumph in the exams. He is certain that Count Sogers would be overcome with pride to hear such news. Our protagonist confirms this is the case, revealing that everyone back in his homeland was indeed overjoyed. The Duke offers a warm smile and reminds Dane that gaining entry into the autonomous department is a monumental feat. He shares how even the Academy's highest echelons were stunned by Dane's incredible accomplishment. Now that the trials are over, the Duke advises him to rest and ready himself for enrollment. Dane expresses his thanks to the Duke for his care and wisdom. Thermian then raises yet another important matter, inquiring if Dane has considered what he intends to forge. Our protagonist replies that he is contemplating crafting a new sword, although he has not yet come to a final decision. When the Duke questions his source of hesitation, Dane explains that his physical frame has not yet fully developed. Furthermore, he is not entirely certain what style of blade he desires. He intends to take his time and consider it with great care before commissioning the work, since this is a priceless opportunity he simply cannot afford to squander. Thermion is quite amused upon hearing this mature reasoning. Abruptly, the head butler materializes and informs the Duke that the madam has summoned him. With that, he promptly takes his leave, leaving Dane to reflect on how the Duchess's grave illness remains unchanged, a sad state that has persisted for years. Just then, Layla appears unexpectedly, sharing that by some fortune, her mother's condition has not deteriorated, but tragically, it has shown no signs of improvement either. It has been this way for a few years now. Dane feels a wave of sympathy for her, especially since he has never had a family member suffer so. He would not dare to presume he understands the depths of Layla's pain. 2 days later, we are transported back to the Academy grounds. The host greets the new class of freshmen of the Imperial Academy and presents himself as the Academy's esteemed headmaster, Archwald Humit. He offers high praise for the new students, who have earned their way to this prestigious institution. After surviving a truly ferocious competition, he believes the future of the great empire is incredibly bright, and that every soul standing here today is a future pillar of the empire. Among the new students admitted this year, there appear to be many with particularly outstanding talents, but there is also one truly extraordinary student. Even among these exceptional individuals, an individual who conquered the legendary autonomous major exam, including this newly admitted student, there are only 2 people who have passed it in the last century. The student in question cleared the autonomous major exam by earning the unanimous, undisputed approval from the 3 deans of magic, spearmanship, and the summoning departments. The entire assembly erupts in an uproar upon learning that someone actually passed the autonomous major trial, a feat they could barely even imagine. The headmaster then summons the top student, Dane Sogers, to please step forward. With an air of supreme confidence, Dane ascends the stage as the crowd absolutely explodes, completely astonished that this young upstart is the one who conquered the autonomous major. The entire crowd is abuzz with talk of Dane and the legendary Sogers family, and among them is the patriarch Count Sogers himself, flanked by other members of his noble family. Nearby, Duke Thermion watches, a look of pure admiration, as he compliments Sogers for raising such a truly extraordinary son. He feels a deep sense of disappointment in himself, thinking that he has accomplished absolutely nothing. After raising 2 sons, his daughter is now entering the academy, but neither of his sons bothered to even make an appearance. The eldest is away on a mission, and the second has run away. On the other hand, Sogers' situation is the complete opposite with his 2 daughters, and Thermion cannot help but feel a pang of envy. As he gazes upon his own daughter, he feels utterly dejected and overcome with sorrow. He laments the fact her mother could not be present to witness this special day. While Dane is basking in the spotlight, all eyes fixated upon him, Delphine quickly questions Dane's sister, asking if Dane had always harmonized with her summons, even as a child. His sister offers a swift and positive affirmation, as if the answer were the most obvious thing in the world. Delphine had fully anticipated this very response, and is now more convinced than ever that Dane has an innate friendliness, a unique quality he has likely possessed since his birth. Delphine continues to ponder the immense implications, thinking that Dane is a truly unprecedented case. He is far more gifted than the vast majority of summoners, despite lacking any physical sign of a summoner's mark. The sister then begins to wonder aloud if Dane's incredibly high level of affinity would permit him to conjure beings from beyond the horizon. To fully grasp this profound question, a bit of important context is required. Beyond the horizon is a reference to an entirely different world, one from which all summons originally hail. The connection to that otherworldly plane was severed over a century ago. Delphine ultimately concludes that it is indeed possible. She believes the summons from that distant world possess the power to select their own summoners, which could make such a legendary feat more than achievable. Meanwhile, the headmaster approaches Dane on stage, finally meeting the young prodigy face to face. He presents our hero with a certificate while voicing his great hopes that this phenomenal student will display his full talents during his time at the academy. Dane proudly accepts the document, acknowledging it with a confident smile. Meanwhile, all the scattered students begin to gather, forming an orderly line for the oath-swearing ceremony, led by the first-year class representative. Later, we see Dane completely lost in his own victorious thoughts, basking in the brilliant glow of his first major triumph. He has finally earned his place in the academy. It took a considerable amount of time and effort to reach this point, but he is determined not to squander this precious second chance at life. This is merely the first step, and he is prepared to achieve so much more. The following scene brings us to the Academy's grand auditorium. A few representatives conclude their introductory presentations about the Academy, and the students are granted a brief intermission before the next scheduled event begins. They are invited to enjoy the refreshments prepared at the rear, and to rest comfortably throughout the break period. Layla, acting like a profoundly concerned wife, begins to lecture Dane. She warns him that now, with his great success, countless people will be observing his every move, some with benevolent intentions, others with malicious ones. She urges him to be wary of any offers, and to consider things with great care. As she continues her lecture, Dane simply waves her concerns away, insisting he already knows how to conduct himself properly. But Layla is relentless. She raises the topic of academy clubs, reminding him of their critical importance here. Dane, however, makes it perfectly clear he holds no interest in any of them. By this point, senior students have already begun their hunt for talented freshmen, hoping to recruit them into their various clubs and factions. Now that he considers it, Dane does recall his eldest sister, mentioning the vast number of entertaining clubs at the academy. Abruptly, an eager senior shouts Dane's name from across the hall, desperate to recruit him for his own club. In a flash, a massive crowd materializes, all of them swarming towards Dane, screaming over one another to entice him to join their various clubs. Within mere moments, the scene devolves into utter chaos. But Layla acts fast, grabbing Dane's hand and making a break for it, pulling him along as she flees from the ensuing madness. Tragically, their escape path is immediately blocked by more upperclassmen, who are just as desperate to secure Dane for their own club. The entire auditorium descends into pandemonium. Students are shouting, pitching their clubs with unbridled fervor, while Layla is sprinting as if her very life is on the line, tugging Dane along with her. Despite her impressive speed, the ravenous crowd is relentless and begins to chase them down. Dane, while being pulled along, can't help but feel this situation is strangely familiar. Sure, he's accustomed to being pursued by entire enemy platoons, but being hunted like this simply for being the top student is a truly bizarre and unique experience. The scene transitions to a different section of the academy, where we are introduced to Keltis Redfield. He is walking silently, seemingly minding his own affairs. In the background, a small group of senior students whispers amongst themselves, casting glances in Keltis's direction. It is clear he has a reputation. Though what kind of reputation, we are just about to discover. Apparently, Keltis has recently returned from his esteemed position as the legendary commander of the Imperial Knights, and immediately accepted a new role as a professor here. He is revered as one of the very best, most incredible professors in the entire academy. Though Keltis has absolutely no desire to be a role model teacher, from this point forward, his troubles are only going to multiply, because his comfortable, quiet life is about to come to an end. All because a new student has entered the autonomous department for the first time in many decades. Until this very moment, Keltis had a very easy life. He could casually pen research papers and still produce decent results. But now, he will be forced to prepare actual, legitimate classes. The perspective shifts to Keltis's own internal thoughts. He's quietly thinking to himself, it's about time the freshman orientation finally concludes. It appears he's less than thrilled about someone joining the autonomous department, and what vexes him the most is that someone had to be admitted to the department while he is currently serving as the acting department head. Soon, he spots Dane standing just outside his office door. He calls out to him, expressing surprise at how early Dane has arrived. Our protagonist does not forget his proper etiquette and greets his new professor with the utmost respect. Once they are both settled inside the office, we get a brief glimpse into Keltis's inner monologue. He is clearly aggravated. He toiled endlessly to attain this position, also that he could finally enjoy some measure of peace and quiet. Actually, teaching students was never part of his grand plan. If he truly wanted to instruct someone, he would have remained in the night, order. He's had his fill of that life anyway. Now that there's no way to escape it, Keltis turns to Dane and directly asks him why he decided to apply to the autonomous department, to which our hero simply responds that he does not wish to be shackled to one particular field. Keltis follows up with another pointed question, asking if he intends to choose a specific field later on. Dane responds in the affirmative, agreeing that he will eventually pick one, but for the time being, he doesn't want to squander the grand opportunity to study within the autonomous department. Keltis looks slightly annoyed, as it appears if this continues, he'll be saddled with teaching Dane. But then, a glimmer of hope sparks within his mind when he recalls that Dane did not take the swordsmanship examination. The very fact that this student skipped the swordsmanship test must mean he lacks any confidence in that area. Keltis sees his opening. He asks our protagonist if he knows anything about the art of swordsmanship. Of course, this catches Dane completely off guard. The question is entirely unexpected, and he is a bit perplexed. Keltis quickly clarifies that he is not attempting to insult him, but as a student enrolled in the autonomous department, and with Keltis himself as the supervising professor, he feels Dane should have some fundamental knowledge of swordsmanship. It is a very strange demand, and Dane can clearly perceive that his teacher is not exactly thrilled to have him here. So Dane keeps his response simple and direct, telling his teacher he has no particular interest in swordsmanship. This is the very moment Keltis has been waiting for. He is swift to seize upon this golden opportunity, informing Dane that he wishes to test his capabilities. You see, Keltis possesses the authority to evaluate Dane, and if our protagonist's swordsmanship is as abysmal as he suspects, this lazy, scheming professor can use it as a pretext to force him out of the department. Keltis decides they will proceed to the training grounds to test Dane's aptitude with a blade immediately. Once they have arrived, the professor gestures toward the magnificent array of swords lining the walls and instructs Dane to select any weapon that he likes. Our protagonist begins to peruse the staggering collection of fine blades. As he examines the vast plethora of swords, he cannot help but wonder how a training facility like this even exists, in a place that is supposedly for academics. And most perplexing of all, why is there so much weaponry, when there have been 0 autonomous department students for decades? After a few moments, Dane shrugs and selects a sword at random. Keltis questions his choice of the common-looking sword, but Dane responds with a simple affirmation, showing absolutely no sign of second-guessing himself. With the weapon now chosen, Keltis establishes the rules. The terms are quite simple. If Dane can land a single blow on him, he passes. To make things even easier for his student, Keltis places a severe restriction upon himself. He will not move more than 2 steps throughout the entire duel. Dane agrees to these conditions without a moment of hesitation, and the 2 combatants take their starting positions, facing one another to begin the momentous bout. Keltis feels a mix of both relief and concern. He is relieved that Dane accepted the terms so willingly, but at the same time it is deeply unsettling. Dane displayed no hesitation whatsoever, almost as if he is absolutely confident he will achieve victory. Once the duel commences, Dane charges directly at Keltis, swinging his blade in an attempt to tag his supervising teacher. But Keltis effortlessly sidesteps the blow, moving out of the way. Though he evaded the attack with very little effort, the professor cannot help but notice something startling. Dane is fast, much faster than he ever anticipated. For just a moment, he begins to believe that perhaps this boy truly is qualified to be an autonomous student. But there is no time to linger on that fleeting thought. Dane presses his assault with a flurry of relentless swings, each one more brutally precise than the last. At one point, Keltis finds himself mere inches away from being struck, and the shocking realization sends a cold chill down his spine. When Dane swings his sword once more, Keltis is forced to draw his own blade to parry the attack. Had he moved even a fraction of a second too slow, the match could have ended right then, and not in his favor. What is even more surprising is Dane's style of swordsmanship. It is unorthodox, almost completely wild, but undeniably and brutally effective. Keltis is now utterly convinced that this boy might actually know how to properly wield a sword. It is painfully clear that this is not simply beginner's luck. Dane is completely unpredictable, and that is what makes him so dangerous. After this blistering exchange, Dane takes a step back, breathing heavily. Keltis observes him with sharp eyes, and something about our protagonist's stance leaves him utterly bewildered. It triggers a distant memory of a swordsman he once witnessed on the battlefield. What puzzles Keltis the most is that Dane's posture is not the polished, textbook, perfect form of a knight order soldier or a noble house duelist. It is rough, raw, and completely unorthodox, something forged in the crucible of real combat rather than formal training. But there is no time to ponder this mystery. Dane charges forward again, and their blades meet once more. The velocity at which they are exchanging blows is simply astonishing. Their movements have become a blur of silhouettes, the sound of clashing steel ringing out like a wild, chaotic symphony. Keltis cannot believe what his eyes are seeing. None of this is logical. This was not something he anticipated, not even in his most vivid nightmares. He is a hexaclass swordsman, one of the most elite fighters in the entire empire, yet here he is having to channel a significant amount of his mana just to keep pace with a 14-year-old child. It is both deeply frustrating and incredibly thrilling, a testament to Dane's immense hidden potential, but also a challenge Keltis never imagined he would face. In a simple evaluation, he even begins to stumble on his own feet, despite his best efforts to maintain the two-step restriction he had promised. Every swing from Dane feels impossibly heavier, and the way our protagonist fights pulls at a distant chord in his memory. It is uncannily familiar. Keltis's mind flashes back to the bloody battlefield, where he once faced a solitary knight with the same savage, unyielding battle energy. He vividly remembers how stunned he was to witness such a courageous warrior, an individual who fought with complete and reckless abandon, showing no allegiance through any coat of arms or noble flags. The madman tore a bloody swathe across the battlefield, a force of pure chaos that everyone struggled to contain. As the painful memory fades, Keltis snaps back to the present, just in time to feel the cold, definitive tap of Dane's blade against him. He has been tagged. Dane allows a small, triumphant smile to crack his face, but he does not laugh, especially since it would be a grave insult to his teacher. Instead, he innocently declares, "I believe my sword has made contact." As much as Keltis loathes to admit it, promise is indeed a promise. He grants Dane a reluctant, begrudging pass. Meanwhile, Dane finally allows himself to relax as well. It was no simple task to keep up with Keltis. If it hadn't been for the severe handicap the professor placed upon himself, Dane is certain he would not have stood a single chance. Meanwhile, Keltis is equally, if not more, overwhelmed. He cannot deny the ridiculous, latent talent hidden within this boy. Even with the handicap, Dane should never have been capable of pushing back against a hexaclass professor like himself. He now fully understands why Dane was not nervous about the swordsmanship trial at all. With this caliber of talent, it is no wonder. He turns to Dane and asks him why he did not apply to the swordsmanship department. Instead, Dane replies simply that he thought his family would be saddened. Keltis is confused by this answer, as this remark does not make a great deal of sense. But now that he truly considers it, Dane's father is a genius spearman, and his sisters are prodigies in magic and summoning. It suddenly becomes crystal clear why Dane applied to those three departments. He was attempting to live up to his family's grand expectations. Now Keltis finally comprehends the truth, the hard way. It wasn't that Dane was unconfident in his swordsmanship. It was that he simply held no desire to practice. With the evaluation concluded, our hero receives permission to leave. He bows his head in a gesture of respect, thanks Keltis for his time, and quietly makes his exit. As the professor watches him depart, a harsh and unavoidable reality dawns upon him, that his grand scheme to chase this boy away and resume his comfortable, lazy life has failed spectacularly. There is no easy way out for him now. As the heavy door swings shut, Keltis closes his eyes, his mind drifting back into the mists of the past, where he recalls a tense conversation he had with a comrade. He asked his comrade about the knight standing before them, and his fellow soldier responded that he is A.R. Greek. Later, Dane meets up with his second sister, who is quite bewildered to learn that he actually passed the test. As far as she is aware, Professor Keltis is not the type of man to let anyone pass so easily. You see, that particular professor has only ever bothered to attend one faculty meeting, and even that was because the headmaster summoned him personally. He absolutely detests being inconvenienced. Essentially, he does whatever he pleases. And that is precisely why she was so deeply worried about her brother. She is relieved that no harm came to him. Her comment gets Dane's mind working. Normally, his second sister would have celebrated his grand victory, but instead, she simply looks relieved that he is unharmed. It is one of the many reasons he adores her. She has genuine concern for his well-being. Finally, his eldest sister appears, rushing towards him. Just as the trio of talented siblings is catching up, whispers begin to ripple through the student body. Everyone is astonished to see all the children of House Sogers in one place. People always considered the house incredibly impressive, with just Arabella and Claire present. But now, the youngest is proving to be every bit as remarkable as his prodigious sisters. Later, we meet a senior named Max Hauer, who introduces himself to Dane. He explains that he is responsible for all the general operations. Concerning the student dormitories, the dorms are split into 3 halls, with students being assigned based on their academic rankings. The most prestigious hall is Dante Hall, named after the very first emperor. Since Dane is the number 1 student and passed the autonomous major exam, Max reveals that he will be residing in the esteemed Dante Hall. He continues, describing the impressive facilities, restaurants, training rooms, vast libraries, luxurious lounges, and even magical projection rooms. And then there is the cryptic mention of secret facilities. Dane has no clue what those could possibly be, but he doesn't probe the issue any further, and simply listens as Max continues his explanation. The senior also explains that, while Dane will not need to worry about this, there are instances where students are forced to leave Dante Hall if their grades begin to decline. He adds that Arabella and Claire both resided in Dante Hall until the day they graduated, a monumental feat in itself, and yet one more reason the Soger's name commands so much respect. With everything fully explained, Max hands Dane the key to his new apartment, mentioning that there is a spare. Should Dane ever misplace it, he can return to get a replacement. The senior also warns his junior about the peculiar students that reside here. They aren't bad people, he says, but sometimes you will find yourself wondering what is wrong with them. Max suggests he investigate the details for himself and assures him that if he should have any questions, he can easily contact him through the communication crystal. With that, Dane makes his way towards his new room. As he walks, he cannot help but notice how incredibly lavish the place is, but there is something deeply unsettling about it as well. He cannot sense a single other human presence nearby. It is as if everyone has simply vanished into thin air. Feeling a sense of deep unease, he decides to expand his senses. Almost instantly, he detects the faint scent of lubricating oil brushing against his nose, and the nearly inaudible squeak of turning mechanical gears. From just that minimal amount of information, it becomes abundantly clear to him that this is an ambush, and he has already walked directly into the kill zone. But instead of showing any panic, our protagonist can only smirk at such a pathetically obvious ambush. The hooligans who orchestrated this are observing everything through a nearby window. They have no idea why Dane has suddenly stopped moving, which leads them to wonder if he has already figured out that he has fallen for their elaborate trap. But the boy with the glasses, Arnold, declares that there is absolutely no way he could know because, as he boasts, the Coulter family have been master hunters for centuries, so they are exceptionally skilled at setting deadly traps. He is, in fact, the eldest son of the Coulter barony, Arnold Coulter, a third-year student of the marksmanship department. One of the other students expresses fear that it might be a dangerous prank, but Arnold confidently assures his cowardly friend that he has removed all the danger. This is the very first time he will get to conduct such a hazing, so he is quite excited. But some of these goons are not convinced that picking on someone from House Sogers is a particularly wise idea. Arnold just reminds them that they have all been subjected to tremendous hazing rituals, so he simply looks forward to this one. And he is certain that Dane will end up a complete and utter mess. One of the female students, Priscilla Nerrell, a fourth-year student in the theology department from House Nerrell, raises a valid concern. Since he's the top student and in the autonomous major, she worries this hazing ritual will not be like the previous ones. Not to mention, both of his older sisters are certified geniuses, and if he's an autonomous student, He must be an even greater genius than them. Some are even doubtful about whether the traps they have laid will even work. But Arnold is positive Dane could not have possibly detected the traps. He made certain to paint the traps to perfectly conceal them, and even lubricated them to eliminate any telltale mechanical sounds. Finally, Dane begins to step forward once more, which fills these complete morons with absolute, unbridled joy. Since our hero knows exactly where all the traps are placed, he deliberately triggers the first of them. A water balloon begins its descent, but Dane, who had already anticipated this very outcome, obliterates it with a single, perfectly aimed mana bullet. Then comes the following trap, a stinky one with a truly repulsive odor. Arnold is completely losing his mind, unable to process how Dane has found every single trap. He insists that this must be a pure coincidence. Priscilla Nerl is not at all certain that it is just a coincidence, but Arnold confidently assures her. He placed the easier traps at the start as a mere appetizer, saving the truly big one for the very end. He is completely confident that Dane will fall for it, while his other two lackeys decide to place a little bit of faith in Arnold's traps. Priscilla remains deeply skeptical, and just as one would expect, our hero calmly trudges through these pathetic traps like they are nothing.